I need you to understand that I hated him. I truly, physically hated Rian from the moment he threw me into that escape tunnel. The ceiling groaned and shifted above my head, spewing a choking mix of dust and gravel, and all I could hear was his low, guttural order, "Move. Now." He was detonating a small, controlled Iron Guard dispersal charm behind us, trying to muffle the sound of the collapsing tunnel. But I dug my heels in anyway. My rage was a physical block. I resisted his pace, unwilling to move a single step faster than I chose. I wouldn't let him command me. "Stop touching me! I will not be dragged," I hissed, wrenching my arm out of his steel trap grip. My resistance didn't slow him down, but it amplified my own panic. Just as I braced myself for him to physically throw me forward, a blinding, sickening jolt of pain ripped through my chest, right where my magic resided. It felt like a nerve being shredded. I gasped, a painful, choked sound, and instinctively lurched forward. The action wasn't mine. It was a desperate, automatic response to ease the terrible, violent strain of the Blood-Tethering Curse. He didn't slow down, but I saw his shoulders tense, a small, involuntary shudder passing through him. He'd felt it too. He simply used my shock-induced stagger to cover another 50 yards of ground, pulling me along like a dead weight. The pain only subsided when I stopped fighting the drag. That was the instant I truly understood the curse. This wasn't just a mystical handcuff. It was a shared nervous system. Hostility was pain, and my anger was his weapon. The curse was a constant, excruciating reminder that I couldn't even afford to hate him without paying the price myself. We finally cleared the tunnel entrance and burst into the cool air, but the terror had just started. The link was a chilling promise. Every act of defiance would be punished. We needed to make distance, and fast. I looked at the dark tree line ahead, then back at the road. "The border is that way, Rian. We take a straight line and run." He didn't even look toward the clear escape route. Instead, he shoved me behind a thicket of thorn bushes and started climbing the nearest, tallest tree with a terrifying silence. I was furious. "What are you doing? Get down here! That's cowardice!" I hissed up into the dark canopy. "Every minute we waste, we lose 5 miles of security." His voice drifted down, cold and calm, like a drill instructor. "Your power leaves a trace, Lyra. Their surveillance is designed to follow a desperate sorceress's movements. You're prioritizing speed, I'm prioritizing invisibility." I opened my mouth to argue that my magic was subtle enough, but before the words could leave my throat, I heard it, a low, insectile hum, followed by a small, nearly invisible drone sweeping silently across the tree line just where we had emerged. It wasn't looking for our bodies. Its sensor was checking the air for residual magical energy. The light flickered and died almost instantly, but the quick, sharp ping of that sensor was all the proof he needed. He dropped lightly back to the ground, his eyes already searching for new tracks. "That's why we don't run a straight line." I bit back the argument, hating the cold, terrifying fact that he had been right. If we were going to survive the day, I had to stop thinking like a target and start trusting his military mind. The silence that fell between us wasn't peace. It was the quiet, reluctant acknowledgement that, for the moment, his life-saving logic was the only thing that mattered. Then he pulled a heavy, tightly rolled pack from his satchel, tossing it at my feet. It was the repulsive, sickening color of my nightmares, a heavy, textured gray, the uniform of the enemy soldiers. "Put it on," he commanded, already moving away to check the road. I stared at the rough, cold fabric, bile rising in my throat. I couldn't. I snatched the gear up and threw it back at him. "Never," I told him, my voice shaking with sudden, fresh defiance. "You can kill me yourself, but I will not wear their colors." It felt like a total violation of everything I was. He stopped, turned, and his eyes were completely indifferent to my outrage. "It's not about your pride, Lyra. It's camouflage. Your magical signature is radiating like a beacon. That material dampens it. Put the gear on, or I'll use the controls on my arm to force the straps to lock." He walked toward me slowly, and I knew he wasn't bluffing. I snatched the bulky gear up again, the stiff fabric already feeling like a terrible, suffocating weight, as I pulled it over my thin tunic. The moment I started trying to fasten the thick harness, the embedded enchantments in the fabric felt like a cold, paralyzing clamp against my chest, actively trying to choke out my own innate power. A dull, Constant achy settled in my joints. I hissed as I struggled with a buckle near my shoulder, unable to fasten the harsh material. Ryan stepped up behind me, reaching over my shoulder. His fingers were cold, efficient, and careful not to linger as he adjusted the strap across my chest. "It needs to be tight to work," he murmured, the heat of his breath on my neck. He pulled the strap rigid, and the agonizing, chafing sensation against my suppressed energy intensified. I stood there, silent, trapped not just in his gear, but in his unavoidable proximity. I couldn't argue, and I couldn't move. The suffocating control was already unbearable. "Down!" His order was a barely audible grunt as he threw his weight against me, shoving us both into a shallow, muddy ditch near the road. The sound of heavy boots was already crunching on the gravel just above our heads. We didn't even have time to breathe. The moment forced our bodies into the closest possible contact. His shoulder was wedged against mine, and the hard, unyielding pressure of his body was the only thing keeping me from pushing up and betraying us both. I focused fiercely on quieting my breathing and, more importantly, controlling the frantic beat of my heart. The cursed link meant that any sudden rush of my uncontrolled panic would transfer, making us both shiver and potentially giving away our position. We were frozen in place, utterly dependent on absolute stillness. Just as the patrol passed directly over us, a blinding beam of light from the lead soldier's helmet swept along the floor of the ditch. The light hit Ryan first, but before I could panic, he tilted his body, a small, barely perceptible movement, to use his broad back as a shield, covering me completely from the glare. It was pure instinct, a move of reluctant protection, and it made me feel terrifyingly safe. The light passed, the boots moved on. The profound, heavy silence that followed was broken only by the sound of our two shared, ragged breaths. You won't believe how strange that was. A moment like that, pressed together in the dirt with the threat so close, should make you want to scream. But when the light went out, I felt a terrible sense of belonging. I knew the metallic scent of his uniform and the rough texture of his jacket better than I knew my own thoughts. I realized then, with a chilling clarity, that I was already growing accustomed to the presence of the man sworn to kill me. That terrifying familiarity was the real trap. We had to move before the second patrol arrived, but the terrifying sense of intimacy lingered. The quiet break didn't last long. Ryan was methodically checking the contents of his worn military supply pack, his movements cold and efficient. He stopped, his expression hardening as he pulled out the only full canteen. He tucked it immediately into a secured pouch on his own chest harness, leaving the nearly empty bottle for me. "No," I protested, lunging forward for the water. "Give that back. You took all the high-calorie food earlier. You can't take the water too." I felt a sudden, desperate surge of panic at the thought of being stranded without water. He held the canteen away from me, his face a cold mask of calculation. "I'm taking it," he stated flatly. "You're already running on minimal energy. I have to maintain optimal combat effectiveness. If I go down, you die. That water is going toward keeping me operational." His logic was brutal, prioritizing his life as the most valuable asset for our shared survival. "You're a monster," I accused him, the words tasting like metal. "You'd let me die of thirst, just to guarantee your own safe escape." As he secured the canteen, his hand brushed against mine. A momentary, neutral touch that should have meant nothing. But the instant the contact was made, my heart rate spiked with rage and fear, sending a sudden, electric rush of tension through the cursed link. Ryan's eyes narrowed instantly. He'd felt the surge of emotion, the physical proof of my accusation. He didn't say another word, but he didn't need to. The link had just forced us to acknowledge that our argument wasn't just about water. It was about the sickening ethics of our forced relationship. He walked away then, leaving me furious, thirsty, and deeply aware that he now knew how close he was to breaking my control. The silence following the argument over the water was heavy, broken only by the crunch of leaves under our boots. I had to break the stalemate. We were running aimlessly, guided only by his paranoia. I knew a way out, a long shot, but a real one. "We need to change the objective," I started, keeping my voice low and level. "There's an underground clinic, neutral territory, a few 100 miles east of here. They specialize in deep-tier arcane bonds. If anyone can sever this curse, it's them. It's our only chance to separate and survive. He stopped, scanning the forest edge with his intense military focus, before finally turning his attention to me. That territory is too far. It's a waste of time, and it means moving through the most fortified districts. It means having a plan that doesn't rely on us slowly running out of resources, I countered. I know it's a risk for you, but think about it, a neutral party. No one there is on my side, and certainly no one is on yours. It's logically sound. He stared at me for a long moment, calculating the risk against the reward, calculating my desperation against his need for surgical efficiency. Finally, he gave a sharp, grudging nod. Fine, we move east. But if your neutral party compromises the mission, I end it. The concession felt huge, our first genuine agreement on a strategic objective. But the sheer cost of it immediately landed on us both. The neutral clinic was deep inside a major military supply zone, meaning every mile we traveled from now on would be doubly dangerous for him. His concession had just dramatically increased his risk, a bitter punishment for being logical enough to agree with me. We finally got a break when we found a spot of dead communication, one of those black zones that even the Iron Guard's network couldn't penetrate easily. I pulled out my antique signal emitter, a relic of the old resistance, a piece of magic disguised as a simple handheld device, because I needed to get a message to my contact at the clinic, fast. I started keying in the old, encrypted smuggler sequence I'd memorized years ago. The device beeped softly in the darkness. Stop! Ryan's voice was a low, dangerous growl right behind me. That algorithm is decades old. It's a signature profile. The moment you transmit, they'll have your origin point triangulated. I let out a frustrated breath. It's the only code I have. It works. It's naive, he shot back, his voice thick with professional scorn. You think everyone uses the same outdated security? He reached over my shoulder, the bulky gray fabric of his uniform pressing into my back. Here, you need to use current cycle displacement. It'll compress the data profile and randomize the ping location. He took my hand, his palm rough and solid against mine, and started guiding my thumb over the device's keys, showing me the necessary corrections. It was a humiliating moment of total reliance. My hand was shaking with nerves and fatigue, and the only thing stabilizing it, the only thing that allowed the complex new code to transmit, was the steady, unwanted pressure of his fingers over mine. The contact was necessary, and it was extended, far longer than either of us was comfortable with, as we waited for the brief acknowledgement ping. He'd just taken my water, criticized my ethics, and now he was teaching me how to hide better from his own people. You know, I realized then the sickening irony. The man who had been sent to execute me was the only reason I was still alive, and I needed his efficiency. His cold, calculating logic, just to make it to the next sunrise. Right after that, we hit the riverbank hard. The water was wide, cold, and fast. Too much to wade across safely, but it was exactly what I needed. I can do this, I told him, already dropping the despised Iron Guard gear from my shoulders. I can use the current to lift us. It'll only take a second, and it's faster than trying to find a crossing. I started pulling on the elemental currents of the river, feeling the familiar, thrilling tug of the magic in my veins. The surface began to churn slightly, responding to my will. But Ryan grabbed my wrist, his grip immediate and agonizingly tight. I gasped, the sudden pain shooting up my arm. The movement shattered my concentration, and the water immediately went slack. No, he said, his voice flat with absolute authority. Don't be an idiot. That magic leaves a trail. A Seer signature on moving water is like a blinking neon sign to a tactical mage. It's better to lose 6 hours than give them a precise vector for tracking. I wrenched my arm away, the skin stinging from his touch. 6 hours is time we don't have. Thanks to your slow military pace, we could be across in 60 seconds. We're taking the detour, he cut me off. He didn't look back as he began moving upstream along the muddy bank, heading for the bridge he'd spotted on his initial scout. The conflict wasn't over, though. As I trailed him, furious, a dull, deep throbbing started in my temple, radiating through my body. It was the curse's way of punishing me. The instant I tried to use my Seer magic against his explicit, survival-focused will, the tether reacted, sending a wave of mutual, low-grade pain right to the core of the bond. My magic felt like a betrayal. I had to clench my jaw against the constant rhythmic ache, knowing he felt it too. A constant, ugly reminder of his control. We were moving through thick underbrush, following the long route to the bridge. Ryan hadn't said a word since he'd overruled my magic. He suddenly stopped, pivoting to face me, his hand settling on the grip of his sidearm, not threatening me, but indicating extreme focus. "The bond?" he demanded, his eyes intense. "Tell me everything about it. Don't give me the Seer political rhetoric. Give me the medical intelligence. How was it cast? What was the intent?" He was looking past the current situation, past the fact that he was chasing me and seeing only a tactical problem that needed solving. I hesitated. I'd been ordered to keep the true nature of the mission secret, even from my own people. But looking at the cold determination in his face, I knew he wouldn't move another step without an answer. "It wasn't meant for me," I admitted, lowering my voice. It was the first real vulnerability I'd shown. It was designed to be an assassination tool. It tethers the life force to the target, a forced link. It was meant to bind the commander to a rival, so when the rival was executed, the commander would die too. I failed. I intercepted it myself. The words cost me, felt like confessing utter failure. As I spoke the lie, or the partial truth, a sudden spike hit the link, a jolt of nervous energy that wasn't painful, but intensely sharp. It was my pulse, hammering out the rhythm of my fear and shame. Ryan's eyes flickered, barely perceptibly, as he registered the instant spike through the tether. He didn't need a medical scanner. He could feel the tremor of my emotional admission, confirming in his mind that I was finally giving up crucial information. He nodded once, a gesture of grim understanding, and started moving again. The connection felt deeper now, charged not just with pain, but with the secret I just shared. We had to divert from the river and cut through a stretch of abandoned industrial ruins. Ryan, moving with the practiced stealth of a predator, pointed toward a small, corroded iron guard storage container, half buried in the rubble. It was a ration cache. We ripped it open and found sealed foil packs of military MREs. Ryan sorted through the pile instantly, his hands moving with brutal speed. He immediately took every single one of the high-calorie protein bars and high-energy gels, the survival packs meant for peak physical exertion, and loaded them into his harness. He left me with only the low-grade, dusty carbohydrate bricks and plain nutrient paste. "What are you doing?" I snapped, staring at the meager pile he'd left me. "Are you serious? You're hoarding the best food again? You already took the water." He didn't even look up from securing his pack. "I am maintaining combat efficacy," he said, his voice flat and unforgivably cold. "My capacity for extended high-threat engagement is vastly superior to yours. Therefore, the caloric priority is mine. Your rations are sufficient for low-impact movement." "It's resource hoarding," I whisper-yelled, fury boiling over. "It's not efficacy, it's self-preservation. You're deliberately trying to starve me down to nothing." Our argument, though kept to a low, hissed volume, was sharp, full of venom, and it lasted too long. Suddenly, a sound cut through our fighting. A low, guttural snarl from the shadowed trees 15 yards away. Then another, closer. The loud, abrasive friction of our argument had drawn something out, something feral that the Iron Guard patrols hadn't cleared. We both froze, realizing instantly what we'd done. The petty, stupid fight over food had put us in danger, forcing Ryan to draw his weapon and stand point while I scrambled to reshoulder my pack. It was the height of absurdity. Here we were, linked by a life-and-death curse, running from a fascist regime that wanted us both dead, and what were we fighting about? Who got the bigger meal bar? The external threats were cosmic. The stakes were total. But our internal conflict was so petty, so normal. You won't believe how much that normalized the terror. We were enemies, sure, but in that moment, we were just two exhausted people arguing over food, completely dependent on the other to stay alive. We stopped to rest for a few hours before the long march through the main district. Ryan went into a sleep cycle immediately, utterly still and quiet, leaning against a tree root with his rifle across his knees. I wasn't stupid. I knew he was only lightly sleeping, that his military training meant he'd be awake and aiming before I took 2 steps. But the resentment from the ration argument still burned, and the knowledge that he was deliberately trying to weaken me made me reckless. His pack was right next to his hip. I waited, breathing shallowly, listening to the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing that, thanks to the tether, I could practically feel echoing in my own chest. I slid my hand agonizingly slowly toward his bag. I needed to test the limits of his control. I needed to know if I could regain some small sliver of power in this awful partnership. I managed to pull out one of his high-calorie packs, the dark, compact squares of engineered protein, and replaced it with one of my useless, dusty carbohydrate bricks. The movement was tiny, less than an inch, but as my fingers brushed his harness straps, a faint, metallic tremor passed through my hand, and I felt a corresponding tremor in his. The shared tension was electric. A small, involuntary shudder that started deep in his chest and finished in my fingertips. He didn't move. He didn't open his eyes. But I knew, with chilling certainty, that he'd felt the contact, and he'd registered the small act of covert defiance. I retreated just as slowly, gripping the stolen ration like it was a weapon. The light shifted, a pale gray bleeding through the forest canopy, signaling it was time to move. I was pretending to organize my pack when Ryan's eyes snapped open. There was no slow transition, no grogginess, just immediate, sharp awareness. He reached for his pack, securing the straps, and his hand naturally went to the pocket where the stolen high-calorie pack was supposed to be. His fingers touched the rough, thinner foil of the carbohydrate brick I'd replaced it with. His entire body stilled. He didn't say a word. He didn't even drop the pack. He simply lifted his head and looked directly at me. It wasn't an angry look. It wasn't accusatory or even surprised. It was a single, intense, neutral look that held a mountain of acknowledgement. He knew exactly what I'd done, and he was choosing to ignore the transgression. It was a weird, confusing concession. He was admitting I'd won that round, giving up a small piece of his control over the resources he was hoarding. That moment of silent acknowledgement was physically intense. We were both locked in a stare, the air thick and utterly still, and I could feel the emotional charge of the exchange strain the curse's connection. My adrenaline spiked, his pulse didn't quicken, but a deep, resonating hum started right behind my ribs, a sensation that had nothing to do with pain and everything to do with the heavy, shared weight of the lie he was letting me keep. It felt like the unspoken understanding, the sheer emotional weight of that concession, had tethered us tighter than any magic ever could. He broke the gaze first, swinging his rifle up and stepping back into the shadows. I realized then just how little I knew about real survival. We were running low on fresh cordage, and Ryan didn't trust the thin, frayed rope holding my pack shut. He pulled a length of the Iron Guard issue line from his own gear, thick and dark green. Without preamble, he tossed one end to me. "Military release knot," he muttered, keeping his eyes on the skyline. "If you need to get out of gear instantly, or cut a tie without a blade, you use this. Your Seer knots take too long." His bluntness stung, but the truth was, my own ropes were mostly decorative. My survival was a job for his training, not mine. I watched him work the first pass, his fingers moving with brutal, efficient speed. When it was my turn, I couldn't replicate the precision. My hands were too clumsy, too used to shaping magic, not fiber. "Stop moving your wrist," he instructed, his voice flat. Then he stepped closer and took my hands in his. The contact was immediate, heavy, and entirely necessary. He wrapped his larger, calloused hands around mine, not gently, but with absolute purpose, forcing my fingers to grip the rope the way an Iron Guard recruit would. He guided me through the complex pattern, his chest barely an inch from my shoulder. His proximity felt like a physical pressure, not just from his body, but from the raw, silent fact that he was teaching me how to survive using the very skills he was supposed to use to end me. For long moments, his focus was entirely on the intricate pattern of rope and on the feel of my hands beneath his, the intimate touch enforced by necessity. When he finally stepped back, the knot was perfect, ready to be undone in a single silent tug. I stared down at the rope, feeling the absence of his warmth. I could tie it perfectly now. I had learned a way to live from the man I hated. That was the worst feeling, you know? Not the pain, not the running, but the dawning, horrible realization that his cold, calculated efficiency wasn't just saving his own life. It was becoming the bedrock of mine. I was learning to lean on him, and that was more terrifying than any capture. We were hugging the tree line when I heard it, the low, characteristic thrum of an Iron Guard airship far overhead. Rian immediately dropped to a crouch, pulling me down with him. But this noise wasn't standard patrol traffic. The hum was strangely muted, blurred, as if the craft was cloaked in something other than typical Iron Guard technology. It was a faint sound, but to my Seer senses, it was a discordant wrongness, like a missing note in a symphony. "That's not routine," I hissed. "They're trying to hide its signature. That means it's targeting something important, something outside the usual patrols. They're looking for us, and that technology is new." My instinct, the one that had served me for years, was to reach out with my power, to extend my awareness just far enough to latch onto the faint, magical distortion around the ship. If I could get a trace, I could tell Rian exactly what kind of technology we were facing. And, more importantly, where the commander was focusing his resources. I started the movement, pulling the magic up, a rush of cold air tingling in my hands. I was focused entirely on the fading sound when Ryan's arm shot out, not guiding me, but slamming me flat onto the forest floor. The impact knocked the breath out of me, and the attempt at magic was instantly overridden by brute, practical force. "Are you insane?" he demanded, pressing his weight down on my shoulder until I couldn't move. "You just broadcast a beacon. Your magic lights up the whole valley to their military sensors, even if the ship is cloaked." A sharp, searing jolt shot through my arm and flared in my chest, a spike of pure, retributive agony. The curse was punishing my attempt to use magic against his will, against his tactical knowledge. It was a brief, blinding flash of mutual pain, a clear consequence for my insubordination. I gasped, the pain momentarily wiping the desire for defiance right out of my mind. He waited for the agony to pass, then slowly released his weight. "You use my knowledge," he told me, his face inches from mine, his eyes hard. "Not your instincts. Your instincts will get us both killed." The clinic was maybe an hour's hike past the next landmark, a massive, jagged ravine that cut the landscape in half. It was maybe 300 feet across, far too wide to jump, and dropped sheer into shadow. "I can do this fast," I told Rian, already reaching for the magic, thinking of a smooth, invisible air current to lift us across. A quick shield, a lift, and we're over the gap in 10 seconds. He shook his head before I finished the sentence. "No, that uses energy we don't have, and your signature will carry across the plane on that wind current. It's too risky. We climb." I stared at the sheer, crumbling rock face. "Climb? That'll take hours. We'll be exposed the whole time." "The path is indirect, but it's quiet," he said, already strapping the heavy rope we found earlier to his harness. "The long route is the safe route." The refusal was infuriating, but after the pain from the airship incident, I couldn't risk another magical spike. We spent the next 3 hours descending the ravine wall and then climbing the far side. Every step was a battle. It was a miserable, grueling process. The walls were loose, and the sun beat down on us. I had to stay close enough to Rian so that he could constantly monitor my progress, ensuring I didn't fall or freeze up, which would send a wave of debilitating stress through our shared link. We were constantly within sight and sound of each other, forced to maintain that tether's stability. If I slipped, he'd have to react before the shared panic from the fall overwhelmed us both. He didn't offer help, not really, but he never moved far enough ahead to break the invisible thread between us. He was a silent, infuriating metronome of muscle and control, forcing me to match his exhausting pace up the sheer rock. Every time I had to reach for a high handhold, every time my foot slipped and I gasped, I was hyper-aware of his gaze and the electric, painful possibility that my weakness would become his. We were halfway up the final ascent of the ravine wall, the air thin and my muscles screaming. Rian was 10 feet above me, finding toeholds that looked barely possible. The strain was exhausting, made worse by the need to maintain the steady, mutual flow of the tether, the invisible chain that demanded neither of us panic or push too far from the other. He reached for a thick, jutting piece of slate, aiming to haul himself onto a small ledge. As his full weight transferred, the rock shifted with a low, grinding sound. It was going to break free. I saw the sudden, minute widening of his eyes, the almost imperceptible flicker of shock and panic that rippled through our link just before the rockfall started. I didn't think. I couldn't afford the curse's pain, but I also couldn't afford for him to fall. He was our anchor. In one swift, purely nonverbal act, I pulled the smallest possible amount of air magic. Not enough to look like a weapon, just a quick, sharp burst beneath his boot. It was the absolute minimum I could use without risking the pain spike again. A subtle gust of pure, stabilizing force. The movement was instant and hidden. The gust caught his falling foot just as the rock broke free, allowing him to plant his weight on the solid wall before the slide took him. He made the ledge, pulling himself up onto the solid platform. The sudden, brief expenditure of power left me dizzy. The world tilted, the rock face swaying around me, and I felt the familiar wave of magical weakness wash over my body. When I finally reached the ledge and hauled myself over, I stumbled, my vision gray and swimming. Rian caught me instantly, his hand clamping around my bicep to steady me before I could slump onto the precarious ledge. He looked down at me, and I looked up at him, panting, our faces close. Neither of us spoke about the air current, about the brief, necessary moment of shared magic that had kept us both alive. He didn't acknowledge the save, and I didn't risk the pain of claiming it, but the shift was undeniable. I was panting, reliant, weak. He was efficient, stable, and strong. Yet, in that single second of action, I was the one who was his reluctant protector. It was a terrifying inversion of roles. I knew then that the curse wasn't just binding two prisoners, it was forging two co-conspirators. I had just saved the man sworn to kill me. We made it out of the ravine, exhausted but intact, and started moving across the rocky, uneven plateau toward the safe zone. Rian slowed suddenly, kneeling by a pile of fractured basalt. He wasn't scanning for traps. He was looking for something specific. He ran his fingers over the edge of a small, oddly shaped stone, then pulled out his Iron Guard comm unit. He pressed a low-light sensor against the rock, and a faint, nearly invisible blue glyph blinked to life on the screen. It was an encoded marker left by another member of his unit, a subordinate, maybe. Ryan's jaw tightened as he quickly translated the sequence. "What is it?" I asked, my voice dry from the climb. He closed the comm unit, his eyes distant. "It's a tracking grid update. My commander, the man who put this curse on us, he's not just looking for us, he's actively tracking us. This marker pinpoints our last location from 12 hours ago. He knows our general heading toward the clinic." A wave of pure, cold fury hit me, instantly overriding the exhaustion. I rounded on him. "You led us here. You knew the Iron Guard would be flooding this area. This wasn't a mistake. You were leading us right into a trap, hoping your commander would catch me before the healer got a look at your neck." "No," he clipped back, his voice dangerously low. He held up the comm unit, proving his honesty. "This is proof that I was right to avoid the open routes. If I were setting a trap, I wouldn't share the counterintelligence. I wouldn't be running at all. I would have already killed you." The external threat, the commander's active hunt, was escalating, and the stress of the friction boiled over into our shared connection. I felt a visceral flicker pass across my spine, a sensation of mutual, paralyzing cold fear that wasn't mine alone. It felt like standing outside on a freezing night, stripped bare, the cold settling deep into my bones. And I knew he felt it too. It was the curse reflecting the high stakes, demanding we both acknowledge the terror of being hunted by his own people. The fear was a shared punishment for the suspicion that still lived between us. The chilling fear from the curse finally subsided, leaving me shaky but focused. Ryan's grim discovery of the tracking marker meant their dragnet wasn't just approaching. It was already in place, tightening around us. His military training was useless against a truly invisible, magical net. And I knew this was a Seer problem now. "We stopped moving," I said, rubbing my temples. "Give me 60 seconds. He didn't argue this time. He just dropped his pack and scanned the horizon, his body becoming a silent wall of vigilance. It was the first time he had given me his full tactical trust, conceding that his strength was now secondary to my unique skill. I closed my eyes and reached out past the fear, past the exhaustion, forcing my future sight to pierce the immediate chaos. The energy flared up, cold and blinding, pushing through the noise of the incoming Iron Guard forces. I saw patterns. The magnetic sweeps of a detector drone, the placement of a concealed sniper team, the thermal trace of two scouts about to cross paths on the only decent game trail. The dragnet was precise, methodical, and closing fast. The intensity of the vision was overwhelming. It wasn't just a map, it was a sensory explosion of future probabilities. I opened my eyes with a gasp, the world shimmering back into focus, and the sudden drop in energy made my knees buckle. Rian was there before I hit the ground. He caught me by the shoulders and immediately pulled my body against his side, forcing me to lean on him completely. The curse flared with a strong, deep current, not of pain, but of overwhelming emotional proximity, a silent acknowledgement of the sheer physical cost of the power I had just used. "Which way?" he demanded, ignoring the way my head was resting on his harness. I pointed a trembling finger through a dense patch of stunted ironwood trees. "Not the game trail, cut west, hard and low. We have to cross the dried creek bed immediately. The drone sweep hits that sector in 4 minutes." He didn't question the route. He took my weight, shoving his shoulder into my side, turning my knowledge into his action. 4 minutes, he repeated, and without another word, he started moving. He was following my vision perfectly, relying entirely on the fragile, exhausting truth I had just paid for with my last reserves of strength. We stumbled into the tree line, pushing past the low-hanging branches of the last thicket for the open scrub where the clinic was supposed to be waiting. The commander's patrol was too close now. I could feel the invisible sweep of their sensors passing nearby. We needed to disappear entirely, and my sight alone wouldn't do it. I dropped my pack, panting, and forced my hands out, channeling every last thin thread of power I had left. The light I drew felt cold and brittle, the magic coming out in shuddering waves as I wove it into a thick veil around the patch of pines we stood in. It wasn't a visible shield. It was a cloak against magnetic resonance and heat, a trick to blind Iron Guard technology. The light flared and then snapped into place, leaving a chilling echo in the air. The effort drained me to the marrow, instantly. My knees gave out, and I caught myself against the tree trunk, my muscles trembling so violently, I couldn't stop them. Rian took a step toward me, his brow furrowed, a low sound escaping his throat. "Don't move," I hissed, my voice thin with desperation and pure exhaustion. I couldn't stand him touching me right now, couldn't stand the sight of his pity. "The shield is up. It's working. Now you have to stay silent. Give me some space. Just stand there." He stopped, his expression hardening immediately at the harsh, unfair order. I could see the sharp retort forming behind his eyes, some cold, military remark about my lack of control, but the words never made it out. A sudden, sharp pain slammed into my ribs and chest, hot and paralyzing, a brutal reminder of how far I'd pushed past my limit. It was my collapse, but it became his agony instantly. He gasped, his hands flying up to brace himself against the tree, the muscles in his neck standing out like cords as he fought the urge to cry out. The flare punished both of us equally for my weakness, a brutal, silent enforcement of my command to stay still. He had to bite back the anger and the pain just to keep from falling over. We stood there, pinned against the trees by the shared silent consequence of my exhausted magic. We were hidden from the enemy, but now we were trapped by each other's suffering. We waited, motionless, until the lingering sting of the curse had faded. The silence of the forest was deafening now, emphasizing the fact that the Iron Guard patrol had moved on, completely fooled by my weak, exhausted ward. We were close enough to the hidden clinic that we could risk the final step, sending the signal for extraction. I shifted to reach for the small, low-frequency device in my pack, the one I'd need to contact my allies. Rian moved faster. He knelt, pulled out the clean, folded square of cloth from his gear pouch, the pristine white of it stark against the dark green camo, and held it out to me. He didn't speak. It was a final, small act of pure efficiency before we stepped back into the world. I was covered in dirt, dried sweat, and the grime of the ravine. He needed me to be presentable, to be someone worthy of rescue, or perhaps just to stop looking like a pathetic fugitive. I took the cloth from his hand, our fingers brushed, and I felt the familiar, low current of the bond, a constant hum now. But neither of us acknowledged it. I started to wipe the dirt from my face, cleaning the dark streaks from my cheeks. He didn't turn away to check the perimeter as he usually would. His eyes remained fixed on me, watching the motion of the cloth, the small, intimate process of me washing the evidence of our desperate escape from my skin. His gaze lingered. It was neither aggressive nor kind, just absolute, focused attention. It was a terrible thing. It was a moment of vulnerability more profound than being wounded. I had faced his rage, his cold logic, and his tactical skills, but I was completely unprepared for the emotional charge of being seen by him in this way. I was his prisoner, his enemy, yet he watched me clean my face, his presence amplified by the curse, until he was the only thing I could feel. That's what broke me in those early hours. Not the constant danger, but the knowledge that my heart was linked to the man who wanted to kill me. And that simple, utilitarian care felt far more terrifying than any threat. I was about to be safe, but I was more exposed than I'd ever been. I put the signaling device away, the sudden silence of the forest feeling heavy and pregnant with risk. We didn't have the luxury of waiting long. We had to move on the information I'd gathered earlier. The clinic was just a safe point, not the ultimate answer. The answer, the only thing that could sever the curse, was hidden in the Seer archive. The monastery, I told him, already checking my harness straps. It's 2 miles north of here, built over the old sacred grounds. The archive is underneath the main chapel. He immediately moved away from the tree, not toward me, but in a wide semicircle, scanning the surrounding rock formations. He wasn't looking for a path, he was looking for iron guard tracking strips or sensor arrays. He already knew the terrain. He turned back, his expression tight with disapproval. A monastery. You're leading us to the most obvious sentimental risk on the map. Every sacred site is monitored. They expect your kind to return to your shrines. It's not sentimental, I snapped back, hating the dismissive tone in his voice. It's hidden behind a magical seal that only seers can open. It's protected by centuries of old magic. Your Iron Guard technology won't even register it. He just shook his head, looking utterly unimpressed by my conviction. Sentiment is a tactical weakness. It means you're blinded by loyalty when you should be looking for the simplest route. We reached the base of a massive cracked stone wall, the original foundation of the old structure. I put my hands against the stone, beginning to push my tired magic into the hidden seal. The rock groaned, but the seal was unstable from centuries of neglect, threatening to snap shut or simply explode if I rushed it. I had to focus every shred of energy, channeling it carefully along the fractures. Suddenly, Ryan's large, rough hand pressed firmly against the small of my back, bracing my weight against the cold stone. His body was a wall behind mine, forcing me to remain absolutely steady and still. The intimacy was shocking, but the gesture was entirely practical. He was providing the stable platform I needed, his military training taking precedence over our mutual hatred. The seal finally gave way with a low, grinding sound, revealing a black void beneath the stone. I gasped, releasing the energy, completely drained. Ryan held me there for a few more seconds, his grip firm, until he was sure I wasn't going to collapse. He didn't trust my judgment, but he trusted my magic. And in that moment, pressed against his immovable body in the darkness, I hated the fact that I was forced to expose my greatest vulnerability to the one person who should never have been allowed to see it. We dropped down through the hole and into the tunnel beneath the foundation. It was absolute, suffocating darkness. My eyes, even with the residual boost from my seer power, couldn't pierce the gloom. The air down here was thick with dust and the chill of wet stone. Ryan pulled a small device from his pack. Not a cheap flashlight, but a piece of Iron Guard low-light technology strapped across his head. It cast no beam visible to the naked eye, but the soft green glow reflected only on his face told me he could see everything. Suddenly, he was the only guide. My magical senses, my intuition, my very sight were useless here. I had to rely completely on the man who had been hunting me for 3 weeks. He moved forward without a word. I had to follow closely, my hands outstretched, terrified of tripping over an unseen obstacle. To keep the flow seamless and silent, I instinctively pressed my hand flat against the heavy fabric of his field jacket, just near his back. It was a nonverbal tether, a reluctant acceptance that his competence was now my vision. The warmth of his body through the cold cloth was the only reassurance I had that I wasn't utterly alone down there. The tunnel was old, built on fault lines. A low, shuddering rumble started beneath our feet, a deep tremor that made the loose rocks around us clatter. "Wait," I tried to whisper, but the small earthquake hit, sharper and faster than I expected. The ground lurched, throwing me off balance. I stumbled forward, my momentum carrying me right into him. My head bumped softly against his back, just between his shoulder blades. He barely flinched, his posture remaining rigid and focused, but the contact was undeniable. We were fused in the darkness by the necessity of his sight, and then suddenly fused by the sheer instability of the ground. The curse flared, a brief, suffocating spike of shared anxiety and physical shock that radiated out from the point of impact. It was the deepest, most agonizing moment of reliance yet. I needed his vision to live, and the earth itself forced our bodies together in the dark. Ryan's light guided us deeper through the twisting maintenance tunnels until we hit a dead end, a heavy, reinforced steel plate set into the rock. It wasn't the final archive door, but an inner security measure. I immediately recognized the craftsmanship. It was old, built by my ancestors, but it was purely mechanical, not magical. A series of interlocking gears were set into the surface, forming a complex puzzle. I was too impatient for slow mechanisms. My energy had just recovered slightly, and I wasn't waiting for him to fiddle with it. I lifted my hand, intending to push a small, sharp burst of kinetic energy into the lock, twisting the gears open by force. Before the magic even fully left my fingers, Ryan's hand shot out. He gripped my wrist hard, silencing the surge before it could bloom. "Don't," he ordered, his voice a low, rough rasp in the darkness. "It's a resonance lock. Mechanical, not etheric. Hit it with magic, and it triggers a sonic alarm in the main building. We'd be swarmed in 90 seconds. The rebuke stung, not just because I'd nearly made a catastrophic mistake, but because he'd anticipated my impulsive reaction instantly. "You should have said something," I hissed, trying to pull my hand away. "You should have looked at the mechanism," he retorted, releasing my wrist with a slight shove that forced me to step back. But the small flare of magic I'd summoned, the reckless burst that failed to hit the lock, was still mine. And the curse punished the impulse instantly. A sharp, burning pain like a whip crack snapped through my arm and into my chest. It wasn't just my pain. Ryan grimaced, his jaw tightening as he felt the reciprocal shock. The curse was punishing my sheer impulsiveness, striking us both for daring to rush the process with forbidden power. I had been stopped, shamed, and then painfully penalized by the Link for using the wrong tool on the job. Now we were back to his pace, his rules, and his frustrating competence. He ignored my angry huff from the last exchange and immediately got to work. He dropped onto one knee in the dirt, opening a small, narrow pouch on his belt. It was full of iron guard tools, not brute force implements, but delicate wires and tiny, intricate probes. He was a master key maker, not just a brute commander. "The light?" he whispered, his voice incredibly quiet. "I need it right here." I had to use a small flicker of my power, carefully cupping the weak bluish glow of ether in my palm. I lowered my hand until it was just above his head, the light spilling over the complex mechanisms of the lock and illuminating the intense concentration in his face. The process was slow, quiet, and maddeningly intimate. He worked with a focused stillness I hadn't expected. The cold, efficient warrior had vanished, replaced by a man engaged in a highly technical craft. He maneuvered the tiny tools with a grace that demanded patience and precision, listening to the almost inaudible click of the old gears. It was a skill entirely separate from his brutality, and I felt a disturbing, reluctant admiration for the hidden depth this competence represented. My hand was hovering inches above his short, dark hair. I could feel the faint warmth radiating off his scalp. I had to hold perfectly still, every minor tremor in my arm potentially making him slip and trigger the alarm. Every breath he took, every infinitesimal shift of his weight as he concentrated, I felt through the air and through the tether. I hated being this close, forced to illuminate the face of the enemy, but I needed the archives more than I needed my pride. I watched the tense line of his jaw, the sweat beginning to bead at his temples under the strain. And I realized that the shared suffering of the curse meant that his success was now my own. His mastery was what kept us alive. The complex mechanical lock clicked open, a sound so small yet so final in the oppressive quiet of the tunnel. Ryan immediately dropped his lockpicks. He didn't even look at the mechanism. Instead, his entire body shifted, radiating alarm. He was drawing his blade from its sheath, the dark metal hissing quietly against the leather. Before I could ask what he saw, the heavy door slid inward, not with a mechanical hum, but with the sound of grinding stone. Then, the chamber beyond filled with a sickening flicker of inner light. It wasn't clean electricity. It was old etheric energy, cycling on and off. Something was active inside. "Threat," Ryan bit out, his voice sharp and low, immediately signaling danger. He didn't ask me to move. He barked a cold, specific instruction, treating me like a low-ranking subordinate whose life depended entirely on his efficiency. "Behind the wall, 5 paces. Now, stay low until I scan the perimeter." I bristled. I was no recruit. I was a seer, and my perception of the danger was probably sharper than his. But the moment his command hit my ears, I moved. I didn't think about it. I just obeyed the cold, precise tactical positioning he demanded. My feet carried me 5 paces back, right as the light inside stabilized into a sickly yellow glow. The sudden flood of adrenaline was overwhelming, but it wasn't just my own. The moment Ryan went into high-alert combat mode, I felt it. The curse tethered our bodies, and the panic caused a sharp, visceral spike in his heart rate that vibrated through my own chest. It was a frantic, terrifying thump, thump, thump that told me he wasn't just ready for a fight. He was already anticipating the kill. It was the strange, terrifying duality of our link. I hated the sound of his command, the way it stripped away my identity and forced obedience. But at the same time, I knew with bone-deep certainty that his cold, specific instruction and the visceral, terrified trust his racing heart commanded was the only thing standing between us and whatever waited inside the archive. I hated his command, but I trusted his ability to protect us both. I stayed against the wall, following Ryan's order, while he used the corner of the doorway to peer into the main archive. The yellow light of the inner chamber revealed the threat immediately. Not Iron Guard soldiers, but huge, slow-moving, automated Seer constructs. They were ancient sentinels, built from carved stone and animated by complex rune work, the very same kind used to guard the highest echelons of our old government. Ryan's stance went from tense to analytical. He didn't rush in. After a second of observation, he slowly and silently sheathed his blade. That move, the quiet, hard choice not to fight with force, was his unspoken recognition of my superior knowledge. He had nothing that could break them, but I knew exactly how they worked. He glanced back at me, the question clear in his eyes. "What now?" "They're not meant to kill," I whispered, stepping forward. "They're meant to confuse. They emit a mind-numbing field that scrambles concentration. It's slow, but it makes you forget why you're here. It'll stop any trained mind in its tracks." I could see the effect starting to hit him already. His posture was still rigid, but there was a flicker of something uncertain in his eyes, a microsecond of lag in his reaction time that I felt instantly through the tether. The mental static was hitting him hard. His Iron Guard training prepared him for explosions and bullets, not silent, pervasive magical decay. I had to act fast. I reached deep inside, drawing on the quietest parts of my power, and built a thin, invisible, etheric shield around us both. The shield wasn't for physical protection. It was designed only to reinforce his mental clarity against the field. It wrapped around Ryan like a second skin, channeling my sharp focus into his mind, pushing back the mental fog that wanted to swallow his tactical sense. The connection was cold, intensely focused, and absolutely necessary. I was pouring my essence into the man I was sworn to hate, using my power not to fight the enemy, but to sustain him against an enemy only I could see. I needed him alert, and for the first time, he needed my magic more than his own steel. With my shield holding the mind-numbing field at bay, we had a small window. The constructs were massive, slow, and followed wide, predictable sweeping patterns down the dusty rows of archive shelves. My knowledge meant I could read their timing perfectly, and Ryan's agility meant he could execute the moves. "Wait for the sweep on the right," I breathed, my eyes fixed on the rune patterns. "When the third sentinel passes the pillar, we go. Fast." He gave a slight, wordless nod, coiled and ready. We launched into a quick, synchronized sprint, me matching my steps to his longer stride, navigating the tight labyrinth of shelves in a desperate, coordinated dash. It was a bizarre, flawless dance, the enemy and the hunted, moving as one perfect shadow. We wove between the tall, shadowed columns, ducking beneath the massive, slow arms of the sentinels. But I'm not a soldier. I'm a scholar. My focus was split between reading the danger and maintaining the shield. Near the end of the second row, my foot snagged on a chunk of fallen masonry. I stumbled, my balance vanishing, and suddenly I was falling right into the wide, sweeping path of a construct. A flash of movement, not my slow, magical correction, but Ryan's raw, physical speed. He stopped, planted his foot, and gave me a swift, firm pull to safety. His fingers clamped around my arm, hauling me back against his side. The unexpected force and speed made me chafe at my dependence. I hated that I needed his strength, that my failure was immediately covered by his soldierly reflex. The sheer, physically close maneuver punished me immediately. The sudden, wrenching motion threw my body sideways and forward, and my face grazed his neck, right beneath his ear, a burning, agonizing contact. His skin was hot, damp with exertion. It was a searing, nonverbal intimacy under extreme stress, a primal reminder of the curse. I couldn't even pull away without risking another stumble. We were locked, heart to throat, until the sentinel's shadow passed. The earth stopped trembling, and Ryan's light immediately guided us deeper through the twisting maintenance tunnels, until we hit a dead end, a heavy, reinforced steel plate set into the rock. It wasn't the final archive door, but an inner security measure, a purely mechanical lock of interlocking gears. I was too impatient for slow mechanisms. My energy had just recovered slightly, and I wasn't waiting for him to fiddle with it, so I lifted my hand, intending to push a small sharp burst of kinetic energy into the lock, twisting the gears open by force. Before the magic even fully left my fingers, Ryan's hand shot out. He gripped my wrist hard, silencing the surge before it could bloom. "Don't," he ordered, his voice a low, rough rasp in the darkness. "It's a resonance lock. Mechanical, not etheric. Hit it with magic and it triggers a sonic alarm in the main building. We'd be swarmed in 90 seconds. The rebuke stung, not just because I'd nearly made a catastrophic mistake, but because he'd anticipated my impulsive reaction instantly. "You should have said something," I hissed, trying to pull my hand away. "You should have looked at the mechanism," he retorted, releasing my wrist with a slight shove that forced me to step back. But the small flare of magic I'd summoned, the reckless burst that failed to hit the lock, was still mine. And the curse punished the impulse instantly. A sharp, burning pain, like a whip crack, snapped through my arm and into my chest. It wasn't just my pain. Ryan grimaced, his jaw tightening as he felt the reciprocal shock. The curse was punishing my sheer impulsiveness, striking us both for daring to rush the process with forbidden power. I had been stopped, shamed, and then painfully penalized by the Link for using the wrong tool on the job. Now we were back to his pace, his rules, and his frustrating competence. Ryan ignored my angry huff from the last exchange and immediately got to work. He dropped onto one knee in the dirt, opening a small, narrow pouch on his belt. It was full of iron guard tools, delicate wires and tiny, intricate probes. He was a master keymaker, not just a brute commander. He looked up at me. "The light," he whispered, his voice incredibly quiet. "I need it right here." I had to use a small flicker of my power, carefully cupping the weak, bluish glow of ether in my palm. I lowered my hand until it was just above his head, the light spilling over the complex mechanisms of the lock and illuminating the intense concentration in his face. The process was slow, quiet, and maddeningly intimate. He worked with a focused stillness I hadn't expected. The cold, efficient warrior had vanished, replaced by a man engaged in a highly technical craft. He maneuvered the tiny tools with a grace that demanded patience and precision, listening to the almost inaudible click of the old gears. It was a skill entirely separate from his brutality, and I felt a disturbing, reluctant admiration for the hidden depth this competence represented. My hand was hovering inches above his short, dark hair. I could feel the faint warmth radiating off his scalp. I had to hold perfectly still, every minor tremor in my arm potentially making him slip and trigger the alarm. Every breath he took, every infinitesimal shift of his weight as he concentrated, I felt through the air and through the tether. I hated being this close, forced to illuminate the face of the enemy, but I needed the archives more than I needed my pride. I watched the tense line of his jaw, the sweat beginning to bead at his temples under the strain. And I realized that the shared suffering of the curse meant that his success was now my own. His mastery was what kept us alive. The complex mechanical lock clicked open, a sound so small yet so final in the oppressive quiet of the tunnel. Rian immediately dropped his lockpicks. He didn't even look at the mechanism. Instead, his entire body shifted, radiating alarm. He was drawing his blade from its sheath, the dark metal hissing quietly against the leather. Before I could ask what he saw, the heavy door slid inward, not with a mechanical hum, but with the sound of grinding stone. Then the chamber beyond filled with a sickening flicker of inner light. It wasn't clean electricity, it was old etheric energy, cycling on and off. Something was active inside. "Threat," Rian bit out, his voice sharp and low, immediately signaling danger. He didn't ask me to move. He barked a cold, specific instruction, treating me like a low-ranking subordinate whose life depended entirely on his efficiency. Behind the wall, 5 paces. Now, stay low until I scan the perimeter. I bristled. I was no recruit. I was a seer, and my perception of the danger was probably sharper than his. But the moment his command hit my ears, I moved. I didn't think about it. I just obeyed the cold, precise, tactical positioning he demanded. My feet carried me 5 paces back, right as the light inside stabilized into a sickly, yellow glow. The sudden flood of adrenaline was overwhelming. But it wasn't just my own. The moment Rian went into high-alert combat mode, I felt it. The curse tethered our bodies, and the panic caused a sharp, visceral spike in his heart rate that vibrated through my own chest. It was a frantic, terrifying thump, thump, thump that told me he wasn't just ready for a fight. He was already anticipating the kill. It was the strange, terrifying duality of our link. I hated the sound of his command, the way it stripped away my identity and forced obedience. But at the same time, I knew with bone-deep certainty that his cold, specific instruction and the visceral, terrified trust his racing heart commanded was the only thing standing between us and whatever waited inside the archive. I hated his command, but I trusted his ability to protect us both. I stayed against the wall, following Rian's order, while he used the corner of the doorway to peer into the main archive. The yellow light of the inner chamber revealed the threat immediately. Not Iron Guard soldiers, but huge, slow-moving, automated Seer constructs. They were ancient sentinels, built from carved stone and animated by complex rune work, the very same kind used to guard the highest echelons of our old government. Rian's stance went from tense to analytical. He didn't rush in. After a second of observation, he slowly and silently sheathed his blade. That move, the quiet, hard choice not to fight with force, was his unspoken recognition of my superior knowledge. He had nothing that could break them, but I knew exactly how they worked. He glanced back at me, the question clear in his eyes. "What now?" "They're not meant to kill," I whispered, stepping forward. "They're meant to confuse. They emit a mind-numbing field that scrambles concentration. It's slow, but it makes you forget why you're here. It'll stop any trained mind in its tracks." I could see the effects starting to hit him already. His posture was still rigid, but there was a flicker of something uncertain in his eyes. A microsecond of lag in his reaction time that I felt instantly through the tether. The mental static was hitting him hard. His Iron Guard training prepared him for explosions and bullets, not silent, pervasive magical decay. I had to act fast. I reached deep inside, drawing on the quietest parts of my power, and built a thin, invisible etheric shield around us both. The shield wasn't for physical protection. It was designed only to reinforce his mental clarity against the field. It wrapped around Rian like a second skin, channeling my sharp focus into his mind, pushing back the mental fog that wanted to swallow his tactical sense. The connection was cold, intensely focused, and absolutely necessary. I was pouring my essence into the man I was sworn to hate, using my power not to fight the enemy, but to sustain him against an enemy only I could see. I needed him alert, and for the first time, he needed my magic more than his own steel. With my shield holding the mind-numbing field at bay, we had a small window. The constructs were massive, slow, and followed wide, predictable sweeping patterns down the dusty rows of archive shelves. My knowledge meant I could read their timing perfectly, and Rian's agility meant he could execute the moves. "Wait for the sweep on the right," I breathed, my eyes fixed on the rune patterns. "When the third sentinel passes the pillar, we go. Fast." He gave a slight, wordless nod, coiled and ready. We launched into a quick, synchronized sprint, me matching my steps to his longer stride, navigating the tight labyrinth of shelves in a desperate, coordinated dash. It was a bizarre, flawless dance, the enemy and the hunted, moving as one perfect shadow. We wove between the tall, shadowed columns, ducking beneath the massive, slow arms of the sentinels. But I'm not a soldier. I'm a scholar. My focus was split between reading the danger and maintaining the shield. Near the end of the second row, my foot snagged on a chunk of fallen masonry. I stumbled, my balance vanishing, and suddenly I was falling right into the wide, sweeping path of a construct. A flash of movement, not my slow, magical correction, but Ryan's raw, physical speed. He stopped, planted his foot, and gave me a swift, firm pull to safety. His fingers clamped around my arm, hauling me back against his side. The unexpected force and speed made me chafe at my dependence. I hated that I needed his strength, that my failure was immediately covered by his soldierly reflex. The sheer, physically close maneuver punished me immediately. The sudden, wrenching motion threw my body sideways and forward, and my face grazed his neck right beneath his ear, a burning, agonizing contact. His skin was hot, damp with exertion. It was a searing, nonverbal intimacy under extreme stress, a primal reminder of the curse. I couldn't even pull away without risking another stumble. We were locked, heart to throat, until the sentinel's shadow passed. Once the shadow passed, we made it past the sentinels, clinging to the shadows between the massive, silent stacks of ancient texts. The air here was heavy with dust and forgotten magic. I didn't need to read the labels. I just needed to feel the weight of the information. My Seer intuition pulled me straight toward the center of the archive, to a pedestal where a single, oversized, heavy stone codex sat, the Prophecy of Iron and Ether. That was the one. As I moved toward it, Ryan didn't follow. He broke away, moving in a practiced, fluid sweep to the far side of the chamber, his eyes scanning the original entry point and the rear emergency exit. He was establishing a tactical perimeter, securing the exit. It was a small thing, a purely functional gesture, but it was proactive support for my mission goal. He wasn't questioning me, he was enabling me. When I reached the pedestal, I realized the final cruel measure of security. The codex was bound, not by some clever clasp, but by a thick, shimmering length of magical chain that felt utterly alien to my touch. It wasn't the kind of metal an iron guard would use, but it was imbued with a defense meant to resist only ether. If I hit it with my magic, it would seal itself forever. The binding was designed so that only a non-seer could break it. "I need you," I said, my voice tight with frustration. Ryan was at my side in a stride. He saw the chain, understood the defense immediately, and didn't ask a single question. Without hesitation, he dropped his blade and placed both purely physical hands around the shimmering length. His muscles flexed, straining against the magical resistance. I felt the sharp, clean burn of his effort through the curse, his focus a searing line of willpower. With a deep, guttural sound of pure exertion, he didn't try to unlock it. He simply shattered the chain with his strength. The aether flared one final time, dying as the last link snapped, and the heavy stone book settled free. I just stared at the broken links. You see the bitter, awful irony? My people's deepest secret, the most crucial piece of knowledge we needed to save ourselves, was sealed by magic that could only be broken by the brute, unmagical strength of an iron guard. He was the only tool capable of unlocking my past. And now, I had to rely on that tool. With the magic chain broken, I lifted the heavy stone codex. It was cold and smelled like pulverized mountain. I brought it closer to the weak etheric light I was still producing and tried to read the first pages. But this wasn't the functional language I used every day. It was the flowery, cryptic verse of the ancient Seer scholars, full of metaphors and double meanings designed to confuse anyone not steeped in prophecy. I started whispering the words, trying to puzzle out the meaning. The iron seed shall be sown, where the aether burns, beneath the great convergence. It was beautiful but useless. Every time I thought I had a thread, it vanished into another layer of obfuscation. We didn't have time for poetry. Ryan was watching me wrestle with it, his jaw tight. After about 30 seconds of my frustrated muttering, he reached out, impatiently took the book right out of my hands, and flipped it open a few pages in. "That's allegorical. You're reading the introduction," he said, his tone clipped. "Look at the glyphs here. It's a military code, disguised by the surrounding verse. They use numerical syntax to hide actual dates and locations." I stared at him. "You can't read that. It's Seer scripture. I was trained to know the enemy's secrets, he countered, not bothering to look up. This isn't scripture. It's field intelligence disguised as scripture. I can break the syntax faster. He held the immense book steady. To read the small, densely packed glyphs, he had to angle the codex under the single, dim light source I was holding, which meant my arm had to stretch, positioning the light until it rested right above his left shoulder. This forced our heads and shoulders close together over the cold, rough stone. I could feel the fabric of his tunic pressing against my sleeve, his breath warm against my ear as he scanned the text. It was excruciating. My sworn enemy, the commander of the Iron Guard, was now using a deep, unexpected knowledge of my people's hidden defense codes to translate the prophecy faster than I could. I had to lean in, watching his finger trace the lines of ancient, sacred script, relying entirely on his superior reading ability. We were inches apart, locked in a strange, silent study session, waiting for the code to break. Rian wasn't just flipping pages, he was genuinely reading the syntax, his brow furrowed in concentration. The angle of the light I was holding forced our shoulders together, and I noticed something then that startled me more than any battle plan. He wasn't dismissing the text as propaganda. His heavy, armored hands held the codex with a surprising care, and there was a reverence for the old texts in the quiet focus of his eyes. He was treating the prophecy with academic respect, not dismissal. He stopped, his finger resting on a cluster of symbols halfway down the page. He spoke the translation aloud, his voice low and devoid of his usual commanding harshness. The time of convergence will be hastened, not by the breaking of the first seal, but by the awakening of the secondary relic. The sentence hit me like a physical blow. The convergence was already accelerating, but the idea of a secondary relic, something we hadn't accounted for, something that could cut our time in half, was terrifying. It was an escalation reveal that changed everything about our objective. The instant that crucial new detail registered in both our minds, the shock of the revelation caused a surge of pure raw terror. It wasn't just my fear, or his confusion. It was a shared magical anxiety that transferred through the curse. It felt like an electric current snapping between us, and the sudden, acute pain forced a brief mutual gasp right there in the silence of the archive. We both stumbled back half a step, the contact broken, both clutching our chests where the tether burned hottest. That gasp, it was like our souls exhaled together. I knew what you were thinking. Why didn't you know about the second relic, Lyra? I didn't. But in that second, Rian knew the fear too. I mentally cataloged the moment, putting together the pieces, the obscure language skills, the respect for the text, the military codes he was trained to break. Beneath the commander, there was a scholar, a collector of secrets. He wasn't just a blunt weapon, he was far more dangerous, and suddenly, far more essential. The shared gasp had faded, leaving behind a sharp, ringing silence. He still held the ancient codex, but his body was instantly tense again, the brief moment of connection gone. I wasn't going to let it go. The revelation of his knowledge, of his scholarship, was too important, too dangerous to ignore. How do you know that code? I demanded, my voice low and fierce. That's centuries old. It's not something the Iron Guard teaches its grunts. He kept his eyes on the book, but his face hardened, the commander's mask slamming back into place. I was trained to know the enemy, he repeated, but this time the explanation felt empty. It was his default, clipped, cold answer, designed to shut down inquiry. We break your defenses, Lyra, all of them. That's my job. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want the connection, the brief, terrifying peek behind the curtain that the curse had granted us. He was immediately re-erecting his psychological barrier, forcing the distance he felt was safe. Still holding the book, he took a long, deliberate step back from the single beam of light I was projecting. I watched him retreat, not just physically, but emotionally. He backed abruptly away from the light, disappearing into the dusty darkness of the archive. He made himself a shadow, using the environment to physically and emotionally reinforce his distance. It doesn't matter how I know it, he said from the darkness. It matters that the convergence is accelerated. We need to focus on what to do now. But it mattered to me. It mattered that he was hiding a depth that made him less of a monster and more of a threat, a complex threat. He just used my people's most delicate knowledge against me, and now he was hiding back behind the cold safety of his military persona, leaving me stranded in the sudden, lonely light. Rian was still a silhouette in the dark, the stone codex gripped in his hand, when the floor vibrated. It wasn't the slow rumble of the old archive settling. It was a rhythmic, mechanical tremor. We heard the distinctive sound of their heavy, magnetic boots crunching dust, followed by the metallic thunk sizzle of a maglock activating. The Iron Guard had breached the maintenance tunnel. They hadn't used the main door, which meant they knew exactly how to track him. Or me. Before I could even speak or focus my defensive magic, Rian reacted. He dropped the heavy codex with a muted crash. The next second, he moved with animal speed, tackling me. His reaction was pure, instinctive protection. He threw his body over mine just as the stone in the roof above us groaned under the pressure of the tunnel shake. We hit the dusty floor hard, my small light source skittering away into the shadows. The entire chamber rattled, and chunks of dry mortar rained down on his armored back. The full weight of Ryan's body on me was shocking. He was heavy, unyielding muscle and plating, pressing me deep into the cold floor. His hands were braced beside my head, forming a protective cage. I could feel the tremendous force of his beating heart against my back, a raw, frantic pulse that immediately surged through the curse. This was the trap at its worst. The rush of danger sent a violent wave of heat and adrenaline through the tether. I was acutely aware of every inch of him, the broad expanse of his chest, the tension in his thighs, the smell of burnt ozone and sweat. The curse maximized the uncomfortable intimacy, forcing me to experience his panic and his purely reflexive protection as one single overwhelming physical event. I was utterly pinned, unable to move, saved from crushing stone by the body of the man who hated me, feeling his survival instinct as if it were my own. We were locked, heart to throat, until the sentinel's shadow passed. Rian rolled off me, grabbing the codex with one hand and pulling me to my feet with the other. The floor was still shivering under the boots of the patrol, which sounded close, too close. "We go up," he snapped, pointing across the archive. A massive fissure had opened in the stone floor decades ago, leaving a 15-foot chasm between us and the upper emergency exit tunnel. "I can get us across," I insisted, already drawing on the ether. "A joint magical propulsion, it'll be fast, silent, and controlled." He shook his head, instantly rejecting my power. "Too much energy signature. They'll pinpoint the magic. We jump. Purely physical leap." "We can't make that jump carrying this book," I hissed, gesturing at the heavy stone codex. "We have to," he countered, grabbing my arm to position me at the edge. "And we match my timing perfectly. We need the speed of my kinetic strength, not the visibility of your power." The argument was sharp and short, all friction and suppressed fury. He refused to rely on my magic, even when it was the safer option. It was his way of reasserting control, choosing his Iron Guard physics over my Seer ability. I had no time left to argue. He didn't bother counting. He just tightened his grip on my hand, took 2 strides, and launched us into the air across the gap. The move was violent, brutal, and fast. The speed forced a tight arc, and in the apex of the jump, the momentum caused a momentary, intense stretch on the Blood-Tethering Curse. It wasn't just the pull of his arm. It was the invisible magical band between us, straining to hold our bodies together over the void, as if I were a piece of his own anatomy trying to tear free. The pain was immediate, a blinding spike that punished my last moment of defiance, my desire to fly instead of jump. We landed hard on the rough stone on the other side. Rian didn't stumble. I did. I realized then that the curse wasn't just a physical bond. It was a physical law. It was a restrictive leash. Every time I tried to use my Seer power or assert my will against his Iron Guard strength, the tether tightened. The agony of the curse reminded me that I wasn't free to decide my own movements anymore. My destiny, my survival, was quite literally tied to the end of his rope. We barely had time to recover from the jump. Rian didn't waste a single breath arguing. He just moved. He pushed me hard toward a colossal, crumbling pillar in the center of the archive chamber. "Down! Now!" he commanded, his voice a low, urgent rasp. I dove, my movement an echo of his own, instinctively knowing he was right. The shared immediate danger forced a primal reliance on his silent command for cover. I stopped fighting him. I just obeyed. tucking myself against the stone as he shoved his bulky body right against mine. We heard the whine first, the high-pitched preparation sound of a fragmentation grenade bouncing down the main entrance stairs. "Hold fast," Rian snarled. Then came the impact. The Iron Guard grenade detonated in the main archive corridor with a deafening metallic crack. The sound was an overwhelming physical thing that ripped through the quiet chamber. The ensuing shockwave physically threw us against the pillar. It felt like a giant hand slapped us sideways into the cold, rough stone. The impact was sharp, brutal, and totally fused our pain. The curse flared. My ribs hitting the granite sent a jolt of agony, but Rian's arm, which was tightening around my shoulders to keep me hidden, spasmed with the same intensity. We were both vibrating from the force of the blast, our muscles contracting together, a single mass of shared hurt. For a moment, my own pain wasn't distinguishable from his. It was a raw, searing realization that if one of us broke, the other would, too. I couldn't breathe. I was pressed against his solid, unmoving form. Our bodies impacted sharply against the pillar, and the curse had weaponized the trauma. The ringing in my ears was still fading, and the smell of explosive residue was sharp. Rian didn't wait. He pulled me up the last few feet to the emergency tunnel exit. We were out of the main archive structure, but now we faced a wide, open clearing before the tree line. It was too exposed, too bright even in the deep shadow of the moon. Rian held the codex pressed against his chest with one arm, using his tactical vision. I could feel the faint internal glow of his Iron Guard optics through the curse to plot the least exposed route. He pointed toward a line of jagged rocks 50 yards to our left, signaling a quick dash. "We stick to the shadows there," he muttered. "Low profile, fast." But I looked right toward the deeper, more tangled brambles. I knew the ground here, knew where the soil was softest and where the ambient ether pooled thickest. My senses were telling me the rocks were a trap, an echo chamber. "No," I whispered back. "We go right, through the scrub. It's slower, but the magnetic interference is stronger there." "Are you serious? That adds a minute. We need speed," he said, his eyes drilling into me. This was pure friction, his rigid tactical plan versus my instinctual sensory knowledge. "I'm serious," I challenged, holding my ground. "Your patrol will assume you went for the easiest path." We wasted only 3 seconds, but 3 seconds was 3 eternities. The delay created by our pointless argument was instantly punished. From the ridge above, where the ground leveled out into the high plains, a different sound started. The lighter, faster beat of a secondary Iron Guard patrol scouting drone. As the machine passed over the clear boundary, its sensors detected the subtle movement of our shadows at the edge of the clearing. Rian tensed, his grip on my arm becoming iron. He didn't have to say it. The secondary patrol was now alerted. They hadn't seen us, but they knew something was there. The delay had allowed the enemy to spot our shadows, immediately punishing our friction with renewed risk. We were no longer hidden, we were hunted. We were caught. The drone's whine was getting closer, moving along the tree line we'd been aiming for. My own clothes were light-colored, useless against Iron Guard thermal imaging. I hadn't even processed the problem before Rian fixed it. He didn't speak. He just yanked the heavy, lead-lined cloak right off his shoulders, the motion swift and decisive. It was a commander's field coat, thick, dark gray, and designed to absorb light and heat signatures. He didn't hand it to me. He simply threw his own cloak over my head, draping it over my entire upper body. "Stay down," he instructed, his voice flat and purely utilitarian. I couldn't help the small moment of surprise. It was a small, purely utilitarian act of care or protection. He wasn't doing it to be kind. He was doing it to make me less of a liability. But still, the act of self-sacrifice, giving up his own superior thermal protection to better blend my outline, was startling. I was forced to recognize the value of the gesture over the insult of his usual harsh commands. But the real hit came immediately. As the cloak settled around my face, the familiar scent of Rian's Iron Guard cloak was overpowering. It wasn't the metallic smell of his armor. It was him. Sweat, ozone, sharp cleaning solvents, and something deeper, something like scorched earth and desperation. It was the scent of the enemy, the smell of my jailer, yet it was intimately close, now pressed right against my face, a dark, heavy curtain of uncomfortable intimacy. I was wearing his skin, breathing his air. The scent, that raw chemical and man musk, was instantly linked to the safety it currently provided. I felt a flash of pure self-betrayal then. I realized my sense of smell had completely betrayed me, linking physical security to the stench of everything I was sworn to fight. I was safe only because I was hidden inside the uniform of my sworn enemy. We were moving fast, half-crouched, relying on the cloak to hide my heat signature as we followed my preferred path through the dense, low scrub. The drone noise was receding, but the main patrol was still close behind. Then we hit the bottleneck. A massive, half-rotted fallen tree lay across our path, a network of thick branches spanning the only decent cover. Rian stopped dead. He shifted the heavy codex under one arm, dropped the iron guard cloak, and set his shoulder against the deadwood, preparing to heave. I could feel the immense immediate strain in his muscles through the tether, the grit of his teeth, the surge of pure, full strength. He needed to move the obstruction without making a sound that would carry. I hesitated for only a second. I knew his pure strength wasn't enough to do this silently and quickly. We needed an edge. Without asking, without signaling, I reached out with a small, invisible burst of kinetic seer magic and pressed it against the far side of the trunk. It was the absolute minimum force, just enough to subtly reinforce his strength, making the wood feel lighter, allowing him to lift and shift it in one quiet, controlled push. He never knew I helped. He grunted, took the full weight, and the trunk scraped softly across the wet earth, clearing the path just enough for us to squeeze past. The curse, however, knew. The necessary use of concealed magic cost me. Even that tiny controlled burst was an expenditure. The aether left my body too fast, leaving me disoriented and momentarily breathless. My knees felt rubbery, the sudden physical exhaustion magnified by the curse's link. When Rian ducked under the trunk to retrieve the cloak, I couldn't help it. I staggered sideways, my head spinning, and the only thing there to catch me was his back. I was forcing myself to lean on Rian the instant the tree was moved, completely dependent on his stability. I had given him my help, and the curse had immediately taken my stability in payment, making the act of physical reliance unavoidable. We finally reached a cluster of thick scrub that offered decent cover. We were safe for a few minutes, long enough to catch our breath and figure out the next step. Rian pulled out the water-resistant pouch containing the few sheets of stolen archive notes we'd transcribed from the codex. He had to read them by the glow of his wrist-mounted tactical display, his brow furrowed in concentration. The prophecy mentioned the relic accelerating the convergence, he summarized, tapping a line of cryptic Seer script. But this final riddle, my training in ancient military codes isn't enough. It's too dense, too lyrical. We need a translator. I know someone, I said immediately. An elder named Zephyr. She was driven into exile decades ago by the Grand Council. Your Iron Guard commanders, actually. She's the only one alive who still uses that dialect in her daily thought patterns. His head snapped up, the harsh light reflecting off his tactical lens. Exiled by the Council? That means she has a personal vendetta against the Iron Guard. She does, I confirmed, meeting his glare. Which means she has a motive to help us destabilize your structure. But she hates you personally, Commander. She would see you as the living embodiment of everything she lost. This was our friction now, a high-stakes political risk against sheer necessity. He needed the information, and I had the key, but the price was introducing an unstable, hostile third party who despised him. Rian closed his eyes, tilting his head back against the bark of a tree. I felt it instantly. The stress of the high-stakes risk was too much. The mental strain, the intense internal calculation he was making, didn't stay contained in his mind. The curse acted like a live wire, instantly transferring the pressure to me. A sharp, drilling pain started just behind my right eye, matching the sudden vice-like grip around his own skull. It was a visible, mutual tension headache, directly punishing the introduction of new external allies. "She's a viper," he said, his voice tight with controlled pain. "But we have no choice. Give me the coordinates." Rian stood rigid against the pain in his head, his jaw tight. I knew he was running the probabilities. Working with Zephyr was political poison for him, but losing the information was worse. The tension was suffocating. "Fine," he finally ground out. "We use your Viper, but you understand this. I manage the threat." "Manage what? Her hatred for you?" I challenged, my own voice shaky from the shared headache. The terms of engagement, he corrected sharply. You give me the location of her hideout. You introduce us. But the signals, the security, the approach, that's all mine. I dictate the script before we walk into a den of vipers. It was a final, hard-won compromise. He was essentially saying, I trust Lyra's political asset, which was a massive concession from an Iron Guard commander. And I, in turn, had to acknowledge that his tactical acumen, his cold, calculating ability to survive a hostile environment, was superior to my own intuitive approach. I gave him the rough coordinates, sketching them quickly in the dirt with a piece of twig. You lead, I conceded, pushing the last of the pain away. But if she sees your Iron Guard sigil before she sees me, we're both dead. Rian nodded, rising to move us toward the meeting point. We were close enough to the Seer settlement now that the atmosphere was heavy with ambient magic that would instantly betray him, the Man of Iron. As we began to move, he reached out, not to guide me, but to assert control. He placed his hand firmly on my back, right between my shoulder blades. It wasn't a push, it was heavy, solid contact. It was a physical sign of their unified front, a nonverbal declaration. We move as one unit, with one purpose. The hand felt enormous through the thick material of his cloak. The curse immediately intensified the contact, making the heat of his palm burn right through the fabric to my skin, forcing me to internalize his authority, his vigilance. We approached the risky hideout not as partners, but as a commander asserting possession over a tool he had finally decided to trust. We reached the edge of the abandoned canyon where Zephyr was rumored to hide. Rian stopped us behind a crumbling stone wall, his hand still pressing into my back, a constant, heavy reminder of his vigilance. The signal, he instructed, his voice low. Exactly what you told me. The quick triple pulse, followed by the pause, then the fading chord, confirming both urgency and peaceful intent. I nodded, swallowing. I closed my eyes and reached for the ether. I focused on the required rhythm, the urgent, simple Seer signal we'd agreed on to announce our arrival. I sent the triple pulse, clear and tight, out into the quiet air. I initiated the long, careful pause, timing it exactly to Ryan's silent count. But then, as I formed the final fading chord, I made my move. I intentionally omitted a key detail of the agreed-upon signal. Instead of the full, smooth harmonic that indicated peaceful intent to trade, I cut the chord short. I let it snag, leaving a slight, intentional discordance in the air. It was a subtle, necessary lie, a small friction that only another Seer would catch. It was my final way of asserting a shred of control over the situation, a message to Zephyr that I was the one bringing the Iron Guard, and I was the one still in charge of the terms. I heard nothing in response, but I didn't need to. I felt Ryan's reaction like a physical blow. He instantly noticed the omission. The precise, disciplined part of his mind registered the dissonance in the signal, not magically, but logically. His breath hitched and his hand tightened on my back. I felt a scorching wave of pure, angry, silent glare that the curse's emotional link intensified. It was a brief, powerful, shared tension that felt like he was screaming at me inside my own head. You broke the terms. You lied to me. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just glared, forcing me to hold the stare, the anger passing between us like a physical charge. I knew then, standing there in the fading light, that I was profoundly terrified. I realized with sickening certainty that Rian could now feel my small betrayals, my hidden maneuvers, as vividly as if I'd shouted them in his face. The fury drained from Ryan's gaze, but the coldness remained. He didn't say another word about my lie. He simply turned and started moving again, faster now, towards Zephyr's Canyon hideout. We hadn't gone 20 paces when we heard it. It wasn't loud. It was a faint, high-pitched wail carried on the thin canyon wind coming from a derelict homestead tucked into a hollow near our route. The sound wasn't distress, it was fear. The unmistakable, drawn-out crying of children. Ryan stopped abruptly. His whole body went rigid. "We keep moving," he grated without turning around. He didn't even check his thermal display. It was an instinctual assertion, the Iron Guard reflex. Duty came first. "We can't," I said, already starting to step out from behind him. "There are children. They need help." He grabbed my arm, his fingers biting into the cloak. "This is not our mission. Investigating is a direct violation of duty," he hissed. "You know the risk. We compromise the intelligence, we expose ourselves, and we sacrifice the entire operation for two unknowns. My duty outweighs all else. I felt the tension spike in his own body, the sheer force of his will trying to ignore the sound. But here's the thing you have to understand about the curse. The distant cries were amplified through the magical link. That tiny, faraway sound was suddenly right inside my head, and I knew, judging by the painful tightness in Ryan's grip, it was inside his too. The whimpering was unbearable, a siren against his code, making the moral decision physically painful to ignore for both of us. "That's not duty," I whispered back, leaning into his ear to keep the noise down. "That's cowardice." He didn't answer. He just stood there, shaking his head slightly, wrestling with the ethical weight of the cries that neither of us could drown out. Cowardice, I'd called it. The word hung between us, amplified by the silent, relentless sound of the sobbing children. I pulled free of his grip, taking a step toward the sound. "We demand they stop," I insisted, not asking. "I don't care about your military protocol right now. That homestead isn't a trap. My oracle instincts tell me they're genuinely abandoned, genuinely terrified. You can ignore a military order, but you can't ignore this." I watched him. His face, usually a smooth mask of rigid control, was momentarily fractured. The muscle in his jaw was twitching uncontrollably, and his hands, clutching the heavy codex, were visibly trembling. That small tremor, transmitted through the curse, was far more telling than any shouted confession. It wasn't physical strain, it was internal collapse. It was the clear sign that his profound guilt, his core wound from whatever awful things he'd done in service to the Guard, was actively being triggered by the sound of innocent fear. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He was momentarily unable to speak, paralyzed between duty and humanity. Then the air shifted. It was a change in the static, a nearly imperceptible wrong vibration that only he could recognize. I didn't feel it, but I felt him feel it. His eyes darted down to the console concealed on his wrist. He'd received a faint coded signal from his commander. It was quick, cold, and absolute, a stark digital contrast to the messy, agonizing human reality we were facing. It was the Iron Guard world reaching across the distance to pull its executioner back into line, reinforcing his duty and punishing his hesitation. His jaw snapped shut. The trembling stopped. The moment of humanity was gone, replaced by the commander's steel. 10 minutes, he bit out, his voice a low, hard command. My way. And if we get compromised, you understand, I will leave. He turned immediately, heading for the homestead, not waiting for my reply. I watched him go, the children's cries and the commander's signal fading together. It was the first moment of true insight I'd been granted. The first time I understood that his coldness wasn't just his nature. It was a suit of armor he chose to wear, reinforced by fear and guilt. I realized then that his coldness was a choice, not a nature, and that realization was more frightening than his anger. Ryan's harsh compromise hung in the air. 10 minutes his way, or we abandoned the family. The crying children gave me no choice. I had to accept the terms. He knelt, pulling a compact data slate from a pouch on his thigh, Iron Guard issue of course, and set the countdown. 10-minute investigation, he muttered. You follow my signals. No magic, no noise. You yield tactical control now. I nodded, watching the cold proficiency in his movements. It was a fragile moment of shared objective. He was using his deadly skills, not for execution, but for reconnaissance. I focused entirely on his hands, interpreting the subtle twitches of his fingers. 2 quick taps meant move left, a closed fist meant hold and drop. I followed his hand signals perfectly, moving through the rough scrub toward the homestead's perimeter. The moon was only a sliver, and the shadows were deep. He stopped abruptly at a thick wall of ivy and reached into his kit, pulling out a small, specialized piece of Iron Guard tech, a single set of optical enhancers designed to cut through the darkness while suppressing any light signature. Can't risk 2, he whispered, pressing the device against his eyes. Too much heat, Bloom. He activated the lenses, scanning the area. The lenses were a narrow, flat strip. To see through them, I had to be exactly where he was. Pressed up against the ivy wall, my cheekbone grazing the side of his helmet, my eye lining up against the edge of the glass. The reconnaissance required us to share a single set of optical enhancers, forcing our eyes close together in the low light. I could see the image, the ghostly green outline of the house. But what dominated my focus was the feeling of his face next to mine, the heavy warmth of his breath, and the relentless thrum of his concentration pulsing through the curse. We weren't just observing the enemy together. We were seeing the world through a single point, literally sharing a vision. "One adult, two small children," he whispered, the sound vibrating against my ear. "In the structure directly ahead, they're locked in." Ryan's cold precision got us inside the house without a sound. The air was stale, the floorboards groaning only under his heavier weight. The desperate whimpering led us straight to the hearth and the small, low door hidden beneath it. I dropped to my knees, peering through a wide crack in the timber. Below, dimly lit by a single oil lamp, a farmer and his two terrified children were trapped. The man was covering the boy's mouth, trying to stifle the cries, but they were shaking too hard. That sight didn't just make me sad, it made me sick. Suddenly, I wasn't looking at victims. I was seeing the execution. I saw the flash of the Iron Guard seal on the lock, and in that instant, a terrifying clarity hit me. I saw them being dragged out, silent and broken. It was a searing vision of the Iron Guard's brutality, swift and brutal, hitting me so hard it felt like physical sickness. My body responded before my mind did. I gasped, scrambling backward, bumping my head hard against the stone chimney. I had to get away from the symbol of that violence, and right now, that symbol was Ryan. I recoiled from his proximity, shoving my weight against the nearest wall, trying to put distance between my fear and his metallic uniform. I didn't have to tell him what I saw. As my muscles seized up in panic, a hot, vicious streak of pain flared across my stomach, the tether doing its work. My recoil sent a small, painful spike of emotional distress through the tether. It was a surge of pure terror that wasn't mine alone anymore. It was so intense that Ryan stiffened, pulling his hand away from the door and looking at me with wide, dark eyes. In that one exposed second, the curse gave Ryan a fleeting glimpse of my fear. He didn't just feel my terror. He felt the hatred and absolute disgust I had for what his order had done and what I believed he still was. He saw the world through my eyes, and he saw himself as the monster I saw. The fear was too fresh. My trauma made me desperate. I ignored Ryan's silent, rigid presence and shoved my face back toward the cellar door. The iron lock was magically sealed, a nasty, glowing blue scar hammered right onto the metal. It was the mark of an Iron Guard ward, designed not just to keep people in, but to broadcast an alarm the moment it was broken. If I used my full power to shatter the lock, or if Ryan tried to blast it open with any of his tools, that light would flare, and we'd guarantee exposure. I didn't care. The sound of the children was a living thing in my head. I lifted my hand, the oracle energy gathering fast and hot, intending to breach the lock with a quick, silent burst of magic. It was rash. It was stupid. But my instinct told me they didn't have 10 minutes. The instant my fingers began to glow, Ryan moved. It wasn't a warning. It was pure, violent reflex. He slammed his hand down, hard and fast, catching my wrist and physically slamming my hand away. The magical surge died instantly, sputtering out with a whine of thwarted power. "No," he hissed, his face inches from mine, his eyes burning with controlled fury. "Are you insane? You'll bring the whole division down on us." The impact of his hand on mine was magnified by the curse. It wasn't just a slap, it was a shockwave. A sharp, mutual physical pain exploded up both our arms and across our chests, a searing blast that instantly broke my concentration and stopped the argument. I cried out, not from the force of his hand, but from the sudden amplified ache deep in my ribs that mirrored his own sudden agony. He stepped back just as quickly, clenching his jaw, his knuckles white. The pain had been immediate and shared, the curse demanding we acknowledge the violation of the other. But even as the sting of the blow faded and the terror mounted, a different sensation followed. I felt hated, absolutely, for overriding his control. Yet buried beneath the pain and the anger, I also knew he'd stopped me from making a fatal mistake. For one bewildering second, I felt protected. It was a completely confusing surge of adrenaline and dependence. I know what you're thinking. Why would I feel protected by the man who just hit me? Honestly, I don't know, except that in that moment, when the choice was between the pain of his betrayal or the death of those children, he chose the action that saved both. It was the most dangerous kind of chemistry, a lightning strike of confusion, violence and salvation delivered in the same blow. He rubbed the palm of his hand, silently acknowledging the mutual shock of the curse. Then his face went blank again, the mask of the soldier firmly back in place. He understood the problem. The door was warded against a magical breach, and a direct physical attack would sound like a cannon. He made a swift, silent compromise. Instead of the lock, he moved across the narrow room to the wall opposite the cellar door, where the stone was weaker, just dusty plaster over old brick. He knelt, not with a weapon, but with an engineer's precision. He began pulling specialized components from his kit. Tiny slivers of metal, wires thinner than hair, and a compound that looked like gray putty. He was quickly fashioning and placing a small, low-impact explosive charge designed to vent its force directly inward, creating a soft breach without the noise or light flare that would alert the guard. This was his language. This quiet, selfless act of humanity, using his capacity for violence to save lives indirectly, was the first thing he'd done that wasn't about the mission or his duty. It was purely about the people whimpering behind the wall. It was the first genuine moment of comfort I felt. Not from him as a person, but from the realization that the man inside the uniform was capable of choosing good. But the process was agonizing. The tension was a tangible coil around us. He worked meticulously, his fingers steady, but the ticking clock was clearly visible on Ryan's wrist, a digital readout counting down the minutes we had before the Iron Guard patrol might circle back. Every second he spent wiring that fuse felt like an hour. The minute spent setting the charge was agonizingly slow. I was completely reliant on him, forced into stillness, watching the red digits crawl past. I could feel his hyper-focus through the tether, the sharp, cold clarity of a man doing intricate work under impossible stress. That concentration was overwhelming, mixing with my own terror over the clock, binding us in a suffocating bubble of shared impending doom. He finished, pulled the wire tight, and retreated back to the chimney, leveling a finger at me. "Stay." Ryan braced himself against the wall, eyes fixed on the timer. 2 seconds left. 1. The charge detonated softly. It was less a blast and more a focused, dull thud, barely enough to shake the dust from the chimney. It breached the plaster and brick cleanly, leaving a man-sized hole a few feet away from the locked door. The heavy iron lock on the cellar door remained untouched, the Iron Guard ward thankfully silent. The family was free without exposing their identities. A cloud of dust billowed out, and the farmer below shouted a relieved, ragged cry. Ryan didn't wait. He moved instantly, dropping his gear and vanishing through the opening. I heard the frantic voices of the farmer and the children, then silence, followed by Ryan's low, steady tone. I crawled to the hole and peered down. He was on his knees in the dirt. The farmer was scrambling up the side, pulling the older boy after him. The youngest child, a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4, was still sobbing, frozen in terror. Ryan reached out, and for a second, I saw his true self. He didn't use force or protocol. He simply gathered the little girl into his armored arms. He briefly held the youngest child, his guard completely down. The metallic sheen of his gloves against her tiny, dirty dress was a jarring contrast, but the look on his face, that's what stopped my breath. The stone, cold detachment was gone, replaced by something raw, regretful, and deeply human. His eyes held a flicker of pain, a lifetime of things he couldn't take back. I was paralyzed, watching the small, simple human interaction. It wasn't pity I felt, but a profound, sickening certainty. The curse that linked us had given me a window onto his greatest shame. Seeing him hold that child, I suddenly understood the magnitude of his profound guilt was real. It was a weight he carried constantly, triggered by every innocent life. It was a terrible, beautiful moment of connection. Now that the children were safe, the terror was replaced by a hollow ache. You know, I'd spent our whole time together, building a tower of distrust, reinforcing the idea that he was a pure, cold machine. But seeing that look of quiet sorrow on his face, seeing his humanity confirmed, it did more than chip away at my core hatred. It made me fear him more, because a monster you understand is less dangerous than a man capable of both murder and deep, simple compassion. I realized then that my core distrust wasn't protecting me. It was just keeping me lonely. The man and his children were shaking too badly to be safe or quiet. Rian was still crouched, his large frame shielding them from the opening in the wall. The little girl he'd held was clinging to her father's leg, unable to stop trembling. We couldn't leave them like this, terrified, making noise, easy targets for any patrol. I knew my job. I moved close, pushing away the dust and the memory of Ryan's angry hand. This wasn't combat magic. I placed my palm gently near the father's tense shoulder and drew on the deep, quiet part of myself. I used a quick, non-physical Seer's blessing to soothe the traumatized children. It was simple work. A warm, low current of calm, like easing fever from a brow, washing away the immediate terror and the vivid memory of Iron Guard boots. The father's eyes glazed slightly, and the frantic clutching of the children eased. I made sure to erase their memory of the rescue, of the explosion, of me, and especially of the man in the iron armor who had set them free. As I worked, I felt Rian watching. He was perfectly still, his breathing slow and deliberate. My magic, usually met with his contempt, flowed freely through the connection between us. His eyes, normally sharp and judging, softened with a flicker of raw shame. I didn't have to guess what he felt. The curse carried it straight into me. It was a mirror, showing him what compassion looked like, the antithesis of the cruelty he had once embodied. Then something extraordinary happened. The moment the blessing settled, the curse calmed. For the first time since the chain was struck, the heavy pulse of our link softened. The dull throb, the constant low-level awareness of the other, faded. The connection didn't vanish, but it changed. The pain dissolved, replaced with a shared sensation of peace, a brief, dizzying tranquility that made me lightheaded. It lasted only a second, but it was pure. When I pulled my hand back, the family was quiet, moving toward the door in a dazed but steady line. The moment was gone, but its echo remained, a dangerous hint that what bound us could also bring comfort. With the family gone, Rian wasted no time on sentiment. He was all soldier again, moving with efficient, silent precision. He wasn't looting. He was scavenging for intelligence. He checked every drawer and boot, touching objects only with the tips of his armored fingers. The search paid off fast. He stopped at a splintered table and pulled a rolled, oil-stained parchment from beneath a loose tile. Flattening it with the edge of his knife, he revealed a discarded Iron Guard patrol schedule, written in heavy, official script. While he studied it, something strange happened. Standing near the chimney, he froze. His gaze had locked on a tiny, low-tarnished silver chain lying in the dust. Slowly, almost reverently, he bent down and picked it up. It was a small locket, the kind children wear. Before I could process it, he slid it quickly beneath his breastplate. "What was that?" I whispered sharply. His eyes hardened instantly. "Nothing that concerns you. Intel only." "No," I pressed, stepping closer. "You took something personal. You were just the liberator, the hero who saved them, and now you're stealing from the victims." He held the locket against his chest, gloved fingers pressing it to the metal. The fragile jewelry against the cold armor was a brutal contrast, tenderness swallowed by iron. "Everything here concerns the mission, Lyra," he said flatly. The soldier's mask was back, sealing over whatever softness had surfaced a moment before. "Keep your eyes on the danger outside." But I couldn't look away. A killer who steals sentimental objects. The sight rattled me. I'd built this solid image of Rian, ruthless, predictable, simple. But that single act shattered it. He wasn't a monster. He was something worse, a machine that secretly collected fragments of the humanity it was meant to destroy. That contradiction, the soft, fragile thing hidden beneath the hard shell, was infinitely more terrifying than his cold duty had ever been. I didn't have time to dwell on it. Rian shoved the parchment into my hands and pointed to the script. "Translate it. Now, I need patrol routes for the next 2 hours." The characters were Iron Guard military code, clean and precise. I flattened the paper against the wall, my mind slotting symbols into meaning. The farmhouse was silent except for my shaky breaths. My blood went cold as I hit the key entry, confirmation that the Iron Guard was circling back toward the homestead in less than 10 minutes. "They're coming back early," I hissed, trying to steady my voice. I pointed to the reroute symbol and its timestamp. "Not 20 minutes like before. They'll be here in 8. We have to move now." For the first time, I didn't hesitate. I didn't withhold. The threat was too close. I relayed everything instantly, survival overriding distrust. The urgency stripped our speech to bare whispers. Ryan bent low over my shoulder to read, his breath hot against my ear as he confirmed the coordinates. Sector 3, egress point 7. They're cutting the corner, he muttered, voice vibrating in the air between us. His tone was all business, but the closeness, the shared, ragged breathing over the map, triggered a ripple through the tether. It wasn't painful this time. The adrenaline synced instead, my heartbeat matching his. I felt his focus as if it were my own. Gorge route, he said, already calculating vectors. It's rough, but it avoids Sector 3 entirely. Can you keep up? He didn't wait for an answer. Ryan moved first, cutting toward a narrow path that descended into a rocky depression. The ground shifted from packed earth to loose scree. We were moving too fast, the footing treacherous. My boots weren't built for this. The laces dug deep, threatening to snap. I stopped to fix them, yanking at the knot. Wait! Stop! Ryan ignored the pull of the chain, still driving forward. We don't stop. You move, you fix. Keep moving. I'll fall if I tie them on loose rock, I snapped, crouching to retie the knot anyway. The halt forced him to stop, tension rolling off him in visible waves. His jaw clenched, his shoulders rigid. Then the gorge itself turned on us. A sudden, vicious wind roared through the canyon, whipping the sand into a storm. Dust blasted into our faces, turning the air into grit and noise. I coughed, choking, trying to shield my eyes. Move, Ryan barked, covering his mouth and nose with his collar. The curse transmitted the discomfort instantly. The sting of dust on my skin became an ache on his arm. My burning throat mirrored as tightness in his chest. Every inhale I took sent a spike of shared distress through us both, a punishment for hesitation. I can't see. Damn it, I shouted, yanking one ruined boot free as the wind shoved us backward. The storm howled, blurring the canyon walls, erasing the path ahead. The Iron Guard patrol was closing in, and now, even the air itself was against us. The dust storm died as suddenly as it began, leaving the air heavy and the treacherous gorge floor slick with fine powder. My boots were finally tied, but every step was still a risk. Ryan demonstrated his competence in traversing the gorge, moving like a shadow across the shifting landscape. He found footholds where I saw only slick rock, and he didn't speak, choosing instead to guide me silently with sharp pulls on the chain that linked us, correcting my balance over loose rock and ledges. I had to admit, just to myself of course, never out loud, he was terrifyingly good at this. He wasn't just fast, he was precise. I focused on trying to anticipate the direction of his next pull, the angle of his shift, until I was moving almost in perfect synchronization behind him. I observed his skill with a new sense of trust, a cold, practical knowledge overriding my emotional hatred. I mentally conceded his physical protection was indispensable right now. I needed the executioner to survive. Then we hit the chasm. It wasn't wide, maybe 5 feet, but it was deep and spanned by a single slick log that had fallen centuries ago. Ryan paused, assessing the gap. He looked back at me, his face grim. No time to find another way around. Hang on. He moved first, crossing the log quickly, never wavering. He secured his grip on the far side, planting his feet firmly against the ledge. Then he yanked the chain tight, waiting for me. I approached the log, hesitant, my foot slipping on the first attempt. I knew I couldn't cross without falling. Lyra, don't try to walk it, he commanded, his voice tight. Jump. I can't reach that far. You don't have to. Before I could object further, he pulled the chain hard. The force wasn't rough, but purely functional, drawing me across the loose rock right up to the edge. Then, with a grunt of pure effort, I scrabbled at the wet log, failed, and then I was flying, pulled across the gap by the length of the chain and his inhuman strength. I slammed against his armored chest on the far side, one of his massive arms locking around my waist instantly to stabilize us both on the narrow ledge. He held me in his arms for an agonizing few seconds, my face pressed into the cold metal of his uniform. The proximity was absolute. The curse, fueled by the shock of the jump and the desperate need for stability, amplified the physical tension into a crushing awareness. His heartbeat was a heavy, dull thump against my cheek, and I felt the powerful rigidity of his muscles as he held me over the drop. We didn't look at each other, but the physical reality of the situation was suffocating. He released me, shoving me quickly forward toward the next section of rock. I kept moving, trying to regulate my breathing. The terror of the fall was replaced by a different kind of fear, the moment of absolute reliance, of my body entirely captive in his powerful grip, was unbearable. I realized I was terrifyingly aware of Ryan's strength and control over my body. He could break me, or he could save me, and in that moment, those two choices felt indistinguishable. We were running on fumes, but Ryan finally signaled a stop. We paused briefly in a concealed crevice, a deep, narrow fissure in the gorge wall, where we could catch our breath and be shielded from the wind. The silence was thick, broken only by the sound of our ragged breathing. I sat down hard, rubbing the grit from my eyes. Ryan leaned against the rock face, running a practiced hand over his armored elbow. He pulled back his gauntlet slightly, revealing a small, ragged tear in the leather underneath, where he'd scraped himself raw, hauling us both up that ledge. He wasn't magical, and his injuries didn't heal themselves. I reached into my pack without speaking. I pulled out a small tin of my grandmother's salve, a simple, non-magical healing balm I always carried. I uncapped it, the scent of crushed mint and mountain herbs filling the air. He watched me, his expression unreadable. I held the balm out. After a beat that felt like a lifetime, he extended his arm toward me. I took his forearm, gently pulling the torn leather away from the wound. It was just a surface wound, but it was raw and bleeding slightly beneath the grime. This was the quietest moment we'd shared, the first genuine moment of comfort that became physical. I dabbed the cool, slick balm onto the wound, rubbing it in with the pad of my thumb. The action was domestic, routine, a small gesture of care for a damaged thing. Ryan allowed the touch without comment. His breathing was shallow, and he didn't flinch from the scrape, only from the sustained contact. He didn't look at the wound. He looked only at my face, maintaining eye contact across the close distance, searching for something. I didn't look away. I couldn't. The simple, sustained, non-magical contact was everything the curse was supposed to prevent. It created a vulnerability that magic never could. My thumb stroking the salve into his skin sent a low-level, steady current of shared feeling through the curse. It was soft, comforting, but insistent. It wasn't pain or anxiety this time. It was a mutual, terrifying relaxation. The tension eased out of his body, and I felt the corresponding release in my own shoulders. We were just two people, pausing for a moment in a cave, tending a wound. I knew I had to break the contact before the silence stretched and snapped. I finished applying the balm, pressing the cool tin of salve back into his palm. It was a clear, simple transaction. I helped you. Now we're even. But the lingering warmth of the touch remained, a low, buzzing hum in the air between us that had nothing to do with the physical scrape. That shared moment of stillness, of simple, mutual care, was the most dangerous kind of quiet. It was too soft. I couldn't stand the openness. I had to know what was hiding under the metal and the silence. I didn't plan it. The question just slipped out, low and immediate, before my brain could stop my mouth. "Ryan," I whispered, my eyes still locked on his. "The locket. Why did you take it? Is there a memory you're holding on to?" The change was instant. The warmth drained out of the crevice. It was like watching a window slam shut on a human face. His eyes went flat, the faint shadow of exhaustion erased by a hard military blankness. He pulled his arm back sharply, stuffing the tin into his breast pocket with a gesture that made the metal plates clank. "Nonsense," he said, his voice clipped and precise, entirely devoid of the previous soft tension. "It's a trivial keepsake. Sentiment is dangerous. I took it for analysis later. Possible Iron Guard markings. Nothing more." He didn't need to lie about it. He needed to stop me from asking. He needed to rebuild the wall I'd chipped away. I felt the rejection like a physical blow, worse than any spike of pain the curse had delivered before. The forced emotional retraction caused the curse to tighten. It wasn't the sharp, hot agony of defiance, but something colder and much deeper. A sudden, absolute drop in temperature that stole the breath from my chest. The chain between us felt like solid ice, chilling me right to the bone, a terrible reminder that the executioner was still the executioner. He turned and pushed out of the crevice without waiting, leaving me to scramble after him. The moment of quiet trust was over, and the chase was on again. The gorge exit was steep, but Ryan scrambled up the final pitch like the rock was made of air, hauling me along behind him. We ran the last quarter mile until we reached the ridgeline he'd marked on his map. Hidden beneath a tangle of old, thorny vines and a landslide of rock lay the entrance to a forgotten place. We reached the hidden, temporary safe house, a sunken stone archway that led down into what felt like the cellar of an ancient, forgotten temple. He shoved me through the narrow, dark opening first, then followed, sealing the entrance behind him with an old, heavy stone slab that groaned into place. The final, echoing thump cut us off completely from the dusty, dangerous world outside. The external threat was temporarily neutralized. The air inside was cool, dry, and stagnant, smelling of old incense and undisturbed earth. We stood there for a long moment, not moving, just listening to the pounding silence. My heart rate, which had been frantic for the last hour, finally began to slow. The sense of shared safety flooded the curse, creating a mutual, powerful sense of relief. It wasn't just my relief at surviving the gorge, but Ryan's too. It was a wave of pure, unfiltered physiological calm that washed over us both, transmitted instantly through the tether. He sagged slightly against the wall, a barely perceptible slump of his shoulders, and I felt the exact same slackness in my own body. He finally unclenched his jaw, and the tension left my neck. The relief was amplified by the curse, however, because it was far too intimate. It didn't feel like the safe realization that I had escaped, but the deeply personal feeling that we had made it. The immediate danger was gone, and the curse had nothing left to punish us with, so it defaulted to connection. It felt overwhelmingly intimate, blurring the line between personal safety and Ryan's presence. For a moment, his survival felt as essential to my own well-being as my next breath. He shifted his weight, pulling his large knife from its sheath. The familiar, cold sound of steel on stone brought me back to myself, shattering the fragile moment. He hadn't brought us here to relax. He brought us here to prepare. The hidden temple room was small, maybe 10 feet square, with rough-hewn walls and a single air vent that let in a faint beam of dusk light. There was no escaping each other in here. The ceiling was low, the corners close, and wherever I moved, the chain followed, meaning Ryan had to follow right behind. Ryan immediately moved to the darkest corner, settling down to check his gear, every movement crisp and professional. I, however, was starving. We hadn't eaten anything substantial since that dry bread 2 days ago. I pulled out my meager rations, some dried meat and wild rice, and began preparing a simple meal over a tiny smokeless heat stone. The action was mundane, domestic, and utterly jarring. Here we were, hunted by the Iron Guard, chained together by a dark relic, and I was performing the quiet ritual of cooking dinner. The soft, sifting sound of the rice as I poured it into the cup contrasted violently with our mission. It was the sound of living, not surviving. I could feel Ryan's eyes on me. He wasn't looking at the food. He was looking at the action. His gaze lingered on the way my hands moved, the way I knelt, the unexpected domesticity of my actions. It felt like he was observing a curious species, or maybe watching a memory of a life he'd executed long ago. The tight confines of the temple forced us into near-constant visual proximity. I tried to focus on the rice, but every time I lifted my head, he was there, a pillar of black armor only a few feet away. I couldn't escape his gaze. He couldn't avoid watching me. Our eyes met constantly. When I stirred the pot, when he shifted his weight, when the low light changed. It felt terrifyingly like setting up house with him. The executioner and the seer, sharing a small, warm pocket of peace carved out of a war zone. The simplicity of the scene, the smell of the herbs, the soft click of my spoon, his silent, relentless stare, created a dangerous, confusing sense of normality we'd achieved with our executioner. This was what was so insidious about the shared curse, you see. It made everything essential, even a quiet moment in a cave. We were supposed to be enemies, but here we were, sharing the same small, warm bubble of air, waiting for our rice to cook. And the terrifying part, I almost forgot to hate him. The rice was cooked, but I couldn't bring myself to eat yet. The silence in the temple was too heavy, and the shared relief from earlier made me feel exposed, so I had to restore some separation. I noticed a moldering pile of debris near the far wall. Digging through the rubble, I found an old, dusty blanket. Thick woven wool, scratchy and probably full of spiders, but better than the stone floor. I dusted it off, split it in two by ripping along an old seam, and tossed the larger half toward Ryan's corner, deliberately placing it on his side of the room, far from the spot I claimed as my own. He watched the blanket land near his feet, but didn't move or acknowledge the gesture. I took the smaller piece and laid it down. I needed more than just distance. I needed a boundary. Finding a piece of gray rock, a soft, chalky limestone, I knelt down and drew a subtle physical line in the center of the room. The line wasn't thick, just a faint, pale stripe running between his space and mine, a final, nonverbal act of distrust. It was my declaration. We can be coexisting, but we are not together. The moment the chalk touched the center point of the floor, the chain reacted. It didn't yank or burn this time. Instead, the action caused a noticeable strain on the tether. It wasn't the chain itself that pulled, but the invisible thread connecting us, like a rope drawn taut across a drum. It was a cold, sharp ache deep in my stomach, mirrored instantly by a visible twitch beneath the dark leather collar around Ryan's neck. The curse was punishing my attempt to impose physical distance. It wanted proximity, closeness, shared experience, and I was actively fighting against it. I dropped the chalk, clutching my middle. I looked up at Ryan. He finally broke his composure. His eyes weren't angry, but tight with a familiar cold frustration. He understood exactly what I was doing, and the curse was using his body to register its disapproval. He stood there, towering over the faint chalk line, his shadow falling across my small portion of the floor. The line was pathetic, really. It wouldn't stop him from anything. But it stopped me. He didn't need to say a word for me to know exactly what he thought of my pathetic chalk line. Ryan ignored the chalk line completely. He stepped over it, his heavy boot kicking a small puff of the gray dust across the faint stripe, erasing a section of it entirely. It was a calculated insult, a quiet declaration that my boundaries meant nothing. He moved toward the blanket I'd tossed him, not to lie down, but to settle. He gathered the rough wool and moved the blanket slightly past the line, laying it down as a workstation. Then, from a reinforced pouch on his belt, he pulled out his sharpening stone, a flat, dark obsidian slab, and his primary execution blade. The peace we'd achieved, the soft, dangerous domesticity of the shared meal, was immediately shattered. He began aggressively sharpening his blade. It was a deliberate, violent rhythm. Shh, 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 chick. The aggressive sound was a silent reminder of his violent core and his original mission. He was preparing to kill again, and he was doing it 3 feet from where I was sitting. I wrapped my arms around my knees, trying to shrink away. It was a terrifying sound on its own, but the curse took that metallic scraping, the physical vibration of the grinding metal, and made it unnaturally loud and irritating through the link. The sound didn't just pierce my ears. It scraped along my nerves. It was like he was polishing the weapon inside my own head, forcing me to feel the visceral reality of his cold purpose. I knew he wasn't doing it just to maintain his equipment. He was performing a warning, a silent, aggressive display of his identity. He was telling me, I am a killer. Don't forget that. Every smooth, vicious stroke of the blade against the stone was a retraction of the momentary kindness he'd shown earlier. I watched the muscle move in his forearm with each stroke, the sheer, terrifying control of his movements. The air in the small room grew cold again, thick with unspoken violence. I couldn't stand the sound 1 second more. The sound had become unbearable. The cold chick of the stone on steel was no longer just noise. It was a promise. It vibrated in my teeth, thrummed against my collarbone, and made the small sanctuary feel like a cage. I couldn't endure the relentless preparation for violence another second. I rose from the floor, my movement slow, a silent challenge. My throat felt tight, but I spoke anyway. Stop it, I whispered, taking a single small step toward him. The grinding noise ceased instantly, the abrupt silence leaving a loud ringing in its wake. He kept the blade pressed to the stone, but his hands stilled. He lifted his head, and Ryan looked at me. His eyes were what finally broke me. Gone was the flat, impenetrable darkness of the Iron Guard. They were molten now, heavy with an intent that was naked, desperate, and utterly physical. It was a searing focus, locked entirely on me, and in that moment, I knew his thoughts were far from patrol schedules or escape routes. The physical desire in his eyes was visible, and its clarity was a shock that rooted me to the spot. I felt the sudden, shocking surge like an electrical current running through my own veins. It wasn't just observing his hunger, it was experiencing it. The magical bond that tethered us, which usually only transmitted pain or fear, now acted as a conduit for pure, raw sensation. The curse's emotional link transferred the raw, electric tension, making my heart hammer against my ribs with a frantic energy that wasn't mine. It was his desperate, terrible yearning for me, flooding my senses as if it were my own. The air in the room was thick, almost suffocating, charged with a tension that felt more dangerous than any Iron Guard patrol. I had built my little chalk line, trying to maintain distance, but he hadn't needed to cross it to invade my mind completely. I felt his need for closeness as a terrifying, magnetic pull, and I knew with absolute certainty that we had reached the edge of something that neither of us could retreat from. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. The air was already too hot, too thick with the transfer of his silent need. The moment he stopped sharpening the blade, his movement became slow, deliberate, a warning in itself. Rian stood up, unfolding his massive height. He was suddenly too close, eclipsing the weak light filtering into the temple. The polished dark of his armor gleamed with a promise of force. He looked down at the blade and stone lying on the floor. He looked down at the pale, pathetic chalk line I'd drawn. Then he looked at me. He lifted his foot and in one clear, deliberate step, moved over the chalk line, stepping toward me. The chalk crunched under his heavy boot. It was the absolute end of the boundary. I could feel the effort it took. The act was a battle. I could sense the turmoil churning inside him, the clash between the killer's programming and the desperate humanity he kept locked away. He had to force himself to move toward me, fighting an internal war that made his whole body rigid. The invisible barrier of his old life, his sacred oath, whatever he called his fundamental duty, was screaming at him, telling him the cost of taking that step. The final step triggered the inevitable price, a wave of sensation, not pain, but overwhelming, painful anticipation, washed over me through the link. It was a suffocating pressure, a dizzying heightening of fear and expectation, all mixed together, signaling the arrival of something monumental and unavoidable. I instinctively pressed my hand to the chain where it met my neck. The metal was cold against my skin, but the current flowing through it was electric. I knew then, in that moment, as his shadow consumed my space, that this was it. Every compromise, every fleeting moment of shared trust, every piece of humanity he'd accidentally revealed, it was all leading to this single confrontation. The world outside, the Iron Guard, the mission, it all dissolved. There was only him, standing over the crushed chalk line, and me, waiting for the consequence of his decision. I stood in the suffocating stillness, gazing up at the dark figure of my captor, terrified. I know what you're thinking. Finally. But standing there, anticipating the end of the fragile truce, there was only profound terror, of anticipating the betrayal I knew was coming. Even if he offered kindness now, I knew it would only make the next turn of the knife that much deeper. I stood at the edge of the crushed chalk line, watching him. He was a wall of black armor, his presence dominating the entire room. Rian took a clear, deliberate step over the chalk line, and now he was fully in my space. The quiet in the hidden temple felt vast, consuming. The safe house was utterly silent. Even the faint sound of my own breathing seemed too loud. I didn't step back. I couldn't. I was mesmerized by the dark, molten intensity in his eyes, the raw, undeniable desire I knew was echoing inside my own chest. We were terrifyingly synchronized. The air between us was vibrating, a taut wire of feeling, and I knew he felt the desperate energy pulsing out of me too. The physical desire was visible in both our eyes. The breath caught tight in my lungs, and I held my breath in anticipation. For a second, nothing existed but the moment between us, a single, sustained note of unbearable tension. I waited for the force, the violence, the final rejection, or perhaps the terrible, sweet relief I'd been fighting for weeks. The emotional intensity built, becoming too much for the magical link to contain passively. It reacted, not with a burn, but with a deep, percussive throb. The emotional intensity triggered a faint magical pulse in the curse. It was a heavy, mutual, intense heartbeat, not just the frantic rhythm in my own chest, but the powerful, slow drum of his, instantly, agonizingly shared. It was the sound of our two separate lives collapsing into a single, terrifying beat. I was trapped in the rhythm of his heart, and that rhythm was telling me yes. The sound of his heartbeat thrumming through the chain was the only thing I could hear. It was a countdown. He took another step, then another. Rian moved closer to me, until the polished black of his uniform was an arm's length away. His immense shadow fell completely over me, blocking the soft firelight from the small cook fire I'd built. I was completely consumed by him, standing there in the dim, silent temple. We were locked in a staring match. His eyes, burning with that desperate intensity, were asking a question I was too terrified to answer aloud. But my body betrayed me. I lifted my hand, hesitantly, watching the movement as if it belonged to someone else. I reached out, my fingers trembling, aiming for the thin, vulnerable skin on his wrist where his glove ended. I wanted to touch the man beneath the armor, just for a second. Before my skin met his, I felt the space between us warp. It was a subtle, shared physical phenomenon, a strong pull, like standing between two massive, opposing magnets. The close proximity caused a subtle, shared magnetic pull, drawing my hand the last inch and preventing either of us from leaning back easily. We were physically locked in this instant, bound not just by the curse on our necks, but by a force that resisted any attempt to step away. I was afraid, truly terrified, but I couldn't break the connection. I know what you're thinking, that this was inevitable, that I finally got what I wanted. But you don't understand the depth of the betrayal that followed. That moment, reaching for him, was the last time I made a choice that was purely my own, before I fully realized the trap he'd built around me. It felt like profound, dangerous surrender, the final, fatal act of reaching for the very thing designed to destroy me. His heart was still thudding through the chain, a deafening drumbeat of shared desire, but he shattered the moment before my fingers could make contact. I'd reached for his wrist, and just as the magnetic pull promised skin on skin, the connection snapped. You won't believe what happened next. Rian abruptly shoved me away from him. It wasn't a gentle push, it was a physical rejection, a sharp, brutal force from his armored chest that threw me back 2 full steps until my heel caught the dusty floor. The violence was sharp, designed purely to shock and wound. I stumbled, catching myself on the cold temple wall, the wind knocked clean out of me. The air was gone, and the shock had silenced the frantic rhythm of the curse. He stood there, still, black and towering, the warmth instantly wiped from his eyes, replaced by the blank, cold duty I hated. "Don't touch me," he spat, the words low, like iron grinding on stone. "Don't misunderstand this distance we've shared. You are a tactical flaw, nothing more." The words hit harder than the shove. They cut through the confusing hope the shared heartbeat had given me, slashing straight back to the core truth of who he was. The curse, that wicked magical thing, registered the shock and the sudden violence immediately. As my body recoiled from the impact, I felt a terrible, sharp sting, but it wasn't just mine. The violence sent a sharp, retributive jolt through the curse, a backlash of pain, a punishment for the sudden, brutal self-rejection. I felt his own body tense and shudder, a tiny, involuntary twitch that told me he hurt himself just to hurt me. He couldn't even be cruel without the chain exacting its price. I couldn't breathe, not after the shove. All I could do was stare at the raw pain that had flashed across his face when he hurt me. That glimpse of vulnerability gave me a foolish second of hope, that he regretted it, that the feelings were real, and his duty was the only thing standing in the way. He crushed that hope instantly. His voice was utterly emotionless, the perfect drone of a loyal soldier repeating an Iron Guard creed. "Don't confuse my actions," Rian delivered the second part of the insult. His dark eyes were like chips of ice, reflecting nothing of the shared terror and intimacy we'd experienced. The compromise to save the children, the tactical alliance, the momentary comfort you imagined, it was all necessary. Every moment spent in your proximity was a means to an end. This entire time has been a delay and a calculation. Nothing more. You are the objective, Oracle. You are not a person. I felt the shock tear through me. It wasn't the physical pain of the curse this time. It was the emotional agony of true abandonment, the realization that every small act of kindness he'd shown was just part of his lethal, duty-bound manipulation. My knees almost buckled. The tears came immediately, hot and burning, blurring the black shape of his armor. My trust was absolutely shattered, and I felt the deepest emotional pain I had ever known. The intensity of my breakdown overloaded the curse's tether. The sheer emotional pain was so intense it reverberated back to him. But it also hammered inside my own body in a sickening wave. It caused a brief, shared moment of nausea via the tether. We both clenched our jaws simultaneously against the rush of sickness. He had broken my heart, and the magic chain was forcing him to taste the bitterness of it. I tasted the metallic tang of shared emotional sickness in my mouth, the cruel confirmation that his lies were hurting him too. He couldn't even manage total indifference. But Ryan didn't look at me again. He kept his back rigid, his shoulders like stone beneath the black plating. He turned away completely, turning his attention back to his discarded knife and sharpening stone, as if they were suddenly more important than the broken woman leaning against the wall. He did it not out of coldness, but out of a fierce self-control, a desperate internal measure to kill the intimacy he couldn't allow. He was using the old soldier's duty and the heavy weight of his past guilt to justify his final complete rejection. My heart didn't just break, it seemed to seize in my chest, a cold, violent grip that stole the air. The tears finally broke free, silent and hot on my face. That moment of shared heartbreak gave way to something far colder and sharper. Dread. A certainty that the emotional collapse had triggered the real danger. I felt a violent surge of dread via the curse, a cold wave of certainty that crashed through the tether and left me shaking. I didn't just feel rejected, I felt doomed. The conclusion was immediate and terrible. I believed Ryan was about to kill me. He had intentionally prevented the final romantic act, the moment of physical culmination that would have created a massive, explosive, magical flare. But Ryan's act of preserving the romantic cost, of keeping us apart, didn't make us safe. It immediately triggered a violent surge of dread, a wave of physical terror washing over me, clearly indicating a failure of safety. The magic connection, always honest about danger, was screaming at me that his rejection hadn't saved us. It had just given him time to execute his true, violent purpose. The nausea faded, replaced by that cold, paralyzing dread. He wasn't just rejecting me, he was shedding every pretense of humanity right before he killed me. I had to move. I wasn't going to stand there and wait for the executioner's blade. My movements were frantic, desperate, scrambling for the small pack I'd tucked into the darkest corner of the temple. The terror lent me speed. I needed to flee him immediately, to get out of this compromised space before he turned back and finished his calculation. My hands were shaking so badly the leather strap slipped twice before I could grip it. He stayed where he was, his back to me, the perfect portrait of calculated indifference. But I knew he was listening, gauging my fear. I could feel the tether pulling taut as I reached away from him. My frantic movement caused the tether to strain, and I felt a faint, wrenching sensation in my chest. That physical strain gave him a momentary, secondary flash of my distress, not the full wave of my heartbreak, just a quick, painful insight into my pure animal fear. He didn't turn around, didn't stop to look. But as I started to edge toward the cave entrance, he spoke, his voice unnervingly soft, devoid of the cold command he'd used moments before. It was just a breath of sound, laced with something that sounded agonizingly like regret. "You should always run from me, Oracle," he said. The words were a warning, an order, and a terrible admission, all wrapped up in a final, soft line that hinted at his inner pain. He was telling me that the monster beneath the uniform was real, and that the only true path to safety was to be as far away from him as possible. He said I should run, and in that instant, a deeper, colder part of me knew he was telling the truth. The fear that had gripped me when he turned away, the sheer, horrible conviction that I was in mortal danger, was suddenly verified, not by him, but by the hostile world outside the temple. The emotional dread was instantly validated. That small act of magic I'd used to close his wound earlier, the one I thought was hidden and untraceable, it was our death warrant. It was a digital signature, a beacon on the Iron Guard's grid, and they had found us. And then I heard it, a sound that was less a noise and more a physical pressure. A low, distant thrumming began to vibrate up through the stone floor and into my bones. It was the sound of overwhelming power, a deep, resonating hum that belongs only to one man, the commander. His specialized transport was approaching rapidly. This wasn't a skirmish. This was the final hunt. The curse went absolutely frantic. The sheer magnitude of the incoming threat, the airship, the sonic cannons, the man who wanted to dissect my soul, was too much for the magical link to simply share. The thrumming caused a powerful, deep vibration through the curse. It was a physical assault, a low-frequency rumble that violently confirmed the shared danger. I felt the sound in my teeth and across my collarbone, a blinding certainty that every moment of emotional closeness we'd shared was now being violently punished. I realized, with sickening clarity, that the external world wasn't separate from our bond. It was listening. It was waiting. My moment of emotional vulnerability was instantly punished by the external world. I had momentarily let down my guard. I had let myself want him. And the price was the Iron Guard closing in for the kill. The low thrumming of the airship was barely perceptible, yet it was enough. Rian snapped into full combat mode. The transformation was immediate and total. The rejection, the cold insults, all of it vanished, replaced by the predatory focus of a frontline soldier. He whirled, instantly drawing his specialized kinetic weapon from his back, a silent, deadly movement that seemed to consume all the remaining light in the temple. He didn't bother speaking. His eyes, now scanning the rough-hewn cave entrance, were already calculating escape vectors and kill zones. He pointed toward a narrow fissure near the altar. It was a clear, non-negotiable, immediate order for escape. But I didn't move. The rush of adrenaline was finally overriding the heartbreak. He just told me I was his target, and now he was trying to herd me. I wasn't falling for it again. I stood my ground, my hidden bag clutched to my chest, my legs locked. "Go to hell," I whispered, operating purely on fury. "I'm not following you anywhere." He stopped scanning. His head snapped toward me, and for the first time, his tactical mask cracked. I saw pure, unadulterated danger flash in his eyes, a professional soldier watching his objective refuse extraction. He didn't argue. He covered the distance between us in 2 fluid strides and grabbed my face firmly. His armored hand encased my jaw, pressing hard enough that the pain was a shock, silencing the word building in my throat. We were pressed together again, but this time the proximity was purely necessary and hostile. My bag clattered to the floor. I felt the heat radiating off his armor, the tension in his rigid posture as he forced my gaze up toward the roof. The curse felt the intimate violence instantly. The chain was screaming, not with desire, but with shared, terrifying purpose. This forced closeness was the true trap. We were a team again, efficient and terrifying, linked by the need to survive, even though every bone in my body knew I had to run from him. The vibration that had been a distant threat instantly became a catastrophic attack. The thrumming sound intensified into a deafening, oscillating roar, and then the air itself seemed to turn solid. The ceiling of the cave began to crumble. It wasn't an explosion. It was a deep, engineered frequency. The commander's transport was using a sonic weapon to weaken the structure. They weren't landing. They were dismantling the roof right over our heads. Chunks of dirt and ancient temple stone rained down, kicking up dust and choking the air. Rian shoved me back against the wall, his helmet already lowering itself over his face. He didn't have to tell me. The safe house was compromised. The whole structure was shaking itself to pieces. The chase was back on, now faster and more desperate than ever. I screamed, not from the falling rock, but from the sudden, intense sensory overload. The physical collapse created intense, shared noise and pressure. Every shattering stone, every heavy concussion of the weapon outside, it was all slammed through the curse, a brutal, rapid-fire link between our physical terror. It was like wearing a wire that broadcast pain, forcing both of us to endure the crushing sound and pressure simultaneously. The strain was immediate. I felt his muscles lock, not just fighting the rubble, but fighting the wave of my panic that was flooding his senses. We were trapped in a coffin of crumbling stone, and the only thing keeping us synchronized was the link that Rian had just tried to violently reject. Ryan's hand left my face, but he didn't release me. He dragged me forward, the movement swift and hard, forcing me to keep pace. He pointed his kinetic rifle at the thickest part of the ancient cave wall, the one closest to the exterior cliff face. "Shield," he ordered, his voice clipped and strained beneath the noise of the collapsing ceiling. Small blast. We don't have time to dig. There was no argument left in me, not against the sonic weapon shaking the mountain. In the face of certain physical death, the broken emotional bond snapped back into its original purpose: survival. I lifted my hands, not toward him, but toward the target. Rian was creating a small temporary exit point with a controlled explosion. I watched the precise moment his thumb hit the trigger on the casing attached to his barrel, signaling the primer. Simultaneously, with a raw surge of will, I provided the magical kinetic shield for the explosion. The shield snapped into place just as the controlled charge detonated, a contained blast of blinding light and kinetic force. The magic felt like heavy, hot rubber as I molded it around the immediate exit area, preventing the rock shards from turning us into shrapnel. It was a final, necessary moment of synchronized action, a terrifying display of how perfectly we worked when our lives depended on it. The explosion tore a jagged, smoking hole in the wall, exposing the dark, cold night air outside. The magic, however, took its toll. The shield required sustained, intense focus. The second I let it fall, my head swam, my vision blurred, and I stumbled, leaving me momentarily weak and swaying. He caught my arm without looking, his grip brutal and noncommittal. I stood there, gasping in the dust and the sudden night air, looking at the man who had just destroyed my trust, yet whose immediate, expert action was the only reason I wasn't buried alive under 5 tons of rubble. We are a perfect, efficient war machine, but also broken lovers. You won't believe the bitter truth of that thought, that the worst betrayal and the best teamwork could happen in the very same minute. We didn't run. We launched. The explosion had barely faded before Rian grabbed the back of my collar and yanked me through the smoking hole. We rushed out of the crumbling safe house into the night. The air hit me, cold, damp, and smelling of pine and ozone. I stumbled hard onto the mossy, uneven ground. Above us, the reason for the chaos became instantly clear. Suspended silently against the blackness, massive and terrifying, was the commander's airship, closing in. It was descending too quickly, its underside bristling with weapons and blinding lights that had yet to find us. It felt like a gargantuan spider lowering itself right onto our heads. Rian released me, dropping into a crouch by a thicket of scrub brush, his rifle aimed upward. He didn't look at me, but I saw his head tilt sharply. He was listening, not to the airship's engines, but to the faint crackling sound in his ear. My heart lurched. This was the moment. The commander began transmitting a private coded communication to Rian's earpiece. That silent coded order was meant for him and him alone. Whatever his true mission was, the assassination protocol he denied, it was coming through right now. The light on the airship's belly flared, searching. Rian reacted instantly, without thinking. He lunged and physically pushed me into the shadows of a massive, gnarled tree trunk, throwing his body against mine, holding me down until the blinding intensity of the airship's light swept past us. The force of his armored chest pressing against me felt like a necessary punch, a moment where the physical closeness of the curse was used purely for cover. It felt like violence, but it was just a reflex. And in that reflex, I realized I couldn't let him hear the full command alone. I had to know what he was being told to do next. We were plastered against the wet bark of the tree, hiding from the sweep of the light. Rian's arm was still crushing me against the trunk, but his focus wasn't on me anymore. It was on the coded signal pulsing silently inside his helmet. I saw a barely perceptible shift in his jawline, a slight movement near his ear, as he tried to discreetly activate a counterfrequency. He was attempting to jam the incoming message, to cut off the commander and keep his orders private. He wanted to isolate himself, to hear the truth without me hearing it, even though we were physically chained together. That was the line. That was the betrayal I wouldn't allow. He had just admitted I was nothing but a tactical flaw, and I knew whatever that command was, it involved my execution. I couldn't let him have the privacy to plan it. Operating on pure, desperate adrenaline, I lunged. I used the closeness he'd forced on me to my advantage, twisting my body within the limited space, my hand shooting up toward the edge of his helmet. My fingers hooked around the tiny, intricate piece of iron guard tech just behind his ear. I pulled hard and fast without thinking about the consequence. My lunge was successful, ripping the earpiece out. The sound wasn't the clean snap of plastic. It was a nasty, wet tear as the specialized implant detached from his skull. The immediate physical trauma, a momentary jarring pain in Ryan's head, slammed through the curse into my own consciousness. It was sharp and dizzying, a flash of white-hot agony that stole my breath. I felt his surprise, his cold professional fury at my disobedience, but mostly I felt the pain. I gasped, doubling over, the stolen earpiece falling uselessly toward the ground. But before it hit the dirt, the secret signal, now amplified and uncontrolled, screamed into the silent night. The pain from ripping the earpiece out of Ryan's skull was still making me sway, but it was instantly drowned out by something far worse. The earpiece landed on a flat piece of stone near my foot. It wasn't dead. It was broadcasting, its tiny speaker suddenly loud enough to cut through the roar of the airship. The commander's voice shouted an order that was suddenly broadcast through the now exposed earpiece. The voice was rough, familiar, and absolutely final. It didn't sound like a question or a request. It was an unbreakable decree, a sound that meant death for me, an inescapable duty for the man next to me. Protocol, Midnight Anchor. Initiate the purge, Commander. The air felt like ice. Midnight Anchor. The name hit me like a physical blow. You have to understand, that wasn't a tactical command for this mission. It was the code word for Ryan's deep cover assassination protocol. I'd seen it in the old, classified files years ago, the contingency plan for dealing with a rogue oracle who was too powerful to simply capture. It meant immediate, brutal, silent termination, and the commander had just told Ryan to initiate the purge, to wipe me out. The harsh sound of the command was amplified by the curse. The physical link we shared, the connection he had used to deceive me, now violently forced the shock of the external plot driver directly into my consciousness. I didn't just hear the word. I felt Ryan's involuntary military recognition of the code word, the cold, unquestioning adherence to duty that had been programmed into him since childhood. The full, horrifying truth of the situation snapped into place. He wasn't protecting me, not really. Everything he'd done, the rejection, the insults, the perfect teamwork, it had all been leading up to the moment he received this specific, final order. The commander's voice, amplified to a shout, hung in the cold night air. Protocol, Midnight Anchor. Initiate the purge, Commander. Ryan, already wounded from my desperate yank, flinched. Not a physical flinch from the sound, but an internal tremor I felt as a sudden sickening drop in my own stomach. It was the absolute raw collapse of his self-control forced through the link we shared. And then the Midnight Anchor order triggered the final, shattering piece of information. It wasn't just a code, it was a reveal. I felt the memory, sharp and violent, ripped from Ryan's mind and shoved into mine through the curse. It was the truth of the last month, the romantic hook that broke everything. He deliberately let his subordinate wound him to initiate the curse, to create the bond. It wasn't an accident. The wound, the shared magic, the intense connection, the us, it had all been manufactured. He needed an oracle he could control, one whose loyalty was magically bound to him, one he could eliminate quickly if she went rogue. He needed the curse to create the bond. He needed me to trust the bond. I didn't scream or cry. I simply froze in shock, recognizing the premeditated betrayal. The world narrowed to that one horrible truth, and I felt nothing but static, the ultimate friction of shattered trust. I became a statue, unable to move, unable to breathe. Ryan's final emotional resistance collapsed. He saw that I knew, and the cold, careful mask he wore fell away, replaced by pure, desperate guilt. "We have to go now," he hissed, grabbing my arm, his voice rough with panic. But I was immobile. I couldn't process the external threat because the internal one, the knowledge that he had planned the entire love story, had broken my motor function. My sudden emotional immobility caused Ryan physical pain, a vicious wrench through his chest as he tried to drag me, the anchor, away from the incoming Iron Guard fire. He wasn't just dragging my weight, he was dragging my horror, and it was tearing him apart. Ryan dragged on my arm again, his grip desperate, trying to pull my frozen body away from the terrible sound of the exposed earpiece. The airship above stopped moving, hovering directly over the crumbling mouth of the cave. I heard the high, thin whine of weapons charging. The external threat was now active and immediate. Before Ryan could yank me a third time, the airship fired. It wasn't a precision shot aimed at us, it was a pure, violent message. The commander's airship fired a warning shot that blasted the ground inches from me. The kinetic slug tore through the mossy dirt right next to my foot, blasting a shower of soil, rock, and shredded plant matter into the air. The sound was deafening. Ryan's reflexes saved my life. He didn't hesitate. He twisted his body, covering mine, and he was forced to protect me physically. I felt the strain in his arm before I felt the heat. Ryan used a burst of kinetic energy to create a brief shield, a localized dome of shimmering force that deflected the worst of the shrapnel and dust. The power was immense, raw, and it came from a deep, panicked need to defend. But the curse was the mediator. That burst of shield energy was a massive draw on both of us, straining the curse and causing mutual exhaustion. I felt the sudden, crushing drain of his own kinetic reserves, mirrored instantly by the magical fatigue in my core. I slumped against the earth, the physical fear finally breaking through the shock. But the terror didn't clear my mind. It only solidified the awful truth. He saved me, yes, but he only saved me from the immediate blast because he was playing an elaborate, premeditated game. He was the architect of the whole trap. He created the bond, and now the man who made me fall for him was the only thing standing between me and the death sentence he himself had arranged. The smell of burnt earth and the raw shock of the near miss cleared my paralysis instantly, replacing it with something cold and violent: fury. The airship was already cycling its main cannon for another blast. Ryan was still dragging me, his breath ragged from the kinetic drain, but I wrenched my arm out of his grasp. I spun on him, ignoring the shouting airship above and the pain in my head. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. My face was streaked with tears and fury. The betrayal was total. He was my jailer, my executioner, and the architect of the love I thought was real. This was my final act of distrust. I prepared to attack the man who was also protecting me. I raised my hands slowly, deliberately, and the air around my palms shimmered, pulling the latent kinetic energy from the stone beneath us, readying a devastating blast aimed squarely at his chest armor. It was madness. It was suicide. But the thought of running one more step next to this methodical liar, this perfectly crafted weapon of my own destruction, was worse than death. The moment the kinetic magic began to surge, that heavy, deep rumble in my gut that signaled a full-power spell, the surge of attack magic was immediately sensed by Ryan via the curse. The link wasn't just a communication channel, it was a targeting system. He didn't need to see my hands. He felt the charge, the intent, and the exact vector of the spell I was generating. His body went rigid. I saw his eyes widen, not in fear of the blast, but in sick, stunned realization of what I was doing. The curse forces him to anticipate my precise move, locking down his own kinetic field in preparation for the defensive counterstrike. He knew exactly where the blow was coming, and he knew it was meant to kill. The kinetic spell gathered in my hands, a silent, swirling promise of violence. Ryan felt every ounce of it through the curse, knew the exact moment I would launch the blast, but instead of raising his own shield, instead of going into the automatic defensive maneuver that had been drilled into him, Ryan didn't fight back. He simply lowered his shoulders, letting the rifle drop slightly, and stood utterly still. I had braced myself for a counterattack, for the cold snap of his metallic armor closing around my wrist, or the sharp kinetic pulse designed to break my focus. But there was nothing. He was simply looking at me with an expression of shattered resignation. The calculated mask was completely gone, leaving his face bare, pale, and ravaged by regret. His silent surrender was devastating. He was accepting the punishment for his betrayal. I saw it flash in his eyes, the confession that I was right, that he deserved whatever pain I was about to unleash. He wasn't resisting the external threat from the airship, and he wasn't resisting me. He was giving up. It was this surrender, this final vulnerability, that broke my resolve, not the threat above. His acceptance of pain sent a wave of confusing, unwanted sympathy through the emotional link. I felt the true, deep wrench of his guilt, not for the mission, but for me. It was a confusing, horrible mix of self-hatred and a desperate, agonizing desire for me to be safe, even if it meant his death. The force of the emotional current destabilized my spell. The gathering kinetic charge stuttered and died in my hands, dissipating into the night air as useless, heated steam. I couldn't hurt him. I couldn't kill the thing that was also trying to protect me, even though he was the one who built the cage. And the commander wasted no time on a second warning shot. The massive airship, its lights blinding, swept in close, preparing to deploy ground troops. Its heavy thrusters kicked up a storm of dirt and broken branches, a roar that shook my very bones. I could hear the grinding whine of the deployment ramps dropping open beneath the hull. The physical chase was renewed. The landscape was swarming with enemy forces. Dark figures, heavily armored and carrying pulse rifles, dropped from the ramp like mechanical spiders, landing with heavy rhythmic thuds that vibrated through the earth. The final deadline was seconds away. They were here to execute Midnight Anchor, to execute me. Rian finally moved. He shoved me roughly forward toward the chaotic, wooded slope behind us. The ground troops' sudden chaotic movement was visually distracting, their black silhouettes flashing against the harsh searchlight, and their deployment scattered more dust and sharp debris. Rian shielded my eyes and pulled my head down low against his side as we launched ourselves into a stumbling run. He didn't speak. He just moved, propelled by the same brutal, primal survival instinct I felt. We were moving as a single, panicked unit, the magical tether pulling tight between us, amplifying the shared terror of the hunt. My lungs were burning, my mind was racing, not planning an attack against him anymore, but desperately trying to find an exit ramp from this nightmare. The sound of boots hitting the ground from the airship's ramp was our true alarm. We had seconds before the Iron Guard soldiers formed a line. Rian didn't ask, didn't apologize, and didn't look at me with that pathetic resignation again. He simply grabbed my hand, his fingers wrapping around my wrist with desperate, non-negotiable strength. He didn't grab my hand to be romantic. He did it to ensure I moved with him, to force me to run with him into the chaos. This wasn't about the mission anymore. It was purely for survival. "Run," he finally grunted, dragging me toward the deepest shadows of the woods as the airship's searchlight started sweeping the area. The feel of his skin on mine was electric, a sudden blinding reminder of the romantic hook. The physical bond, the curse, was the only thing linking their desperate flight. Our escape wasn't fueled by loyalty or love. It was fueled by the magical chain he'd built between us, making it physically less painful to move together than to rip apart. The forced handhold was a final, urgent, nonverbal plea for alliance despite the betrayal. It said, "I know you hate me. I know I betrayed you. But if you stop, we both die, and you can't let that happen." I felt the raw, panicked calculation in his mind, the way he instantly calibrated our combined weight and speed. I couldn't shake his hand off. Not because I was too weak, but because I knew in that instant that despite everything, the only way I was getting out of this alive was tethered to the man who was sent to kill me. He pulled me over a tangle of roots, dragging us both into the welcome blackness. We plunged headlong into the shadows, the hand Rian held my only anchor. The forest was thick and dark, but the airship didn't need to see to track us. The ground troops were already fanning out, their heavy boots crushing the undergrowth. I could hear their comm chatter, tinny and close. We were hemmed in, hunted by the army that had once claimed Rian as its best. We stumbled over the uneven terrain, both of us desperate for cover. That was the moment the airship's searchlight fixed on us as we plunged into the thick woods. The brilliant white beam found us, slicing through the trees and pinning us like insects under glass. We had nowhere left to go. The soldiers were closing the perimeter. The light was on us, and I was running with the man who had ruined my life to save it. He ruined me. He was still lying. I knew it, I felt it, even as his hand gripped mine tight enough to bruise. The Iron Guard was closing in, and I looked at my executioner and knew I had to run with him to save the world. You have to hear what I did next. The smell of burnt earth and the raw shock of the near miss cleared my paralysis instantly, replacing it with something cold and violent: fury. The airship was already cycling its main cannon for another blast. Rian was still dragging me, his breath ragged from the kinetic drain, but I wrenched my arm out of his grasp. I spun on him, ignoring the shouting airship above and the pain in my head. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. My face was streaked with tears and fury. The betrayal was total. He was my jailer, my executioner, and the architect of the love I thought was real. This was my final act of distrust, I prepared to attack the man who was also protecting me. I raised my hand slowly, deliberately, and the air around my palms shimmered, pulling the latent kinetic energy from the stone beneath us, readying a devastating blast aimed squarely at his chest armor. It was madness. It was suicide. But the thought of running one more step next to this methodical liar, this perfectly crafted weapon of my own destruction, was worse than death. The moment the kinetic magic began to surge, that heavy, deep rumble in my gut that signaled a full-power spell, the surge of attack magic was immediately sensed by Rian via the curse. The link wasn't just a communication channel. It was a targeting system. He didn't need to see my hands. He felt the charge, the intent, and the exact vector of the spell I was generating. His body went rigid. I saw his eyes widen, not in fear of the blast, but in sick, stunned realization of what I was doing. The curse forced him to anticipate my precise move, locking down his own kinetic field in preparation for the defensive counterstrike. He knew exactly where the blow was coming, and he knew it was meant to kill. The kinetic spell gathered in my hands, a silent, swirling promise of violence. Rian felt every ounce of it through the curse, knew the exact moment I would launch the blast. But instead of raising his own shield, instead of going into the automatic defensive maneuver that had been drilled into him, Rian didn't fight back. He simply lowered his shoulders, letting the rifle drop slightly, and stood utterly still. I had braced myself for a counterattack, for the cold snap of his metallic armor closing around my wrist, or the sharp kinetic pulse designed to break my focus. But there was nothing. He was simply looking at me with an expression of shattered resignation. The calculated mask was completely gone, leaving his face bare, pale, and ravaged by regret. His silent surrender was devastating. He was accepting the punishment for his betrayal. I saw it flash in his eyes. The confession that I was right, that he deserved whatever pain I was about to unleash. He wasn't resisting the external threat from the airship, and he wasn't resisting me. He was giving up. It was this surrender, this final vulnerability, that broke my resolve, not the threat above. His acceptance of pain sent a wave of confusing, unwanted sympathy through the emotional link. I felt the true, deep wrench of his guilt, not for the mission, but for me. It was a confusing, horrible mix of self-hatred and a desperate, agonizing desire for me to be safe, even if it meant his death. The force of the emotional current destabilized my spell. The gathering kinetic charge stuttered and died in my hands, dissipating into the night air as useless heated steam. I couldn't hurt him. I couldn't kill the thing that was also trying to protect me, even though he was the one who built the cage. The commander wasted no time on a second warning shot. The massive airship, its lights blinding, swept in close, preparing to deploy ground troops. Its heavy thrusters kicked up a storm of dirt and broken branches, a roar that shook my very bones. I could hear the grinding whine of the deployment ramps dropping open beneath the hull. The physical chase was renewed. The landscape was swarming with enemy forces. Dark figures, heavily armored and carrying pulse rifles, dropped from the ramp like mechanical spiders, landing with heavy, rhythmic thuds that vibrated through the earth. The final deadline was seconds away. They were here to execute Midnight Anchor, to execute me. Rian finally moved. He shoved me roughly forward, toward the chaotic, wooded slope behind us. The ground troops' sudden chaotic movement was visually distracting, their black silhouettes flashing against the harsh searchlight, and their deployment scattered more dust and sharp debris. Rian shielded my eyes and pulled my head down low against his side as we launched ourselves into a stumbling run. He didn't speak. He just moved, propelled by the same brutal, primal survival instinct I felt. We were moving as a single, panicked unit, the magical tether pulling tight between us, amplifying the shared terror of the hunt. My lungs were burning, my mind was racing, not planning an attack against him anymore, but desperately trying to find an exit ramp from this nightmare. The sound of boots hitting the ground from the airship's ramp was our true alarm. We had seconds before the Iron Guard soldiers formed a line. Rian didn't ask, didn't apologize, and didn't look at me with that pathetic resignation again. He simply grabbed my hand, his fingers wrapping around my wrist with desperate, non-negotiable strength. He didn't grab my hand to be romantic. He did it to ensure I moved with him, to force me to run with him into the chaos. This wasn't about the mission anymore. It was purely for survival. "Run," he finally grunted, dragging me toward the deepest shadows of the woods as the airship's searchlight started sweeping the area. The feel of his skin on mine was electric, a sudden, blinding reminder of the romantic hook. The physical bond, the curse, was the only thing linking our desperate flight. Our escape wasn't fueled by loyalty or love. It was fueled by the magical chain he'd built between us, making it physically less painful to move together than to rip apart. The forced handhold was a final, urgent, nonverbal plea for alliance despite the betrayal. It said, "I know you hate me. I know I betrayed you. But if you stop, we both die, and you can't let that happen." I felt the raw, panicked calculation in his mind, the way he instantly calibrated our combined weight and speed. I couldn't shake his hand off. Not because I was too weak, but because I knew in that instant that despite everything, the only way I was getting out of this alive was tethered to the man who was sent to kill me. He pulled me over a tangle of roots, dragging us both into the welcome blackness. We plunged headlong into the shadows, the hand Rian held my only anchor. The forest was thick and dark, but the airship didn't need to see to track us. The ground troops were already fanning out, their heavy boots crushing the undergrowth. I could hear their comm chatter, tinny and close. We were hemmed in, hunted by the army that had once claimed Rian as its best. We stumbled over the uneven terrain, both of us desperate for cover. That was the moment the airship's searchlight fixed on us as we plunged into the thick woods. The brilliant white beam found us, slicing through the trees and pinning us like insects under glass. We had nowhere left to go. The soldiers were closing the perimeter, the light was on us, and I was running with the man who had ruined my life to save it. He ruined me. He was still lying. I knew it. I felt it, even as his hand gripped mine tight enough to bruise. The Iron Guard was closing in, and I looked at my executioner and knew I had to run with him to save the world. You have to hear what I did next. I didn't let that terrifying, urgent plea linger in the air. We plunged into the deepest part of the thick woods, running away from the swarming Iron Guard troops until the thudding of their boots became a muffled threat. Once we had a few hundred yards of cover, I dropped Ryan's hand and pulled the map I'd prepared out of my pack. "The Iron Guard won't search this deep tonight," I said, my voice clipped and flat. I didn't look at him, keeping my eyes fixed on the illuminated terrain map. "We're going to hit the regional communication nexus. It's 20 miles east. If we can code a false tactical withdrawal, we buy ourselves 48 hours. I spoke only in clipped commands, refusing to make eye contact with Rian. "You drove us right into the fire. I'm driving us out. You follow my lead, Rian. No discussion." He was an expert strategist. He could have argued, but he just nodded once, that shattered resignation still lingering behind his eyes. We found the transport, a tiny two-seater utility vehicle I'd managed to secure during our escape preparations. Rian climbed into the passenger seat without a word, submitting to my command. I got in the driver's side, turned the ignition, and we drove into the silent night. The silence was the worst punishment. He sat there, a 6-foot weapon of betrayal, utterly passive, forcing me to sit silently under my scrutiny. I remembered how he used to talk, how he used to challenge every one of my ideas, how we'd fight just for the sheer joy of it. That clear, passionate conflict was gone, replaced by a profound emptiness. I hated this dutiful shell of the man I loved more than I'd ever hated the commander's puppet he was supposed to be. I knew what I was looking for, but you won't believe how much I missed fighting with him. The moment we killed the engine, the industrial noise of the Iron Guard's regional communication nexus washed over us, a constant, rhythmic hum of power and detection. We climbed out of the transport and crept toward the wall. It was massive, black obsidian shot through with glowing arcane lines. I pointed to a maintenance hatch near the base. "That's our entry point. It'll require expert lockpicking, military grade." I didn't have to finish the command. Rian wordlessly took the lead, using his expert skills. He pulled a set of finely tuned instruments from a hidden pouch in his armor, submitting his specific, necessary knowledge entirely to my timing. He positioned himself directly in front of the hatch, effectively shielding me from any casual patrols, and began working the complex mechanism. But the lock wasn't just physical. The lock was electromagically charged. The tiny metallic picks kept sparking against the plate, threatening to trigger a silent alarm that would seal the wall forever. I crouched beside him. "Hold the static field steady," I whispered. I channeled a minuscule ribbon of my Seer magic, a barely visible thread of kinetic energy, and carefully guided it to the point where his steel pick met the lock core. It was pure intimacy. We were pressed, shoulder to shoulder, the hot metal of his armor radiating against my side, forcing our hands to work in intimate, silent tandem. My fingertips hovered inches from his, conducting the electrical flow while his fingers manipulated the tumblers. Every tiny shift, every minute resistance in the lock was felt instantly by both of us. His physical effort balanced perfectly by my magical finesse. We were a machine again, a horrifyingly efficient pair. And for just a moment, it was impossible to tell where his hand ended and my magic began. The hatch lock clicked open with a soft mechanical sigh, a sound only Ryan's finely tuned ear could have heard over the external hum. We slipped inside, immediately dropping to the floor to avoid the sweep of a surveillance eye. The interior passage was dark and smelled heavily of ionized ozone. The hallway ahead was crisscrossed by a shimmering, invisible lattice. Get one beam wrong, and we were incinerated. I closed my eyes, letting my oracle intuition map the pattern, the gaps, the exact fleeting sequence of the beam cycles. "Now," I hissed, low and immediate. "Left foot, high, shift right at the third beat, hold." Ryan executed the complex, physically demanding maneuvers flawlessly. His movements were fluid, precise, and utterly silent, a devastating submission to my authority. He twisted, ducked, and contorted his body through the minuscule openings I dictated, proving his unreserved trust and obedience. Every time he pulled a muscle or grazed the floor, I felt the phantom strain in my own limbs. But the grid wasn't just physical. The laser grid caused a faint, high-pitched ringing that transferred via the curse. It was a high-frequency energy field designed to disorient, and the sound was just below the threshold of painful but insistent. I felt the sound drilling into Ryan's skull, and the curse instantly linked our sensory discomfort. It was a shared, miserable headache. We moved through that shimmering light, synchronized down to the level of our inner ear pain, linked by nothing but that brutal, intimate chain. We moved quickly, low to the ground, past the neutralized laser grid. I was already checking the next 10 feet of the conduit for pressure sensors and seismic alarms, relying on my sight and the faint shared hum of the curse to warn me of immediate danger. That was my job now, the oracle leading the broken machine. Then I saw it, not with my eyes, but in the immediate sharp shift of Ryan's kinetic field. He noticed a hidden low-level surveillance camera I'd missed. It was tiny, embedded high in the ceiling joint, an old Iron Guard model that only his specific training would recognize. He didn't even pause in his stride. He lifted his left wrist just slightly, and with a minuscule, almost imperceptible flick of his thumb against the surface of his tactical watch, he silently neutralized it without stopping or consulting me. I saw the camera's tiny indicator light blink out of existence just as we passed under it. My blood ran cold, a sharp, immediate surge of distrust. He acted outside my direct command. He didn't ask, he didn't signal. He simply used his superior knowledge, the one thing he still had over me, to interfere. It felt like a deliberate challenge to my authority. Did he think I was incompetent? Was he taking control back? The anger was suffocating, burning away the fear. He was supposed to obey. The device he used was one of his enemy's proprietary tools, sleek and black, strapped to the wrist I knew intimately. The familiarity of his enemy tech amplified my distrust. It was a visceral reminder of who he really was, a commander of the machine that was hunting me, using their own technology right beside me, proving every second that he couldn't simply be mine. I was still burning over the camera incident when we rounded the next corner. I was so focused on Ryan's act of subtle defiance that I missed the tripwire. My boot heel hit the barely raised metal seam, and a low, angry electrical hum instantly rose from the floor. I froze. I was standing in a field that, in 3 seconds, would flood the corridor with a disabling kinetic alarm, broadcasting our exact location to the entire nexus. Ryan didn't hesitate. He didn't even look at me. He took one long, powerful stride and used his body to shield me from the alarm field. He shoved me backward, out of the seam, and instantly replaced my position with his own armored leg and torso. The field, unable to find my Seer signature, discharged its built-up energy into the commander's dense armor. Rian took the brunt of the field's electrical surge. It wasn't a fatal shot, but the sickening crack of the overload against his armor was loud, and the smell of burnt synthetics filled the air. And then I felt it. The surge caused a sharp, painful, non-fatal jolt through the curse. It wasn't the secondary sympathetic pain I usually got. It was the raw, immediate feeling of being hit by the kinetic discharge, a blinding, electric shock that slammed into my shoulder blade and traveled down my spine. The pain was severe, but more terrifying was what it meant. His body shielded mine, but the curse ensured I felt the terrifying, confusing weight of his sacrifice. My pain was proof of his care. I felt the fire in his muscles, his sharp intake of breath. He endured that pain to save me, and because of the bond, I endured it right along with him. The kinetic shock had barely subsided before Rian recovered quickly. He pushed off the ground, not stumbling, maintaining his rigid, silent obedience despite the pain I knew was searing his side. He didn't even rub the singed patch on his armor. He just kept moving, deeper into the nexus. Stop. I grabbed the thick fabric of his jacket just above the burned section. He halted immediately, a statue waiting for my order. I pulled the Seer bomb from my pack, a small concentrated healing agent. I had to do this. An injured commander was a liability, and his survival was critical to the mission. The scorched area was hot to the touch, and the flesh underneath was already reddening. I dabbed the cool, tingling paste onto the burn, my fingers never lingering, making the contact as minimal and professional as possible. The touch was necessary, but it was with a cold, unforgiving touch. I didn't offer a word of comfort or acknowledgement for his sacrifice, only a sharp, single instruction. Don't bleed out. We still need you to open the next door. As the balm began to work, I felt the sickening spike hit me. My cold, necessary touch sent a strong wave of emotional rejection through the curse. It wasn't physical pain this time, but a profound, deep-seated emotional wave of failure and isolation radiating from Rian, amplified by the curse. He felt my absolute contempt for him, not just as a betrayer, but now as a wounded asset. It was raw, powerful rejection, and I used the curse to make sure he felt every searing degree of my unforgiveness, even as I was physically healing him. If you want, I can continue this next section immediately in the same style, keeping the... We kept low, moving past 2 sealed junction points, until we finally reached our target, the main server room door. It was massive, black, and perfectly featureless, sealed with something far beyond mechanical lockpicking. The surface shimmered with faint geometric patterns, complex, specialized magical knowledge only Rian possessed. It was Iron Guard encryption at its highest level, and my Seer conduit was useless against it. I had to swallow my pride. Every muscle in my body fought the action, but I had no choice. I was forced to verbally request Rian to use his specific, unique skills, acknowledging his irreplaceable value. Rian, I whispered, my voice rough. The access seal. It's based on vocal frequency and sequence alignment. You know the sequence. Do it. He didn't smirk, didn't make eye contact. He simply inclined his head, a gesture of submission that felt more devastating than any fight. He placed his fingertips on the cold door frame, took a deep, steadying breath, and began to speak the low, resonant syllables. Sanctitas, Fides, Imperium. The words were ancient, the militaristic faith of the Iron Guard, the very language used to swear the oath that broke us. I was forced to listen to the words of her enemy's faith, the foundational creed of the regime that had turned him into my betrayer. The power of the mantra caused the glyphs on the door to pulse, the sound vibrating not just through the air, but through the curse connecting our bodies. I felt the pure, cold conviction in his voice, the power of his original, terrible loyalty. The door hissed open, swinging inward to reveal the server room. The air inside was sterile and cold, but the mantra's echo lingered, a terrifying ghost of his former self, still present and necessary in the darkness. The heavy server room door slid open with barely a whisper, thanks to Rian's muttered, traitorous mantra. He breached the server room and immediately stepped to the side, scanning the access points. The room was a massive, humming cage of cold metal racks and blinking indicator lights. I didn't waste a second. I immediately plugged my small Seer conduit directly into the central console and let the code flow, totally engrossed. I was completely focused on the screen, blinded to the physical room around me. And in that moment of absolute vulnerability, I realized the full extent of the risk I was taking. I trusted Ryan completely with the protection of my back while I was fully engrossed in the coding. He didn't need an order. I didn't even look up, but I felt the precise way he positioned his body, a low, defensive stance, facing the door and the only two vent systems. He was the shield, and I was the weapon. The room was freezing cold. The server cooling systems were running at maximum, and the temperature immediately began to leach the warmth from my fingers, threatening my fine motor control over the magical interface. Without a word, I drew a quick, contained heat spell, a small globe of warmth that settled between my hands and the console. It was barely enough to stop the shivering, but because we were standing so close, because he was still guarding my back, the localized, small spell warmed both of us at the same time. The heat clung to the metal of his armor, and I felt the faint, shared rush of warmth through the curse, a physical, undeniable relief. It was the most comfortable I'd been since the night he betrayed me, and that fact, that dangerous, profound comfort of working in unity with the very source of my pain, terrified me more than any Iron Guard patrol ever could. I was a dozen lines deep in the code, my entire focus narrowed to the green glyphs flickering on the console when I hit a wall. It wasn't a firewall, it was a mandate. To push the core program, I needed a current, rotating security key, one that wasn't stored digitally, but on a physically secured terminal. I looked up. Terminal 3, I hissed, pointing across the wide, echoing server room. High-level access key. It's on a 10-second retrieval timer. Get it. Ryan didn't ask what Terminal 3 was guarding. He simply turned and moved, disappearing around a stack of humming data modules. That terminal was the only one not monitored by the central system, meaning it was designed to physically alert if accessed. He had to risk physical detection to access the terminal, forcing him to demonstrate risk purely for my success. It was pure, raw exposure. I watched the clock on the console while I worked, my eyes flicking up only once when I heard the low, metallic thunk of the terminal engaging. That sound meant he was committed. He had 10 seconds before the local alarm activated and fried the key. He came back just as the countdown hit 0, moving silently, placing a small, cool data chip directly into my outstretched palm. I slotted the key and continued my work. The moment of danger passed, the silence returned, and the code flowed again. I looked at the screen, not him. I saw the successful access. I took the chip. I just nodded once, curtly. I wouldn't thank him for doing his job, not even when that job involved risking detection just to make my plan work. I was frantically navigating the encrypted channels, trying to make the false command look like a high-level Iron Guard directive. The key Ryan retrieved was burning through the interface, but the clock felt like it was accelerating. I needed one more piece of data, the exact phase calculation for the convergence. My eye caught the long, narrow window set high into the server room wall, a pointless architectural flourish. I looked up and saw it. The pale, green, doubled star in the night sky. The convergence was happening now. Not tonight. Not in an hour. Now. The deadline wasn't imminent. It was upon us. My hands started to shake, adrenaline spiking, and the intricate magical web I was weaving nearly collapsed. I gasped, the tiny, sharp sound lost in the hum of the servers. Then I felt the pressure. Ryan noticed my panic and instinctively placed a grounding hand on my shoulder, non-verbally steadying me. His left hand, still slightly stiff from the electric shock, settled lightly on my shoulder. It wasn't a demand or a question. It was just a solid weight, a presence that said, I am here. Keep going. The moment his fingers touched the fabric of my jacket, the panic that was seizing my chest instantly receded. The curse made his instinctive calm and focus my own. I felt the profound steadiness of the commander, the soldier who never broke rhythm, the general who thrived under impossible pressure, flood my own nervous system. It was an involuntary, shared wave of strength, linking our mutual sense of urgency. I took a deep breath, the energy from his touch anchoring me to the present. I didn't acknowledge him, but my shaking stopped. I bent my head and pushed through the final lines of code. The code was compiled. I was at the final input point, choosing the coordinates to target. The success of the whole operation hinged on sending a massive, convincing alert that would draw the bulk of the Iron Guard away from our next objective. I pulled up the regional map on the console. 3 major industrial hubs were viable targets for a false distress signal, but only one was perfect. It was the city of Viridia, the place where he had built his career, where he had been celebrated before his treason. It was his home base. I knew that sending the false signal there, one guaranteed to draw extreme force, was the most efficient choice. But it also meant placing every man, woman, and child Rian once swore to protect in immediate, calculated danger. I used the moral dilemma as a final test of Rian's new loyalty. I typed the coordinates for Viridia, but before hitting the final execute, I looked at him. "This city," I said, my voice barely audible over the server hum. "You commanded this sector. You know the civilian density. Any protest now, Rian? This is your last chance." He met my gaze. I saw the struggle, the memory of faces I didn't know flashing in his eyes, the weight of 1,000 old oaths. He didn't speak. He just slowly shook his head, a single agonizing movement of submission. He was sacrificing his past for my mission. The instant I pressed the button, sending the coordinates, the pain hit me. The choice of the city triggered a profound, visible, shared wave of guilt through the curse's link. It was a cold, sick wave of pure moral violation that wasn't just his, it was ours. The curse didn't care who made the choice, only that we shared the sin. I had asked him to burn his past, and he was doing it. He was truly sacrificing everything, and I was feeling the heat of the fire. The final command, the false, cruel order that betrayed the people he once led, was cycling through the system. My eyes were glued to the main display, verifying the transmission protocols. We were seconds from success. Then Rian saw a flicker on the server monitor. He was still standing guard, perfectly motionless, but his head tilted the slightest bit toward one of the smaller, older diagnostic screens tucked low into a server rack. "Down," he muttered, the first actual warning he'd given me that wasn't a mandatory password. I didn't have time to ask why. My gaze snapped to the small monitor. A high-priority tracking beacon was about to lock onto my magic signature. My conduit was still plugged in. I was a glowing target on their network map. I was too slow, my focus still on the main command. Rian didn't wait. He didn't even drop his rifle. With a soundless roar of effort, he swung his entire body, extending his left arm back against the wall of servers, and he smashed the tracking monitor with his bare fist, risking a severe hand injury to save my secrecy. The impact was sickeningly loud, a wet crack followed by the crystalline shatter of the monitor face. The tracker signal died instantly. He had saved the mission, saved my life, sacrificing his own flesh without even hesitating. And I felt it. The smash caused a severe, non-fatal cut on Rian's hand. A white-hot, stabbing ache flared deep in my palm, sharp enough to make me bite back a cry. It wasn't a dull echo. It was the exact tearing pain of broken glass meeting bone. I gasped, clutching my hand against the console, forced to experience the consequence of his brutal loyalty. He stood there, knuckles dripping blood onto the cool metal floor, perfectly silent. The pain was mine, but the secret was safe. The sharp, visceral pain in my hand faded quickly, the curse's link stabilizing as I finished the final encryption layer. But the blood still dripped steadily from Rian's knuckles. He hadn't moved, holding his arm rigid against his side, his breath tight. I couldn't have him bleeding all over the console. A bloody trail was a sloppy escape route, and a badly injured hand meant compromised fighting efficiency. I set my hand over his and initiated a small, defensive healing spell, a cold, clinical flash of light that targeted the torn tissue, purely for the sake of the mission's efficiency. "Don't be an idiot," I muttered, not looking at him, concentrating on sealing the deepest cuts. "You still have to carry the pack." The moment the light vanished and the skin began to knit, he reacted. He wrenched his arm away from me, fast and hard, shaking his head once. "Don't," he commanded, his voice raw, low, and laced with absolute rejection. He pulled his hand to his chest, curled into a defensive fist, as if the faint scar tissue I left behind was a fresh brand. That sudden, violent snatchback amplified the emotional distance between us. The healing light was gone, but the curse still linked us, and through that link, I felt the strong, sharp wave of his refusal, a wave of desperate self-punishment that rejected any softening, any hint that my care could be mistaken for forgiveness. He didn't want my efficiency. He wanted the wound to stay open, proof of his penance. The red light on the console shifted to green. The encrypted signal was away. The false alert was now cycling through the network, directing every available Iron Guard patrol away from the hidden site we needed to reach next, sending them scrambling toward Viridia. The mission objective for this stage was complete. I snatched my conduit out of the terminal, ready to move. We had maybe 60 seconds before the system noticed the unauthorized disconnect. Ryan didn't need me to tell him. I saw him shifting the weight of his rifle, turning his head toward the door, preparing for the exit. He knew the job was done. He looked at the console, then at me. It was the barest twitch of his head, a silent acknowledgement of my competence and of our success. We were two gears in a killing machine, perfectly aligned. But as I pulled my last data cable free, the system retaliated. A massive electrical feedback surged back through the console, instantly frying the interface. I felt a violent, buzzing jolt, not painful, but intensely physical. It surged through my hand, then through the damp metal of the console, and right into Ryan's injured, exposed hand where he was still resting it on the metal rack beside me. For one agonizing, suspended second, the energy locked our hands to the terminal, bonding us in the aftershock. We stood there, pressed close against the cold, dead metal, our bodies united by the current. Then the power drained, the residual static fizzled out, and we were free, separated only by the chilled air. The success was ours, and so was the electric shock of that terrifying intimacy. The successful transmission was still buzzing in the air, but we couldn't linger in the glow of our achievement. The Iron Guard's response time would be measured in minutes, and we needed to be long gone. We began the final, high-speed retreat from the Nexus, realizing we must use the enemy's main access tunnel. We reached the access door marked with a triple military seal, the fastest way out, but also the most direct route into the heart of the security campus. We were risking everything for speed. I activated the bypass I'd prepared, my eyes already tracing the tunnel schematics on my wrist pad. "Hold on the magnetic rail," I ordered, pointing to the high-speed service tunnel built into the ceiling. "It's faster than running, even if the ascent is loud." He didn't move toward the rail. He stood stiffly, looking down the tunnel floor toward the opposite end. "Negative," he stated, his voice flat and resistant, the most aggressive display of defiance since his hand was on my shoulder. "We stay low. The rail feeds directly past the barracks. It's too exposed." I glared at him, the success of the last hour evaporating in a flash of pure rage. "You follow my orders, Commander. I run the tactical decisions now. I said high, so we go high." "No, we take the low channel. It's slower but shielded. You climb that rail and you draw fire we can't afford." He absolutely refused to follow the order for a brief, tense moment. I felt the old heat of resentment coil in my gut. He was challenging me again, substituting my tactical decision with his own. The sudden, high-pitched shriek of raw psychic anger slammed into my ears, not from the environment, but from the curse itself, a mutual backlash to the clash of wills. I flinched, biting down a shout, feeling the pain mirrored in him, a shared angry warning that our conflict would physically destroy us both. The painful ringing from our argument faded, but the tension didn't. I was about to rip into him for the disobedience when I saw it. The low channel he'd insisted on taking, the one I dismissed as too slow, was lined with subtle thermal scarring on the floor. It was the kind of residue you only get after heavy-duty military equipment passes through. Then he stopped dead, his rifle shifting fractionally. He knelt instantly, his injured hand already moving with breathtaking speed toward a small, nearly invisible device embedded in the grating. It was a proximity mine, and it was active. I watched him work, his focus absolute. He wasn't challenging my leadership, he was using specialized knowledge to save our lives. My rail route would have sent us right over this thing, maybe 10 feet too high to see it, and we would have been vaporized. That realization hit me with more force than the curse ever could. He wasn't acting like my enemy, or even my subordinate. He was acting like a partner, with a deeper understanding of this specific ground. He used a tiny burst of localized electromagnetic energy to cut the charge, a pulse so small it wouldn't even register on my scanners, but it required holding the charge completely contained for 3 seconds. The final disabling of the mine left Rian briefly exposed. I didn't think, I acted. Without a sound, I threw up a fast-moving, shimmering shield of pure light far down the other tunnel, drawing a flicker of movement, a high-level sensor response, away from our position. He needed cover, and I gave it to him. I felt the blood draining out of my own face when he finally stood up, the deactivated mine clutched in his bleeding hand. I realized something terrifying, something I hadn't let myself feel since we started this mission. His survival was not just beneficial to the cause, it was essential for my mission. I needed his knowledge. I needed his competence. I needed him. I couldn't afford for him to die, and that realization felt heavier than the curse itself. We ran low in the narrow service corridor, exactly as Rian had insisted. We'd made it 50 meters past the disabled mine when the door ahead of us burst inward, spitting fire. They weren't standard patrol. They were a rapid response team, 3 soldiers wearing heavy combat armor, and they had us instantly pinned in the choke point. They didn't shout a warning. They just opened up with kinetic energy rifles. Rian dropped to a knee, spinning and thrusting his own rifle up to return fire. The ambush was close quarters and violent, and Rian fought with brutal, desperate efficiency. I had to press flat against the cold, grimy wall as kinetic rounds chewed the concrete around me. He moved with the brutal efficiency of the commander I hated, dropping the first soldier with 2 tight shots to the neck seal. He didn't waste movement or breath. He was pure instinct, a machine of war. The second soldier lunged forward, trying to break the close quarters fight. Rian kicked the man's knee out, then brought the stock of his rifle down in a hard arc. It was ugly, visceral fighting. No magic, just bone and metal breaking. I raised my hand to launch a defensive blast, but the curse screamed. The violent, chaotic energy of the fight, the adrenaline, the fear, the intent to kill, was transferred through the link as a violent, physical tremor. It felt like my very core was vibrating. My concentration fractured instantly. I couldn't focus the power. I could only clutch my head and gasp, forcing me to momentarily pause my magical support. I had to watch him fight alone, unable to support him, because the sheer proximity of his brutality rendered my own magic useless. He drove the third soldier back, his face a mask of sweat and desperate effort, buying us the seconds I needed to regain control. Rian's brute force had neutralized 2 of the soldiers, smashing the second man against the tunnel wall. I was finally shaking off the curse's painful static and winding up a containment field when the last soldier, the one Rian had pushed back, made his move. The soldier knew his team was lost, but he still had one objective: neutralize the Seer. He didn't raise his rifle. Instead, he pulled a small, highly compressed, disabling kinetic pulse from his belt. It was designed to shut down high-level magical output without killing the target. He didn't aim for Rian. He aimed the pulse directly at me. I saw the bright, focused flash of energy leave the device. I knew that specific weapon, it wouldn't kill, but it would lock my Seer abilities down for hours, making the rest of the mission impossible. I only had time to widen my eyes. He moved faster than light, faster than he ever obeyed an order. He spun, shoving me violently against the wall, and threw his body directly into the path of the kinetic pulse. The energy slammed into his upper back with a terrible, wet thud. The impact wasn't just deafening, it was visceral. I felt the pulse hit him, the crushing, internal shock of the kinetic wave that robbed him of air and consciousness. It transferred to me through the curse instantly, a full-body seizure of pain that dropped me to my knees. It wasn't my lungs that seized, but his. It wasn't my body that absorbed the force, but his. I collapsed beside him, momentarily blinded, tasting his pain and the sharp, coppery scent of his adrenaline. He had sacrificed his own function, his own body, to protect my ability to command. The sheer, silent clarity of his loyalty hit me harder than the pulse ever could have. The crushing pain from the kinetic pulse faded slightly, leaving my muscles shaking and my heart hammering his rhythm. Rian was wounded and momentarily stunned, slumped against the wall where he'd thrown himself, coughing raggedly, his chest plate visibly dented where the pulse had hit. He was out of the fight. I looked up. The third soldier, the one Rian had been wrestling, saw his chance. He raised his rifle again, aiming directly at Rian's head, ready to finish the job his pulse couldn't. That was it. That was the line. I didn't think about the mission or the tactical risk of using high-level Seer energy inside the Nexus. All I knew was that the man who betrayed me, the man I swore to hate, was bleeding out on the floor, and I needed him alive. I roared, the sound catching in my throat, and unleashed every ounce of defensive magic I had. The fierce, white-hot burst of power wasn't a precision strike. It was a detonation. The soldier was obliterated, slammed back into the tunnel wall in a flash of kinetic dust and molten armor. I stood over Rian, panting, the smell of burnt ozone and blood stinging my nose. I looked down at him. He was stirring, eyes fluttering open, disoriented and in pain. I wanted to scream at him for daring to make that choice, for proving his loyalty with a shield of his own body. His sacrifice was undeniable, cementing his atonement, but it just doubled down on the trauma, forcing me into the role of his protector. "You idiot," I hissed, the words tight and laced with furious helplessness. He didn't respond verbally, he just looked up at me, his eyes unfocused, and a wave of pure, absolute awe and submission washed over the curse link. A sickening mixture of loyalty and fear. He wasn't just grateful. He was terrified of the power I'd just displayed and completely dedicated to the person who'd wielded it on his behalf. I felt the raw, honest need for me surging from his core, and it was suffocating. The dead soldier was a smoking silhouette against the tunnel gloom. I didn't spare a glance for him. My attention was fixed on the man gasping on the floor, who had just traded his body for my functionality. I dropped my rifle, grabbed Rian by the collar of his uniform, the hated uniform, and hauled him up. He was a dead weight, heavy and unresponsive, stunned more by the shock transfer than the physical damage. I shifted him onto my shoulder in a crude fireman's carry, ignoring the grunt of pain that tore through the curse link as I pulled on his damaged muscles. There was no time for healing spells or questions. I kept moving, dragging him toward the end of the access tunnel where the outside world waited. With every desperate, uneven step, the truth became heavier than his body. He was no longer my prisoner. He was my weapon, my shield, and my crucial living asset. His sacrifice had redefined his loyalty into something absolute, silent and physically undeniable. And by fighting for him, by saving him, I had confirmed my total dependence on his continued existence. It was a terrifying, sick kind of bond. We reached the final escape hatch. I managed to punch the release code one-handed, the rush of cold night air a sudden, blessed relief. I shoved him through first, scrambling after him, collapsing onto the rough scrub of the extraction zone. He rolled onto his back, wincing, finally catching a proper breath. He looked up at me, exhausted, vulnerable, waiting for anything. A thanks, a cold command, or maybe even the forgiveness he never asked for. I knelt beside him, leaning close enough that the lingering psychic echo of the curse was the only thing between our lips. I whispered, my voice thick with the trauma of the night, "I don't forgive you, Commander, but you're useful, and you're mine now." I didn't stop moving, not even to check Ryan's wound. I dragged him until we breached the final door, the huge armored seal that led to the sublevel core. The air inside hit me first, dry, thin, and absolutely devoid of the psychic energy I needed. The chamber was immense, carved from dark, unfeeling stone, and in the center, on a raised obsidian platform, pulsed the great malevolent light of the Iron Heart Relic. I shoved Rian into a sheltered recess, and he immediately, painfully, began scanning his sector. We worked in perfect, silent synchronicity. I moved like light, tracing the defensive lines of the relic with my sight, mapping out the energy flows and counter-magic nodes. At the same time, Rian was sweeping the physical space, pointing his finger at choke points, checking structural integrity, identifying clear fields of fire. His silent nod confirmed where a breach was most likely. My flicker of power confirmed where I'd need to place my wards. We were two halves of the same operational mind, but the deep, heavy granite had been specially treated. My magic felt thin, like trying to shout underwater. I knew immediately I couldn't rely on my usual defenses. My ability to shield us, my power to vaporize a threat, was halved. That meant I needed Ryan's raw physical competence, his brutal training, more than ever. The thought tightened my chest. My greatest weakness was now my greatest strength. I stood there, catching my breath in the cold, dead air, watching Rian carefully inspect the structural supports. He looked broken bruised, but fiercely, utterly focused on my protection. He looked up, sensing my gaze, and our eyes met for just a fraction of a second. No guilt, no resentment, just recognition. It was that moment that sealed it. I realized that our entire partnership, the constant push and pull, the curse, the fighting, the near deaths, had distilled us down. Our shared purpose, my need for his survival, his unyielding dedication to my mission. It had evolved into a single terrifying heartbeat. We couldn't waste a second. With the core chamber so magically deadening, I had to layer my defenses thick and fast, using every technique I knew to compensate for the inert environment. I knelt on the cold stone, letting my hand drag a thick, glowing line of compressed energy, the first line of the ward, around the obsidian base of the relic. I needed the foundation to be pristine. Without a command, without even looking at me, Rian moved. He was still unsteady from the kinetic pulse, leaning heavily on one leg, but he used the hem of his ruined uniform jacket to sweep the dust and rock grit from the floor around the pedestal. He created a perfect, clean arc for the next layer of my intricate sigils. He was anticipating my needs before I even voiced them, a silent, functional obedience that was terrifyingly intimate. I finished the second layer, a knot of protection meant to repel psychic assault. But the most crucial layer, the shield that would hold the relic's power long enough for me to act, required an organic binder. It needed life. I turned to look at him, reaching for my dagger, but I didn't have to ask. He was already there, kneeling beside me, bracing himself. He offered his left hand, the one he'd recently cut smashing the tracker, the one I'd grudgingly healed. The wound had reopened slightly when I dragged him from the tunnel. I didn't take the dagger to it. Instead, I simply pressed my index finger to the slow-beating pulse point on his wrist, soaking the crimson into my skin. He flinched, not from the pain, but from the raw, involuntary contact. I drew the final, most binding layer of the ward with his blood. It was his physical sacrifice, rendered without question, woven into the deepest magic I possessed. I sealed the line with a sharp intake of breath. The chamber was prepared. We had the magical shield anchored with blood, but the enemy wouldn't use magic alone. Rian knew their playbook better than anyone. He rose from the floor, moving quickly but carefully to the two entrances we'd sealed on the way in. He worked with quiet, efficient speed, pulling specialized gear from his belt, tiny humming proximity mines and laser tripwires no thicker than hair. They were designed to catch armored units off guard, not necessarily to kill, but to delay and disorient. Every placement was deliberate, military genius focused on holding a single room. While he rigged the explosives, I had to keep a constant, subtle cloak wrapped around him. Even in this dead magic zone, the Iron Guard used long-range psychic scanners to detect tech signatures. I maintained a low-level Seer sense buffer, a thin, vibrating shell of magic that absorbed the energy his electronics emitted. I was holding the silence around him so he could make noise. He couldn't risk lifting his voice, not even a little. He had to coordinate the timing of my buffer with the activation sequence of his mines. He leaned in close, his breath warm and uneven against my ear, the damp edge of his hair brushing my cheek. "Hold the west quadrant buffer, 02 seconds before deployment," he murmured, his voice gritty from the earlier fight. I closed my eyes, adjusting the magical field to match his technical demands. "Done," I breathed. He pulled back just enough to arm the device, the metallic click unnervingly loud in the huge chamber. Then he leaned back down. "Shift sweep wide on the east corridor," he whispered, his lips almost brushing my lobe. "There's magnetic seepage there. Mask it." Every whisper was a command. Every contact necessary and intimate. It was an involuntary dance of combat, a shared moment of professional reliance forced into a tiny, vulnerable space. He was telling me precisely what he was doing and exactly when. His enemy technology relying completely on my magic, all dictated in secrets murmured against my skin. Rian was wounded and momentarily stunned, slumped against the wall where he'd thrown himself, coughing raggedly, his chest plate visibly dented where the pulse had hit. He was out of the fight. I looked up. The third soldier, the one Rian had been wrestling, saw his chance. He raised his rifle again, aiming directly at Rian's head, ready to finish the job. His pulse couldn't. That was it. That was the line. I didn't think about the mission or the tactical risk of using high-level Seer energy inside the Nexus. All I knew was that the man who betrayed me, the man I swore to hate, was bleeding out on the floor, and I needed him alive. I roared, the sound catching in my throat, and unleashed every ounce of defensive magic I had. The fierce, white-hot burst of power wasn't a precision strike. It was a detonation. The soldier was obliterated, slammed back into the tunnel wall in a flash of kinetic dust and molten armor. I stood over Rian, panting, the smell of burnt ozone and blood stinging my nose. I looked down at him. He was stirring, eyes fluttering open, disoriented and in pain. I wanted to scream at him for daring to make that choice, for proving his loyalty with a shield of his own body. His sacrifice was undeniable, cementing his atonement, but it just doubled down on the trauma, forcing me into the role of his protector. "You idiot," I hissed, the words tight and laced with furious helplessness. He didn't respond verbally. He just looked up at me, his eyes unfocused, and a wave of pure, absolute awe and submission washed over the curse link. A sickening mixture of loyalty and fear. He wasn't just grateful. He was terrified of the power I just displayed, and completely dedicated to the person who'd wielded it on his behalf. I felt the raw, honest need for me surging from his core, and it was suffocating. The dead soldier was a smoking silhouette against the tunnel gloom. I didn't spare a glance for him. My attention was fixed on the man gasping on the floor, who had just traded his body for my functionality. I dropped my rifle, grabbed Rian by the collar of his uniform, the hated uniform, and hauled him up. He was a dead weight, heavy and unresponsive, stunned more by the shock transfer than the physical damage. I shifted him onto my shoulder in a crude fireman's carry, ignoring the grunt of pain that tore through the curse link as I pulled on his damaged muscles. There was no time for healing spells or questions. I kept moving, dragging him toward the end of the access tunnel where the outside world waited. With every desperate, uneven step, the truth became heavier than his body. He was no longer my prisoner. He was my weapon, my shield, my crucial living asset. His sacrifice had redefined his loyalty into something absolute, silent and physically undeniable. And by fighting for him, by saving him, I had confirmed my total dependence on his continued existence. It was a terrifying, sick kind of bond. We reached the final escape hatch. I managed to punch the release code one-handed. The rush of cold night air, a sudden, blessed relief. I shoved him through first, scrambling after him, collapsing onto the rough scrub of the extraction zone. He rolled onto his back, wincing, finally catching a proper breath. He looked up at me, exhausted, vulnerable, waiting for anything. A thanks, a cold command, or maybe even the forgiveness he never asked for. I knelt beside him, leaning close enough that the lingering psychic echo of the curse was the only thing between our lips. I whispered, my voice thick with the trauma of the night, "I don't forgive you, Commander, but you're useful, and you're mine now." I didn't stop moving, not even to check Rian's wound. I dragged him until we breached the final door, the huge armored seal that led to the sub-level core. The air inside hit me first, dry, thin, and absolutely devoid of the psychic energy I needed. The chamber was immense, carved from dark, unfeeling stone, and in the center, on a raised obsidian platform, pulsed the great, malevolent light of the Iron Heart Relic. I shoved Rian into a sheltered recess, and he immediately, painfully began scanning his sector. We worked in perfect, silent synchronicity. I moved like light, tracing the defensive lines of the relic with my sight, mapping out the energy flows and counter-magic nodes. At the same time, Rian was sweeping the physical space, pointing his finger at choke points, checking structural integrity, identifying clear fields of fire. His silent nod confirmed where a breach was most likely. My flicker of power confirmed where I'd need to place my wards. We were two halves of the same operational mind. But the deep, heavy granite had been specially treated. My magic felt thin, like trying to shout underwater. I knew immediately I couldn't rely on my usual defenses. My ability to shield us, my power to vaporize a threat, it was halved. That meant I needed Rian's raw, physical competence, his brutal training, more than ever. The thought tightened my chest. My greatest weakness was now my greatest strength. I stood there, catching my breath in the cold, dead air, watching Rian carefully inspect the structural supports. He looked broken, bruised, but fiercely, utterly focused on my protection. He looked up, sensing my gaze, and our eyes met for just a fraction of a second. No guilt, no resentment, just recognition. It was that moment that sealed it. I realized that our entire partnership, the constant push and pull, the curse, the fighting, the near deaths, had distilled us down. Our shared purpose, my need for his survival, his unyielding dedication to my mission. It had evolved into a single terrifying heartbeat. We couldn't waste a second. With the core chamber so magically deadening, I had to layer my defenses thick and fast, using every technique I knew to compensate for the inert environment. I knelt on the cold stone, letting my hand drag a thick, glowing line of compressed energy, the first line of the ward, around the obsidian base of the relic. I needed the foundation to be pristine. Without a command, without even looking at me, Rian moved. He was still unsteady from the kinetic pulse, leaning heavily on one leg, but he used the hem of his ruined uniform jacket to sweep the dust and rock grit from the floor around the pedestal. He created a perfect, clean arc for the next layer of my intricate sigils. He was anticipating my needs before I even voiced them, a silent, functional obedience that was terrifyingly intimate. I finished the second layer, a knot of protection meant to repel psychic assault, but the most crucial layer, the shield that would hold the relic's power long enough for me to act, required an organic binder. It needed life. I turned to look at him, reaching for my dagger, but I didn't have to ask. He was already there, kneeling beside me, bracing himself. He offered his left hand, the one he'd recently cut smashing the tracker, the one I'd grudgingly healed. The wound had reopened slightly when I dragged him from the tunnel. I didn't take the dagger to it. Instead, I simply pressed my index finger to the slow-beating pulse point on his wrist, soaking the crimson into my skin. He flinched, not from the pain, but from the raw, involuntary contact. I drew the final, most binding layer of the ward with his blood. It was his physical sacrifice, rendered without question, woven into the deepest magic I possessed. I sealed the line with a sharp intake of breath. The chamber was prepared. We had the magical shield anchored with blood. But the enemy wouldn't use magic alone. Rian knew their playbook better than anyone. He rose from the floor, moving quickly but carefully to the two entrances we'd sealed on the way in. He worked with quiet, efficient speed, pulling specialized gear from his belt, tiny, humming proximity mines and laser tripwires no thicker than hair. They were designed to catch armored units off guard, not necessarily to kill, but to delay and disorient. Every placement was deliberate. Military genius focused on holding a single room. While he rigged the explosives, I had to keep a constant, subtle cloak wrapped around him. Even in this dead magic zone, the Iron Guard used long-range psychic scanners to detect text signatures. I maintained a low-level Seer sense buffer, a thin, vibrating shell of magic that absorbed the energy his electronics emitted. I was holding the silence around him so he could make noise. He couldn't risk lifting his voice, not even a little. He had to coordinate the timing of my buffer with the activation sequence of his minds. He leaned in close, his breath warm and uneven against my ear, the damp edge of his hair brushing my cheek. "Hold the West Quadrant buffer. 0.2 seconds before deployment," he murmured, his voice gritty from the earlier fight. I closed my eyes, adjusting the magical field to match his technical demands. "Done," I breathed. He pulled back just enough to arm the device, the metallic click unnervingly loud in the huge chamber. Then he leaned back down. "Shift sweep wide on the east corridor," he whispered, his lips almost brushing my lobe. "There's magnetic seepage there. Mask it." Every whisper was a command, every contact necessary and intimate. It was an involuntary dance of combat, a shared moment of professional reliance forced into a tiny, vulnerable space. He was telling me precisely what he was doing, and exactly when. His enemy technology relying completely on my magic, all dictated in secrets, murmured against my skin. I was scanning the floor defenses Rian had just laid, running my awareness across the tripwires, when a cold, empty spot in my Seer sense made me snap my head up. High above us, where the ancient stone met a poorly reinforced vent shaft, was a gap large enough for a drop pod, or worse, direct aerial bombardment. It was a structural flaw, not a magical one, which was exactly why I'd missed it. My gaze shot to Rian, who was still by the east entrance. He was already looking at the ceiling, too, tracking the exact same weakness. It was a terrifying, perfect synchronicity. No words were needed. We knew it was the point of entry, and we knew the solution. A massive temporary force field, strong enough to repel military-grade kinetic assault, placed right beneath the gap. It would take both of us, his physical reserves to hold the integrity, my magic to shape the power. I pushed off the floor and rushed to the center of the room. Rian met me there. The combined effort required a continuous open channel for raw energy, which meant the curse had to be leveraged as a conduit. We raised our arms, gripping each other's wrists hard, skin to skin, right at the point where the curse felt strongest. I poured my thinned, magical reserves into the spell, pushing the luminous energy up toward the ceiling. Simultaneously, Rian drove his own physical strength, his innate cursed energy, into the link to stabilize my flow. The force field snapped into place with a low, grinding thrum. But the physical contact didn't just transfer power, it transferred feeling. I felt the searing, chronic ache in his side where he'd taken the pulse hit, a sharp echo running up my arm. He, in turn, felt the absolute bone-deep exhaustion of my strained magic, the dizzying drain I was fighting against. Every second we held the field, the raw pain of his wounds and the draining vacuum of my energy were linked, mutual burdens flowing back and forth with the power transfer. "Hold," I gritted out, teeth locked. "Holding," he gasped, eyes squeezed shut, but his grip never wavered. He didn't let go, even when the strain felt like it would tear us apart. We separated from the force field link, both of us staggering slightly. I was wiped out. He was physically shaking. The curse pulsed with mutual exhaustion. Before I could catch my breath, my internal seer sense registered a faint ripple, a ghost of energy I hadn't prepared for. It was a proximity alarm, ancient, low-powered, and designed to detect only internal organic movement. It was so simple, my high-level magical scans had completely missed it. I didn't even have to point. His eyes narrowed onto a seemingly blank section of wall near the floor. He pulled a small, smooth data stick from his boot sheath, classic Iron Guard encryption tech. He pressed it to the stone, and the device immediately began to thrum, displaying a rapidly cycling series of codes that would have been meaningless to me. He was hacking his own history. The cold familiarity with which he executed the disable sequence was chilling. He didn't hesitate, he didn't falter, and 2 seconds later, the faint magical signature of the alarm blinked out. He pulled the data stick back, sliding it instantly out of sight. He glanced at me, his gaze seeking affirmation. I didn't say thank you. The situation was too raw for civility. I just looked at him. And for the first time, I let him see the sheer gratitude in my eyes. Not for his loyalty, but for his cold surgical competence. He was a weapon I desperately needed, and he had just saved us from complete exposure. Yet it was a stark reminder of what he was. That code wasn't something you learned in basic training. It was commander-level knowledge, the kind reserved for those who built the very prison we were trying to escape. His ability to disarm the enemy was intrinsically tied to his dark past with them. He was a monster of their making, and I was relying on the teeth they'd given him. I know what you're thinking. You just called him a monster and then thanked him. And you're right. That's when I finally crossed the line in my head. I let go of the idea that I needed him to be reformed or good or even forgiven. I just needed him to be effective. I accepted that his dangerous nature, his history, his capacity for ruthlessness, was a necessary tool for my survival. He was the only one who could get me through this. And that realization, the cold, hard acceptance of my need for his specific brand of danger, was more frightening than the Iron Guard itself. I finished the final seal, pushing the last vestiges of my power into the blood ward surrounding the relic. It wasn't a flare of light. It was a painful suck, a complete draining sensation that left the room spinning. The air felt thick, the stone chamber suddenly too cold, and my legs gave out from under me. I didn't fall, but I certainly slumped. I couldn't move. The second my control broke, Rian was there. It wasn't a gentle hand or a lover's embrace. It was the quick, firm action of a medic pulling a comrade out of a blast zone. He slid his arm under my shoulder, dragging me a short distance to a recessed alcove carved into the stone, a defensible position. He knelt beside me, pulling a tightly wrapped medical pack from his jacket. He didn't speak. He simply shoved the nozzle of a water flask against my lips and forced me to drink. Then he opened a high-calorie ration bar, pushing it into my hand. "Eat it. All of it," he ordered, his voice low and utterly devoid of emotion, focused only on function. As I drank the water, trying to fight off the nausea from the deep energy drain, the curse reacted. The immediate, profound drop in my magical energy, my life force, sent a chilling wave of weakness through the link, hitting Rian like a physical blow. He actually closed his eyes and winced, sucking in a breath through his teeth. "Gods, you look green," I managed to rasp out, noticing the gray pallor beneath the dirt on his skin. He opened his eyes, staring at me with a fierce intensity. "It doesn't matter how I look. Eat. You use too much. It feels like I ran a marathon after taking a bullet," he told me, the honesty startling. His pain was an echo of my own failure to pace my power, a punishment for my recklessness. He wasn't just seeing my exhaustion, he was being forced to feel it too. He didn't wait for me to finish. He just watched, his hand resting on the hilt of his short blade, his eyes scanning the entrances. We were both broken, but together, forced into this moment of raw, desperate recovery, we were still standing. I sucked down the last of the water, the meager ration bar already gone. We needed that physical recharge. The sheer effort of securing the chamber had burned us out. I ran a shaky hand over the surface of my staff, feeling the familiar hum of the enchanted crystal. Rian did the same, patting the location of every blade, every grenade, every tripwire trigger he'd set. The room was fully fortified. A moment of silence falls over us. We had done everything we could. The sound that followed wasn't an external threat, but the complete absence of sound. We were 2 points of desperate, exhausted tension in a massive ancient vault, waiting for the inevitable. As we both paused, the adrenaline finally crashed, and a lightning bolt of pure, overwhelming terror shot through the curse. It wasn't the pain of a wound or the drain of magic this time. It was unadulterated, mutual fear, a cold, sickening wave that originated deep in the relic and traveled instantly between us. It was the crushing weight of knowing the Iron Guard commander was coming, and one of us, perhaps both, wouldn't walk out. I dropped the empty water flask. Ryan's hand froze midair, inches from his jacket. We snapped our heads up, locking eyes, our breaths hitched in unison. It was as if the curse had ripped open our chests and shown us the same vision of certain, chaotic death. It wasn't just my fear of losing the fight, and it wasn't just his fear of failure. It was the combined, amplified horror of the impending sacrifice, felt simultaneously. My stomach clenched with his sense of military dread. His eyes, usually so guarded, were wide, reflecting the sudden, cold comprehension of my mortal magical weakness. He stared at me, then at the floor, and back to me. No words. None were necessary. The curse had spoken for us. The fear was a shared acknowledgement that we had reached the edge of the world. The moment of quiet extended. We were sitting side by side in the shallow alcove, fully fortified, fully depleted, and fully terrified. He didn't look at me, but stared across the room at the Iron Heart Relic, which pulsed faintly on its pedestal. He pulled the bandage off his wounded hand, the one that had sealed the blood ward, and began to methodically apply a clean dressing, the action quiet and concentrated. His fingers were shaking slightly as he pulled the tape taut. "If we pull this off," he said, his voice barely a whisper, the sound rough and dry, "they'll know. The commander won't let us live. He can't. Not after I exposed everything." I watched the way the tape pulled the skin tight across his knuckles. "I know. That's why we're going to kill him," I answered, my tone flat, purely tactical. He shook his head slowly, still focused entirely on his injury. "No, you don't understand the scope of it. If we win, if the relic is safe, my value disappears. I'm a liability. They won't just kill me." He looked up then, meeting my eyes with a chilling, vacant finality. "Victory for you means I either die here, on the spot, taking out the commander with me, or I end up in the highest security block the guard has, locked down with every safeguard known to man, waiting for a slow interrogation. There is no third option for me." He pressed the newly bandaged hand against the curse mark on my wrist, not applying force, just resting his weight there. The physical pressure drove home the emotional truth of his words. The victory I was fighting for, the safety of the world, came at the absolute, non-negotiable cost of his freedom, and likely his life. He wasn't giving me hope. He was giving me the terms of his surrender. "You need to know that," he finished, his eyes burning into mine. The cost of your freedom is my end. I felt the dull throb of the curse intensify as he stated the terms of his execution, death or imprisonment. He'd accepted it, and that calm acceptance was the most terrifying thing he'd ever said. I wrenched my hand away from his bandaged wrist. "Don't talk like that," I hissed, my voice shaking with a sudden, fierce anger that was nothing but terror wrapped in pride. "You don't get to decide the ending. We have a combined field, tactical defenses, a triple-layered counterward, and the relic itself. Our power is enough. Combined power. We walk out of here, Rian. Both of us." It wasn't logic speaking. It was the raw, protective instinct of total emotional commitment. I refused to let his sacrifice be the defining variable. If I accepted his death, I accepted that everything we had done, the curse, the pain, the connection, was just leading to his loss. I wouldn't let him go. I couldn't let him go. "You're being sentimental, Lyra," he argued, his tone flat, trying to pull me back to the cold reality he inhabited. "I'm being realistic," I snapped, pulling myself up off the ground facing him. "You think I went through all of this, bonded my soul to the man who kidnapped me, just to watch him get dragged away? No. You don't have to die for me to live. I won't allow it. We break the commander, we break the guard, and then we break the damn curse. It ends for both of us. Free." The moment I spoke the words free, and both with such defiance, the curse bit back. It was a sharp, focused pull, like a cord snapping taut inside my chest, causing a sudden crippling pain that doubled me over. It wasn't punishing the pain. It was punishing the hopeful lie. The universe, or the ancient magic binding us, was enforcing the inevitability he just confessed. I gasped, clutching my ribs. I felt Rian flinch in perfect synchronization, the sharp pull echoing instantly through him. "See?" he whispered, his eyes dark, watching me writhe. "Even the magic knows I'm right." I was still recovering from the curse's sharp punishment for daring to hope. I looked at Rian, trying to find a hole in his grim, logical certainty, but his eyes were resolute. He saw only the end of his road. He reached out his hand, the non-wounded one, and took mine. It wasn't the aggressive grab he'd used in the past, or the utilitarian touch from earlier. It was a slow, deliberate claiming, a plea. He wasn't demanding my magic or my attention. He was asking for honesty about the terrible, unspoken vow that bound us to this final outcome. I didn't pull away this time. I looked into his eyes, and the connection was immediate, deep and intimate. We held the gaze, acknowledging the price of the joint mission without uttering another word of death or consequence. We both knew the price. We both knew what we'd agreed to. The complete and total commitment to this one goal, regardless of the personal cost. Our hands were pressed palm to palm, the curse mark a burning line where our skin met. The physical constraint of the handhold forced the emotional signal between us. We faced this, the good and the horrifying, together. It was the final, nonverbal commitment to the consequence. His fate was mine, and mine was his, and neither of us could lie about it anymore. You know, I kept telling myself it was a battlefield bond, adrenaline and necessity. I was wrong. That moment, when he reached for me not out of need, but out of a need for truth, I surrendered. It wasn't a choice we made in a moment of passion or fear or desperation. It was a choice we made with every breath we took together since that cave. We were destined for this chamber, for this battle, and for each other. And we were finally ready to admit that destiny demanded a terrible fee. His hand was still closed over mine, the curse linking our futures like two lines that had finally converged. He waited for me to agree, to admit the bleak truth of his fate, but I couldn't. Not when we were already so much more than just a rogue mage and a deserter. I tightened my grip on him, a fierce resolve setting into my bones, a resolution forged in fire and curse pain. I looked past the fear in his eyes, past the logic, to the shared defiance that had kept us alive this long. "You're wrong," I told him, the words quiet, yet carrying the weight of a decree. "You're only seeing the commander's plan, the guard's rules. But we burned the rules when we made this promise, when we sealed the vow." I squeezed his hand again, pulling him fully into the truth of our position. We weren't fighting the Iron Guard anymore. We were fighting destiny itself. And if destiny says you have to die, then we'll change the damn script. We surrender to the fight, Rian, not to the outcome. This wasn't just about protecting the relic. It was about defining the final stage of our relationship, the complete surrender to a shared, dangerous fate that might demand everything from both of us. The sheer force of my declaration, my emotional unity with him, my absolute refusal to accept his end, made the magic respond. The curse flared, a blinding white light erupting across our connected hands, visible even in the dim chamber. It wasn't pain, it was a jolt, a surge of raw, confirming energy that tasted like hot iron and destiny. It was a mutual confirmation that our shared purpose was now solidified, binding us to whatever the fight demanded. He flinched, but didn't pull away, staring at the dissipating flash on my wrist. "That means we just made a new vow?" he whispered, his voice heavy with the realization of the unbreakable promise we'd just forged. The fierce flash of the curse had died down, leaving our hands burning faintly. We had vowed, openly and magically, to beat destiny. Now we had to figure out how. I moved toward the pedestal, holding Ryan's hand as I projected my seer vision, casting a shimmering, complex hologram over the heart of the relic. It showed its protective shields, its energy flows, and most importantly, its central power conduit, the thing the commander intended to corrupt. The schematics flickered and danced, holographic blue light illuminating the dust motes between us. I had to concentrate, channeling my energy into the projection, which meant the image was faint and small, demanding extreme proximity. Ryan had to lean in, his shoulder brushing mine, his breath hot against my ear, just to make out the data streams I was visualizing. "Wait, stop," Ryan breathed, his voice low, his tactical training cutting through my esoteric seer sense data. He pointed a steady finger right through the middle of the shimmering ethereal core. "Your magic sees the energy flow, Lyra, but not the physical engineering. Look at that secondary conduit. It's too narrow. It's an exhaust port for heat, not power. The guard would have built a remote bypass into it. It's too obvious." He traced a line with his finger right across the holographic weak point. "If the commander can't break the primary defense, he'll try to overwhelm it by overloading the failsafe. It's a classic Iron Guard tactic. Your magic tells you where the shields are strong. My knowledge tells us where the engineer cut corners." His insight was terrifyingly precise. My magic could see the spiritual defenses, but only his mechanical training could spot the hardware flaw. We were standing so close, locked over the vulnerable heart of the world, our shared focus absolute. Our individual strengths were perfectly matched, even in this forced intimacy. We needed both to win. We were still bent close over the faint blue schematics of the relic, the scent of metal and fear sharp in the air. Ryan's breath was still on my ear, and his insight about the exhaust port was the only thing standing between us and total disaster. But even the best strategy couldn't quiet the sudden rush of old, cold terror. I turned my head slightly, my lips brushing the edge of his jaw as I whispered my confession. The only thing I hadn't been able to say aloud, the ultimate price of this connection. "The vow, the curse," I murmured. "It links everything. Pain, exhaustion, intent. I felt you dying, Ryan. And if we succeed, and they take you, or you kill yourself to stop the commander, will it bind my soul to yours? Permanently? Even if you're gone?" The question hung in the silence, heavy and hideous. He didn't have an answer. He couldn't look me in the eye. He just stared at the shimmering holographic core of the relic, his gaze utterly blank. Instead of a comfort or a promise, he simply tightened his grip on my hand, the pressure intense enough to make my knuckles ache. It was a wordless admission. "I don't know, and I can't save you from this." The reality of the romantic cost, the eternal price, had resurfaced, and it was horrifying. That silence, that lack of comfort, triggered the curse. It wasn't the searing heat of rage or the snap of pain from defiance this time. It was a cold, sharp ache that spread like ice from my wrist into my chest. The magic was reminding me, ruthlessly, that this intimacy wasn't just survival. It was a bond of eternal consequence. The cost of loving this man might be my soul's freedom. The pain receded, but the icy terror remained. He never promised me an easy path, but until that second, I always believed there was an exit. Now I knew there might not be. I could lose him to the guard and still be bound to his memory, his pain, his empty space for the rest of eternity. I loved him, yes, but I finally understood the profound, unshakable terror of loving a man who might cost me my very soul. The cold ache of the curse, triggered by my terrifying question, lingered. We stood there for a moment longer, silence thickening between us, heavy with the weight of that eternal, unspoken threat. He couldn't promise me freedom from the bond, and I couldn't accept the cost of it. He finally let go of my hand, the abrupt cessation of contact feeling like a withdrawal. He didn't speak. He just pivoted and moved toward the entrance, grabbing the heavy, reinforced tactical barrier he'd salvaged and set aside earlier. He worked silently, the scrape of metal on stone signaling the end of vulnerability and the return to the cold reality of action. This was his final, non-verbal communication of his loyalty. He was done being intimate. He was returning to the only thing he knew how to be, a shield. He didn't need to say, "I'm still here for you, Lyra," because every measured, powerful move as he wrestled the barrier into place screamed it. He was taking the final protective step before the storm, signaling the end of the soft, quiet moment we'd shared, and the immediate return to the mission. The barrier was heavy, made of dense, magnetized iron guard alloy. I watched Ryan strain, the muscles in his neck tightening. Even though he wasn't touching me, the curse reacted violently to his physical effort. A sudden, sharp pulling sensation went through me, a deep strain in my shoulders and back, mimicking the weight he was heaving. Our last moments of quiet were being linked to shared physical effort, forcing me to feel the full burden of the protection he was offering. He braced the heavy bar across the doorframe, letting out a single sharp exhale. He turned, his eyes hard and military again, completely masking the fear and the intimacy of a minute ago. 5 minutes, he said. It wasn't a question or a warning. It was the countdown. He moved away from the main entrance, leaving the heavy tactical barrier sealed behind him. The air in the chamber, already stale, felt thinner now, suffocating. Everything was done. The wards were set, the explosives were positioned, and the terrible reality of our unbreakable vow had been faced. There was nothing left but to wait for the enemy to arrive. Ryan glanced at his wrist, flipping the small, armored cover on his tactical watch. He pressed a button, setting the timer. It was 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the commander's airship would be within range to breach our defenses. 5 minutes until the culmination of everything we'd fought for and everything we stood to lose. The watch's countdown began instantly, a soft, relentless ticking that dominated the silence of the room. Tick, tick, tick. It wasn't just a sound, it was the rhythm of our own mortality, the external hook pulling us toward the final conflict. Because of the curse, the tiny mechanical sound wasn't just audible, it was unnaturally loud. It wasn't just ringing in my ears, it was vibrating in my bones, a high, metallic buzz that was amplified and shared between us. Every tick was a small, sharp jolt along the cursed bond, a relentless, nonstop reminder that the Iron Guard's cold, precise technology was coming for the heart of my magic and the man I loved. Ryan saw me flinch, just slightly, at the amplified sound. He knew. He reached out, not to touch me, but to brush the dirt from my cheek, a small gesture of utilitarian care before the world exploded. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The ticking was the only thing that mattered. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The ticking hammered into the silence, demanding motion. Ryan was already moving to his final defensive position near the blocked entrance, his body tense and ready. I knew I had to move too, to assume my post beside the relic. I knelt by the pedestal, placing my palms flat on the cold stone next to the Iron Heart Relic. I was checking my magical reserves, trying to feel the flow of my Seer energy, mapping the wards I'd spent hours drawing. I had to focus on the work, on the complex magical structure I was responsible for, but it was difficult to separate my energy from the relentless presence of the curse. I channeled a small pulse of energy to confirm the ward's integrity. Solid. As I pushed myself up to stand, taking my final stance, I could feel Ryan's gaze on me from across the chamber. He was waiting for one final look, one last non-verbal confirmation of our synchronicity before the chaos. But I couldn't give it to him. Not yet. I looked deliberately away, focusing instead on the ceiling, the stone, the dust, anything but the deep, shared commitment that was about to cost us everything. I was reverting, just for a moment, to my old, isolated, defiant self, the one who thought she could handle the weight alone. The second I refused that final glance, the curse responded. A minor, sharp electric flicker snapped across my wrist. It wasn't the agonizing cold or the burning heat of earlier, but a quick, punitive zap. A tiny physical protest against the deliberate return to emotional distance. Even now, at the 11th hour, the bond wouldn't let me retreat into solitude. It insisted on shared fate, shared pain, and shared attention. I lowered my eyes slowly, the sharp pain forcing me to acknowledge my partner. I saw Ryan turn his head immediately toward the source of the flicker, a question in his posture. I just shook my head, silently telling him, "No more talking. It's time for work." 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The ticking was an unbearable, mechanical heartbeat. I was standing by the relic, my defenses charged, but my own internal defenses were crumbling under the reality of the price. Ryan, thankfully, didn't leave me to dwell on it. He walked quickly across the ancient floor, the sound of his boots echoing on the stone, taking his final post by the blocked entrance. He was my first and final line of defense, the shield of iron and training between the commander and the fragile, ancient magic I protected. He didn't look back at the relic. His focus was entirely external, on the fight he was about to start. He slid his armored vest strap over his shoulder, checking the weight of the ammunition clips. Then he reached for his belt, pulling free the military-grade combat dagger he always carried, the heavy, obsidian black blade he'd used to cut ropes, strip wires, and once to save my life. He walked a few steps back toward the center of the room, toward me, and held the dagger out, handle first. His eyes were locked on mine now, clear and grave. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He was silently handing me his last resort, his most trusted tool. It was the ultimate sign of his trust, his absolute certainty that I would not only hold the magic, but also execute the lethal final choice if it came to it. I reached out and took the dagger from him, the steel warm from his grip. The exchange was a shared moment of dangerous intimacy. My fingers briefly overlapped his, and the feel of the cool metal, the smell of gunpowder and blood on the hilt, was intensely real. The curse responded not with pain, but with a sudden, overwhelming surge of mutual clarity. It was a flash of raw understanding. We were both ready to die here, if that's what this fight demanded. That weapon, his most prized possession, was now my insurance. I gripped the dagger tight and nodded once, sharply. I understand the mission. 1 minute and 42 seconds. 1 minute and 13 seconds. The ticking was the only noise, sharp and unnaturally loud. I held Ryan's dagger, the cold steel grounding me, and I stared at his back. He was a statue of readiness by the entrance, facing the inevitable. Then, cutting through the mechanical tick, something new arrived. It was faint at first, a deep, resonant thrum from somewhere far above the earth. It wasn't just wind or thunder. It was the specific, heavy pulse of the commander's flagship airship, massive, armored, and designed to silence rebellion permanently. The thrum grew steadily louder, a bass note that vibrated through the chamber's foundation. The time for waiting was over. The enemy had arrived. The sound of that engine, the undeniable proof of his proximity, caused the tension to spike to an overwhelming, unbearable level. My palms were instantly slick against the dagger's hilt. The noise itself triggered the curse. It wasn't just an auditory cue, it was a physical shock. As the thrum of the airship reached a critical pitch, a sudden, cold tremor shot up my arm, sharp and immediate. I knew Ryan felt it too, because his back straightened impossibly and his grip tightened almost invisibly on his rifle. The external threat of the Iron Guard was instantly internalized, linked to us by the magic that refused to let us face anything separately. The shivering passed quickly, replaced by a strange, heavy calm. I wasn't scared anymore, not in the panicked way I had been before. This was it. The commander, the final test, the terrible culmination of my life and Ryan's. The fight was no longer a possibility, it was a certainty, a gravitational force pulling us in. The moment was here, and I was standing beside him. 47 seconds. The airship's thrum was no longer distant. It was heavy and low, vibrating in my teeth. The amplified ticking of Ryan's watch was fighting with the deep, mechanical pulse of the commander's arrival, and I felt like I was caught between two massive gears grinding toward disaster. Ryan turned fully from the entrance, his rifle held loosely but ready, and his eyes found mine across the 20 feet of ancient stone. In the dim light filtering into the chamber, there were no details, no pleasant thoughts, just a profound, terrible clarity. We stood motionless, separated by distance, but joined by every breath, every heartbeat, every fear. No words were needed. We had gone past words long ago. That look was the final unifying, nonverbal vow. We face this together, whatever the price. If we live together. If we die together. It was the complete, total acceptance of the vow of consequence we danced around for weeks. There was no defiance left, only surrender to the fight and to each other. The intensity of that connection, the deep, dangerous current of shared acceptance, was too much for the magic. As our eyes locked and held, the curse erupted. It wasn't a shock or a tremor this time. It was a brilliant, sudden burst of heat. A blinding flash of mutual recognition that illuminated the entire chamber, sharp and white, lasting only a fraction of a second. I saw everything. His fear, his fierce determination, and the impossible love he carried for me. And I knew he saw the same in mine. Then it was gone. The white flash vanished, leaving only the shadow, the dust, and the crushing, accelerating thrum of the approaching airship. 0 seconds. The rhythmic, amplified ticking died just as the thrumming engine noise outside became a deafening roar. The Iron Guard airship must have settled directly above the chamber entrance. We knew exactly what that meant. They were done with subtlety. A split second after the countdown hit 0, the airship's weaponry struck the cave entrance. It wasn't a sustained bombardment, but one enormous, concentrated blast of heat and kinetic energy designed to penetrate Iron Guard barriers and ancient stone alike. A tremendous, echoing boom swallowed all other sound. The stone ceiling above the entrance cracked, showering dust down onto Rian. The massive tactical barrier he'd put into place shuddered, held for a moment, and then flew inward with a horrible, wrenching shriek of tortured metal, followed by a rush of smoky, cold air. The dust was so thick I couldn't see the breach, but the sound was enough. The external conflict had finally started, violent and immediate. The dust cloud was the curtain falling on our quiet, miserable preparation. My body was instantly ready, muscles coiled, mind focused entirely on the wards around the relic. I didn't hesitate. I didn't flinch. Our internal dynamic was unified. The terror of the previous minutes solidified into grim, joint resolution. I shifted my stance, Rian's dagger tight in my fist, my magic humming under the strain of the wards. I looked out into the dust where the door used to be, ready to meet the monster who was coming for us both. The door broke inward. We didn't even flinch. It was time to fight our destiny. The heavy tactical barrier, twisted and warped, didn't just fall. It exploded inward, followed instantly by 3 massive Iron Guard enforcers clad in black, heavy armor. They hit the stone floor running, their mechanical footsteps loud and flat, their energy weapons already raised. The commander wasn't with them yet, but he didn't need to be. These 3 were enough to end us. The fight started immediately. Rian roared a war cry I barely heard over the ringing in my ears and opened fire, unloading on the closest enforcer. I didn't wait for his cue. My Seer magic coiled and snapped, manifesting as hard, blue-white shards that slammed into the chest plate of the second soldier. We were fighting in a final, brutal, close-quarters battle near the relic, moving on pure instinct. Rian dove behind a crumbling pillar as the third enforcer returned fire, and I sent a binding ward sweeping low across the ground, tripping the soldier right into the path of Rian's rifle butt. We were operating in perfect, life-or-death synchronicity, his technological brutality complementing my magical precision. The first enforcer Rian had shot staggered, but recovered fast. He pivoted, not toward Rian's torso, but aiming deliberately low, at the exact spot on Rian's ribs where he'd been wounded earlier. That shot would have shattered what was left of Rian's bone and ripped his side open completely. I knew it the instant the energy charged and the curse screamed the danger into my soul. Before the rifle could fire, I threw myself forward, hitting Rian and knocking him backward behind the pillar. The enforcer's blast slammed into the pillar where Rian's wound would have been. I used my own body to shield him, feeling the rough, cold stone grind against my spine. "Stay down!" I hissed at him, scrambling back to my feet, my focus now purely defensive. The pain from the impact was nothing compared to the agony I would have shared if that shot had landed. The enforcers were fast, but Rian was faster, and smarter now. While I kept the remaining 2 soldiers suppressed with flickering energy blasts, Rian used the pillar I'd shoved him behind as his cover. He didn't just stand up shooting. He waited for the first enforcer to reload its weapon. The moment the enforcer's rifle clicked, Rian moved. It wasn't the brutal armored rush of an Iron Guard soldier. It was a fluid, quiet movement, low to the ground. He had waited for the weapon to be inert. Exactly the kind of move I'd taught him back when we were hiding in the sewers, practicing hand-to-hand moves that leveraged speed over brute force. He lunged, driving his shoulder into the soldier's knee, throwing the enforcer off balance. As the heavy soldier swayed, Rian grabbed the rifle's barrel and twisted, using the soldier's own weight against him. The enforcer went down with a heavy, metallic crash. Rian finally disarmed him, the rifle clattering uselessly across the floor. That maneuver, the patience, the economy of movement, the targeting of a vulnerable joint, was pure Lyra. It was a final, validating moment of earned competence. His new life, built on stealth and agility, had prevailed over his old life, built on mechanized brute force. He wasn't just a rogue soldier anymore. He was a true partner. He didn't have time to celebrate. He spun around to deal with the second enforcer, but his moment of exertion was overwhelming. He stumbled against the pillar, his breath hitching, the effort straining his wounded side. And through the curse, I felt it all. A wave of bone-deep exhaustion immediately mirrored in my own body. An unexpected total depletion. It was a linking of our relief. The fight had been won, but the cost was instant and shared. I leaned heavily against the relic's pedestal, holding the dagger, waiting for the exhaustion to pass, knowing I had to deliver the final blow while Rian was spent. Rian was spent, leaning against the pillar, sucking air through his teeth. That burst of shared exhaustion hadn't lasted long, but it had left me magically weakened, brittle. The enforcers were still standing, battered but functional. We knew the drill. Eliminate the enforcers now, before the commander himself stepped through the dust cloud. I focused the last of my magical reserves, channeling everything into a single clean strike. I wasn't aiming for death, I was aiming for disablement. With a ragged breath, I lifted my hands. The air around me cracked, and a tight, hyper-focused beam of pure, concussive Seer energy shot out, hitting the first enforcer's headpiece right where the circuits met the optical sensors. The soldier stiffened, then collapsed, the heavy black armor crashing to the ground. The final enforcer panicked, turning to run, but Rian, even exhausted, swept a leg out and dropped him. Their fight was over. The battle was won. I dropped my hands and felt the sheer emptiness of my energy reserves. The backlash was immediate, a wave of dizziness that made the chamber spin. I swayed, grabbing the relic's pedestal for support, suddenly dangerously vulnerable. My magic was a dried-up well. Rian straightened up, grimacing but raising his rifle again, pointing it toward the dust where the commander would emerge. He was my sole, wounded protector, using the last of his strength to guard my weakness. This physical victory was far from a peaceful ending. The exertion Rian had just put himself through was too much for his shattered side. He took a single shuddering gasp, and the acute agony from his wounds surged through our tether. It was sharp, radiating, and profound, the true, final consequence of every selfless move he'd made. He was standing, but barely. I ignored my spinning head, ignored his sharp, transferred pain, and focused on the only sound left, the heavy thrum of the airship hovering outside. The battle was won, but the victory was a lie. We defeated the tyrant, but we looked at each other and knew the real battle was just starting. The dust settled enough for me to see the breach. The commander wasn't there yet, but the 2 enforcers were down, and the third was scrambling back up the tunnel. They'd seen their immediate assault fail, and the presence of their flagship airship hovering outside meant they were regrouping, preparing for a far larger attack. The external forces were in temporary retreat. I didn't spare another glance for the entrance. My magical exhaustion meant nothing next to the sight of Rian slumped against the pillar, his face pale beneath the grime. I dropped the dagger onto the stone and rushed to his side, ignoring my own exhaustion and the faint, clammy weakness that clung to my skin. I knelt next to him, my hands flying over his body, feeling for new damage, for warmth, for blood. It was a physical moment of pure relief and care. He was breathing, conscious, and he hadn't broken. His eyes were open, tracking my movement, but the pain in them was terrible. "Your side," I whispered, my voice rough. "Does it feel stable? Did they hit you again?" I was examining the bloody bandage on his ribs with desperate concern. I needed to see the damage, so I lifted the makeshift dressing we'd applied hours ago. The moment my fingers gently pressed against the edges of his most painful wound, the curse reacted. The throbbing agony was no longer a dull background ache. It was a violent, spiking flare. His pain became a razor-sharp fire in my own side, completely overtaking my exhaustion. Rian couldn't help a sharp, broken sound that caught in his throat. I couldn't help the mirror reaction. We both leaned forward, bound by the sharp shock of shared trauma, forcing a shared, shuddering gasp. He reached up, his hand catching my wrist, his eyes wide with a pain that was now entirely mutual. "Lyra, I think the armor's cracked," he choked out. I held my breath, waiting for the wave of Ryan's agony to pass. My hand, trembling slightly, rested above the new blood seeping through his bandage. The fight had bought us maybe 30 seconds before the commander appeared. It wasn't enough time to fix anything. Only enough time for the truth. Ryan's eyes, the moment the worst of the pain passed, weren't focused on the entrance or the dead soldiers. They were fixed entirely on me. He reached up again, this time to cut my cheek, his thumb brushing away the grime. He was broken but free from his duty, and he knew this was the moment, the final confession, unburdened by the need to fight. "Lyra," he started, his voice a ragged whisper, too soft for the dead air of the cave. "You saved my life so many times, but what you did just now, shielding me. If they'd killed me, it would have been easier for you. You wouldn't have been bound to this fate." He squeezed my wrist, holding me steady. He didn't say, "I love you." He said, "I am ruined. You know that, right? I broke every rule. I betrayed everything I swore to uphold, gave up my purpose, my future, my very freedom. I was a man who wanted nothing, who took vows of silence and loyalty. And now, I have everything I swore I would never have." His gaze was absolute. He meant me. The sheer magnitude of the confession, the raw, unadulterated emotional vulnerability in his voice, hit the curse like an electrical current. It was a massive mutual surge, not of pain, but of blinding, aching need that shot through the tether. It felt like my ribs were expanding, trying to hold all of his shattered hope and fierce love at once. I was hyperventilating, drowning in his truth, and I knew if he said one more word, I'd lose the ability to speak, to think, to breathe. I leaned in, desperate to silence the words and the vulnerability they brought. I was drowning in his raw admission, the desperate love of a man who thought he deserved nothing good. I had to stop the words before the crushing reality of what we'd risked for this moment overwhelmed us both. His hand was still on my cheek, his eyes a confession in themselves. I didn't say anything. I just leaned in, cutting him off, and pulled him in for our first long-anticipated kiss. It wasn't gentle or hesitant, it was desperate. A final, fierce claim against the inevitable cost. His mouth was dry, tasted of blood and dust and victory, but it was him. It was the moment we had been fighting against and toward since the day we met. This was the ultimate payoff. All the weeks of friction, the suspicion, the cold rules of his old life, the terror of my Seer vision, all of it shattered in that one act. The psychological barriers were completely demolished in an act of pure, total surrender. It wasn't about the world anymore, or the Iron Guard, or even the Relic. It was just us, broken and alive, choosing each other despite the curse, or maybe because of it. But the curse was always there, reminding us of the trap. The instant our lips met, the bond reacted, not with the warm, gentle surge of our earlier connections, but with a sudden, violent, magical flare. It was a flash of cold, bright energy, visible only to me as a painful flicker inside my head, right where the tether anchored. It forced a gasp from both of us as we tasted the metallic scent of magic and ozone. It was beautiful, a confirmation of our connection, but it was also a shocking signal of an unintended consequence, a terrible price we hadn't foreseen. The moment of pure joy was violently branded with a warning. I pulled back, dazed, the warmth of the kiss instantly replaced by the cold fear of that terrible, unexpected flare. I pulled back from Rian, dazed, not by the kiss itself, but by the cold, electric shock of that magical flare. It was proof that our union was more than just a personal choice. It was an action with a seismic, magical consequence. I saw his eyes open fully, and the weariness was gone. In its place was a look of complete, unburdened peace, a profound, absolute love and acceptance of his fate. It was the first time I'd ever seen Rian truly surrender, not to the enemy, but to something internal. He wasn't afraid of dying here anymore. He was only focused on the fact that he was dying loved. I looked at him, and a silent truth formed in my mind, a final silent philosophical reflection that cut through the fear. We didn't escape the curse, did we? We didn't break free from the conflict. Instead, we used the chains, we used the pain, and we transformed the trap into something real. Our union was a victory of consequence, not escape. The price was inevitable, but it meant something. That sudden magical flare hadn't been an isolated event. As Rian smiled, a small, genuinely happy, agonizing smile, the air around the relic began to hum. The black metal heart on the pedestal started to absorb the residual energy of our kiss, and the glow from the magical flare illuminated the Iron Heart Relic with terrifying new light. It wasn't the neutral, sterile glow of Iron Guard tech. It was deep, red, and predatory. The light pulsed, and I realized with sickening certainty, our connection hadn't just produced a flash. It had powered the very thing we came to destroy. I knew, suddenly and without question, that we hadn't won anything yet. I was still reeling from the shock of the magical backlash when the air in the chamber curdled. It was a cold, thick silence, far heavier than the quiet after the fight. The glow on the pedestal was no longer a reflection. It was a source. The energy from the kiss hadn't just flared, it had fed the relic. The massive black, metal artifact on the dais began to move. It wasn't mechanical, but organic and deliberate. A soft, internal grinding sound started, and the relic pulsed with that fierce red light, growing brighter, hotter. I stared horrified, realizing with a sick lurch that it was a sentient, malevolent entity. We hadn't been fighting for the relic. We had just woken up the jailer. The shift was instantaneous. 1 second, I was lost in the ultimate painful relief of Rian's love. The next, joy turned to frantic terror. Rian saw it too. His eyes snapped wide, his hand dropping from my face to grip his rifle, though he was too weak to lift it. This huge, ancient thing was the true villain. The commander had just been a pawn. The air thickened around us, pressing down like a physical weight. I felt the change deep inside my chest. The relic's red light brightened, and the metal throbbed, a slow, deep, terrifying beat. And every time the relic began to pulse, I felt it in my own body, right at the focal point of the tether. The frequency of its awakening was directly linked to the frequency of the Blood-Tethering Curse. It wasn't just near us, it was actively using our bond. I look back at that moment now, and the bitter irony still stings. Our love saved us from the commander, but unleashed the true terror. We fought so hard, sacrificed so much, only to find we'd played right into the ultimate trap. Our victory was its dinner bell. The relic pulsed again, drawing in the magic, and Rian cried out, a real sound of pure, transferred agony this time. I watched the relic glow, a malicious red energy radiating outward, and the terrible truth dawned on me. This wasn't just a machine we had turned on. It was an altar, and we were the unwilling sacrifice. The humming intensified, and the light on the Iron Heart pulsed faster, greedier. The relic began to drain Rian's life force. I knew it because the drain didn't feel external. It felt like a siphon connected directly to the curse. The glowing tether between us, the thing that had bound us together, was now acting as a direct conduit for the relic to feed. Rian's color drained, going from exhausted pale to deathly white in a matter of heartbeats. The agony that followed wasn't just a reminder of his wounds. It was the raw panic of his spirit being ripped from his body. Rian fell to his knees, clutching his chest, his eyes squeezed shut against a pain that was utterly immense. And because the conduit was open, his pain was amplified and transferred to me. It was a white-hot spear driven through my own core, doubling me over. I fell with him, landing on my hands, gasping for air that felt thin and useless. He tried to speak, his lips barely moving. It's taking my strength from my essence. The curse had never felt like this. It was extracting the very fuel of his existence, and I was getting the backwash of cosmic trauma. Then in the midst of that excruciating shared moment, I saw it. Not a vision of the future, but a flash of the past, the terrible hidden history of the curse itself. The curse's purpose was revealed. It wasn't meant to punish a defector. It was engineered. It was a failsafe, a final ignition switch. It was nothing more than a specialized key for the relic, requiring a bond of true sacrifice to activate its primary function. We hadn't accidentally powered it up, we had unlocked it by committing the ultimate act of defiant love. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. We were never the heroes breaking the curse. We were just the final ingredient. I watched Rian collapse, his pain mirroring fiercely inside me, and realized the enemy wasn't the Iron Guard. It was this metallic parasite, feeding off the purest thing we had. I wasn't going to let it kill him. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking from magical exhaustion, and focused every scrap of my seer power I had left, not on the relic itself, it was too massive, but on the shimmering magical connection that was stealing Ryan's breath. I fought the relic, pouring all my remaining seer magic into breaking the conduit. I pushed my will against the curse, trying to sever the flow, to tear the connection that was bleeding him dry. My vision went gray at the edges as I emptied my reserves, demanding the tether snap. This wasn't about the world, the prophecy, or the mission anymore. This was a private, desperate act of fierce protectiveness. I was fighting for Ryan's soul, sacrificing myself to save him from the cost of our union, a cost I was entirely willing to pay if it meant he lived. My entire existence was focused on tearing that cursed thread apart. But the curse was too clever, too intricately woven into the relic's function. The moment my power struck the tether, the relic's energy immediately counteracted it, not by repelling my magic, but by redirecting it. The relic's energy forced my own seer magic to attack Ryan via the curse. Instead of snapping the lifeline, my power became a weapon turned inward. Ryan gasped again, his body convulsing, and I felt the sickening spike of my own magic burning him from the inside out. I was unintentionally harming him. I yanked back, horrified, withdrawing my power with a sharp, wrenching movement that left me dizzy and nauseous. I looked down at him, my hands trembling. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I couldn't help him. I was only making it worse. I recoiled from Ryan, feeling the magical backlash of my own power being used against him. I was supposed to save him, but I just wounded him again. I started to gather my focus, desperately searching for another angle, another way to sever the conduit. Ryan didn't look at the relic, he only looked at me. His eyes were dulling, his breath coming in shallow, frantic bursts, but his mind was still crystal clear, amplified by the curse. He saw my panic, saw the lethal feedback loop I was trapped in. He knew that my efforts were failing and would only kill me if I tried again. In that final, desperate moment, he made the final choice. I felt the familiar click of his consciousness connecting with mine through the tether, but this time it wasn't a shared feeling. It was a sudden, violent injection of pure, cold command. Ryan used his last strength to mentally command me to stop the magical attack. Stop. You have to stop. Now. It was a raw, forceful push, overriding my will one last time, a final painful assertion of control. He was so weak, yet the force of his need to protect me was immense. The mental command was agonizing. It wasn't just physical pain, it was the psychic equivalent of a door slamming shut in my face. He was rejecting my help, rejecting the shared act of defiance we had just committed, because accepting it meant my death. It was the ultimate rejection of my love, designed only to save my life. He had to push me away to keep me safe. I felt the raw ache of his love forcing me into self-preservation, and it hurt worse than the curse itself. I stumbled back, tears blurring the image of his fading face, my mind screaming to resist the command, but my body wouldn't move. I saw him take a shaky breath. Then, without a glance at me, he slowly reached out his hand toward the terrifying, glowing black heart of the relic. I was pinned by Ryan's mental command, watching helplessly as he dragged his broken body toward the pulsating red light of the relic. I couldn't move to stop him. He moved with a devastating, weary certainty. He wasn't just touching it, he was offering himself as the anchor. Ryan initiated the ultimate sacrifice, a deep, psychic act I understood instinctively through the connection. He wasn't breaking the curse. He was overloading the conduit, drawing the entire cursed tether into himself to force the mechanism into a stable, temporary state. He was taking the key and turning it on his own heart to stabilize the relic. This wasn't a healing, it was a permanent transformation. The red light from the metal poured into his chest, and his body arched in a silent, awful scream. Rian was permanently binding his soul to stabilize the convergence, trying to protect the world from the chaos we had just unleashed. He was achieving the goal, but losing himself entirely in the process. The pain I felt was overwhelming, a complete dissolution of his consciousness being mirrored in my own. I could feel his memory, his self, being scrubbed away. His hand finally settled on the cold, red-hot curve of the massive metal heart. Rian had to physically touch the relic to perform the sacrifice. After everything we'd shared, after the life we'd finally claimed, this was his final act of intimate connection with the true enemy. He had surrendered his last bit of self, transforming the bond of our love into the anchor of universal stability. He looked at me then, his eyes already fading, and he gave one short, affirmative nod. I choose this. He slumped against the relic, the light consuming him completely. I could only watch as Rian's hand made contact, sacrificing everything to that monstrous machine. The light consuming him went from red to a terrifying, steady white, and the agonizing drain stopped. The massive artifact that had tormented us shuddered once, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate the very bone in my skull. Then the intense light vanished, leaving the relic inert and black once more. Rian didn't fall immediately. He simply crumpled against the pedestal, his legs giving out. I rushed forward, the command holding me back finally breaking with the stabilization. I reached him just as Rian collapsed, sliding him gently to the floor. His skin was ice cold, his breathing almost non-existent. His eyes were fading, losing the focused gold I loved, turning flat and distant. I cradled his head, tears streaming down my face. Rian, talk to me. Stay with me. He lifted a trembling hand, trying to touch my cheek, but didn't quite make it. His lips moved, barely audible. He delivered a final, soft, parting line. Always, wait for the echo. Then Rian's consciousness vanished. It wasn't like falling asleep. It was a sudden, absolute absence. The man I knew, the soul I had touched, was simply gone. His final line, always, wait for the echo, hung in the silence, a terrible, heartbreaking promise of return or rescue that felt both impossible and utterly binding. At the very moment his consciousness winked out, I felt the curse break. It didn't fizzle or fade. It snapped like a dry rope yanked taut. There was a brief, sharp shock, and then the utter silence. I was alone in my head for the first time in months. The connection, the physical, painful reminder of him, was gone, leaving me with an unbearable, empty ache where the bond once was. It was a sudden, terrifying vacuum. I held his hollow shell, my body shaking with silent sobs. This can't be it. I screamed the words internally, a tearful, silent vow erupting in the stillness. You broke the curse for me. Now I'm breaking the world for you. I was still crying, clutching Rian's cooling body, when the massive inert relic made one last terrible contribution to my misery. The surface of the giant iron heart where Rian's hand still rested suddenly cracked. With a wet, mechanical hiss, the relic spit out a small metallic object that clattered onto the stone floor before going completely inert. It was sleek, dark silver, shaped less like a key and more like a folded, futuristic scroll. This was the final fate map. I stared at it, the shiny object mocking the tragedy unfolding in my arms. When I tentatively reached for it, the metal unfolded, projecting a faint, holographic light onto the cave wall. It wasn't a warning or a reward. It was instruction. The map detailed the relic's true origin and the means of its destruction. We hadn't destroyed the thing. We had simply stabilized its core by feeding it Rian. The map was the true Arc 3 objective, a roadmap for the only way to undo what we had done here. I held Rian tighter, rocking him slightly, while the cold blue light from the projection washed over both of us. I was forced to analyze the map while cradling Rian's body. One hand smoothed his hair back from his forehead, the other hovered over the holographic text, reading the chilling specifics of the future mission. It was the ultimate juxtaposition of objective with tragedy. I had the key to save the world, and maybe somehow save him based on that insane whispered promise, but it demanded I focus on logistics and strategy while holding the proof of my failure. Go, Lyra. You have to go. His own past insistence echoed in my mind, even though the mental bond was dust. I knew the Iron Guard would be back soon. I had to choose between staying here, clinging to a beautiful ghost, or accepting the brutal truth this map laid out. I couldn't do both. I pulled the metallic map off the ground, The cold, smooth metal a sickening contrast to the warmth that had just left Ryan's skin. I looked down at his face one last time, closed his eyes gently, and then the grief solidified. It didn't disappear. It just hardened into a terrifying new purpose. I tucked the map into the inner pocket of my jacket, the same pocket where he once kept his lucky iron coin. It was final. I committed to the final mission, the destruction of the relic, whatever that took. And more than that, freeing Ryan's soul. Wait for the echo. I would find the source of that echoing power, and I would pull him back from whatever fate he'd bought with his life. The tears stopped. I wasn't weeping anymore. I was calculating. My focus shifted from immediate grief to fierce, unyielding mission commitment. The world needed saving, yes, but my true goal was personal, selfish, and absolute. They say grief makes you weak. For me, it just turned me into a weapon. Every line on that projected map became a step, every coordinate a promise I swore to keep. I could feel the map, the thing that had destroyed us but also offered the solution, pulsing faintly against my chest. The map pulsed faintly, a cold, empty echo of the warmth the curse once provided. It was a reminder that I was no longer connected, that I was no longer sharing the burden or the light. I felt the awful, profound loneliness of being solely responsible for my own survival and for his rescue. The curse had been a chain, but at least chains keep things together. Now, there was just cold distance and a clear, terrible objective. I stood up, leaving Ryan resting against the machine he'd neutralized. I didn't say goodbye, because goodbyes were for endings, and this was just the acceleration of the mission. I glanced at the commander's body lying across the floor, then down the tunnel. I knew what I had to do next, and it was going to hurt. I heard them then. The sound was faint, a metallic clank, clank, clank echoing down the long tunnel. The Iron Guard forces were regrouping. They were coming back, and they'd be furious. I didn't have time to mourn. I didn't even have time for another breath. I looked at Ryan one last time, his body pale against the dark stone. I was forced to leave Ryan's body behind to escape the imminent Iron Guard reinforcement wave. They couldn't be allowed to find him. Not yet. Not when he was the core stabilizing their wicked machine. I clenched my jaw, my knuckles white, as I peeled my fingers away from his shirt. The separation was agonizing. I had to physically pull myself away from the man I just confessed my love to, the one I had just shared a future with, however brief and doomed it was. It felt like tearing a ligament. My heart screamed a raw, silent protest in my chest. I can't leave him here. I can't. But the echoing sounds grew louder, closer. They were going to walk right over him. I took 2 stumbling steps back, my legs heavy, but then I felt it. Not the curse's pain, but the mental echo of his final, resolute nod. I choose this. The memory of his final sacrifice overrode the pain of separation, giving me the strength to flee. He didn't die for me to die here or be captured. He died for me to finish the fight, to follow that horrible map and rescue whatever piece of him might be left. I turned my back, grabbing the heavy, discarded energy rifle from the commander's corpse. The map felt like a hot coal in my pocket, driving me forward. I ran toward the tunnel mouth, not slowing, not daring to look back at the place where my heart had just been severed. The footsteps of the Iron Guard were getting louder, just around the bend. I knew I had seconds. The metallic rhythm of their boots was too close. I could already feel the heavy vibrations through the stone. I reached the junction and didn't hesitate. I had to lock them in, lock him in, to buy the time I needed. I turned back to the mouth of the chamber and channeled every drop of raw Seer energy I had left. I didn't care about finesse, just raw destruction. I thrust my hands forward and released a powerful Seer burst directly into the ceiling of the cavern entrance. The rock screamed. The entire cavern shook, and chunks of ceiling the size of small carts rained down, shattering the floor. I kept pushing until the whole roof buckled, twisting the tunnel into a heap of rubble and dust. The goal was simple: collapse the chamber entrance, sealing the commander, the relic, and Ryan inside. I stumbled backward, coughing on the dust, and watched the mountain groan and settle. The external danger, the Iron Guard, was contained. The relic was stabilized. The irreversible cost was complete. No reinforcements could reach Ryan now, which meant no one could undo his sacrifice and unleash chaos on the world. I had made the necessary choice, but it was the most devastating act of my life. burying the man I loved. The explosion caused a final, deep, echoing trauma in my ears, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that I felt it alone. There was no familiar shared flinch, no mutual gasp of pain that the curse would have provided. The silence that followed was total, cold, and absolute. The physical shockwave ripped through my body, and I had no curse's shared buffer to soften the impact. Just the raw understanding that I was the only one left standing, the only one alive. My hands were shaking, and it wasn't from the effort. It was the realization of my solitude. I had sealed my love away. Now I had to run. I scrambled away from the settling dust, running blindly now, turning left and right through the network of maintenance tunnels carved beneath the mountain. The holographic map was clutched so tightly in my hand, it bit into my palm. I had never realized how much the curse had been a protective shield against the world. Even when we were fighting, I always knew he was there, a presence anchoring me. Now I was utterly alone. The feeling was physical, a terrible cold expanding in my chest. I was experiencing the terrifying solitude I hadn't felt since the curse began, since the moment Rian had stumbled into my life and chained us together. I kept expecting a thought to flash in my mind that wasn't mine, a familiar pain to give me a warning, but there was nothing, just empty air. The most brutal thing wasn't the sound of my own ragged breath, it was the lack of any other sound. The silence was loud. Every pounding beat of my heart, every scuff of my boot on the tunnel floor, was magnified by the absence of the curse's linked sound. I realized I'd grown used to the low, comforting hum of his life, the constant background track of his consciousness running parallel to mine. Now, that emptiness screamed at me. It was a constant reminder of Ryan's absence. I ran until my lungs burned, my eyes stinging, not wanting to stop, because stopping meant acknowledging the silence, meant feeling the cavernous hole where Ryan's soul used to be. The map guided me instinctively toward an exit point, leading me away from the collapsed chamber and the growing sounds of the desperate Iron Guard trying to dig their way back in. I just had to get out. I had to follow the map, or everything. Our fight, our kiss, his final sacrifice, would mean nothing. I hit the end of the tunnel hard, bursting out of the mountain's shadow and into the icy, pre-dawn air, gulping down air that tasted clean and sharp, the first clean breath I'd had in days. I scanned the horizon, my exhaustion finally catching up to me, making the trees blur and sway. I didn't stop running until I found a thick copse of pines far enough away that the Iron Guard wouldn't see my magical signature if they somehow broke through the rubble. I slid down the trunk of a pine, clutching the metallic map, finally allowing myself a moment to sink into the mission. I was alone, yes, but I wasn't directionless. The map gave me a path, and Rian gave me the purpose. My final resolve was set, a vow to hunt down the true villain, the entity that engineered the relic, and restore Rian. He told me to wait for the echo, and I would spend every waking hour of my life searching for that sound. I looked up, tracing the faint lines of light just beginning to break the horizon. That's when I saw it, the first sign of the next celestial convergence. It was tiny, a pinprick of unnatural violet light forming near the constellation we used to call the Hunter's Bow. It wasn't the full, terrifying event, just a herald, a promise of a new cycle starting soon. My vision sharpened, fueled by a terrifying hope. I knew in that instant exactly where Ryan's soul was tethered, not just to the relic, but to the cosmic timing of its true master. The next celestial convergence sign was now irrevocably linked to Ryan's potential rescue. It wasn't a clock counting down to destruction anymore. It was a timer counting down to the only window I had left to save him. The irony was savage. The same mystical pattern I'd spent my life trying to avoid was now the roadmap to my future. I stood up, pushing off the tree, the cold map a solid anchor in my hand. It was time to stop running and start hunting. I stand here now, talking to you, years after that cold dawn, and I know you understand something I didn't back then. This isn't just a story about a curse that bound two enemies. It's about a bond that survived a separation that should have been final. I know what you're thinking. She lost him. It's over. That thought is exactly what kept the Iron Guard in power for centuries. They believed death and sacrifice were final boundaries. But I saw the violet sign of the convergence, and I felt the cold metal of that map. and I knew the rules had changed. My mission isn't ending, it's accelerating. Every day is about following those coordinates, chasing down the whispers of the true villain, the one who manufactured the relic and this whole twisted fate. The confession is over. The story of how we fell in love and how the world took him is complete. But I didn't tell you all this just to clear my conscience. I told you because my mission has just begun. I have to find the master mechanism, the place where all this darkness began. I will hunt down that relic. And I don't care what impossible magic I have to learn or what sacred law I have to break. I will find a way to bring him back. He told me to wait for the echo. I won't just wait. I'll make the echo happen.